Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Attack on Prime in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 41, The Ritual. Zeke was called in the next morning. He was tired and irritated, but he couldn't say no. And for some reason, he had a feeling that this was urgent. He entered the science facility, and was practically forced to stay awake as scientists and generals were practically running around in a panic, trying to make sense of data and the current situation, which no one told him about. Zeke spotted Commander Magath and walked over to him as the man was yelling at another scientist. "Sir," Zeke saluted. "There's no time for formalities," Magath shouted. "We are at risk of losing the Colossal Titan." Zeke had to take a couple of minutes to process that. What? Something happened, Magath explained. The Colossal Titan is completely out of control. Some of our scientists are injured. Damn it, Calvi will kill me. Zeke froze in fear. "Commander, what did you do?" Magath was terrified, but he tried to keep bravado and didn't respond. "Magath, what is the meaning of this?" a voice spoke. Everyone tensed in fear as they saw Calvi walking up to them with anger written on his face. "Sir, I want an explanation," Calvi ordered, "now." "Paradis, Walsina." Optimus observed Hanji delicately creating the modified version of the Thunder Spear in his bipedal mode. She managed to attach the wire of liquefied energon to the end of the metal before carefully placing it through the metal tube. She attached the wiring on the bottom of the dark metal tip before screwing the tip onto the tube. Hanji looked at her work and smiled. "What do you think?" Hanji asked the Prime. "An energon-powered Thunder Spear should pack twice the punch when triggered. Does it not have the same issue as the regular Thunder Spear?" Optimus asked. Hanji sighed as she delicately placed the spear on the table. "It does. It still requires it to be launched at a short range. If the Energon Thunder Spear is more reactive than the regular one, everyone would be caught up in the explosion if it's used. Maybe I could make the string longer so it give more time for the user to flee. But it could also give more time for the Titan Shifter to remove the spear from the location it was shot at. Maybe crushing it while trying to remove it will trigger an explosion." "You've still done impressive work," Optimus praised. Hanji smiled at the comment. "I really appreciate that, especially coming from you, but for the time being, the Energon Thunder Spear won't be used. Just the regular Thunder Spear. Although, Energon Thunder Spear sounds like a mouthful. Perhaps Energon Spear works just as well," Optimus suggested. "Energon Spear it is," Hanji agreed as she packed the equipment away. "Let's head back to the campsite." Optimus transformed into his alt mode and opened the door to the driver's seat. Hanji climbed inside and put on the seat belt before Optimus closed his door and drove towards Cena's gate. "Any word from Megatron?" Hanji asked. "No," Optimus replied. "I do believe his is still trying to negotiate a day off away from Marley's military base. If he succeeds, he should be able to come back to Paradis weekly." "Oh, what I would pay to see Megatron struggling to pretending to be a human," Hanji smiled wickedly, sucking up to a boss and wanting to murder them at the same time. "The ultimate dilemma for that jackass." "Hanji," Optimus scolded. "Come on," Hanji exclaimed, "you're telling me that you don't want to see that." "I am not going to respond to that," Optimus answered. "Denial is very unbecoming of you," Hanji proclaimed as she leaned forward on the wheel. She turned her attention to the window and saw many of the denizens of Cena waving to the Titan and the commander. Hanji smiled and waved back. "You do good work," Hanji told Optimus. "As do you," Optimus told her. Hanji laughed at the thought. "A lot of the credit really goes to you guys. Honestly, where would we be without you?" "Hanji. I mean it," Hanji cut off. "Trost, Annie, the coup, the elimination of the Titans on the island. I doubt the coup and the elimination of the Titans would be successful without your direction," Optimus told her. "You're smart. You would have figured it out," Hanji reasoned. "Yet I struggle to get a simple tracking device to work," Optimus retorted. "Well, tech is not your strong suit," Hanji smiled as she patted the wheel. "I would like to get my hands on Marley technology, but I don't want to seem to be coming off as desperate." The last thing that we need is to play right into the restorationists' hands when we don't really know how they want to get their exact goal. We've had to be cautious around them. As you should, Optimus agreed. Thankfully, they are cooperating, Hanji said before sighing, unlike the Merlians. It stems from their beliefs and ideology, Optimus reasoned. Yeah, Hanji trailed off, but they say some really nasty stuff. Somehow it makes me miss the scorn the Survey Corps faced after returning from a failed expedition. There is nothing we can truly do to change their minds, Optimus declared. They insult us, but many of their most brutal ones are directed at you, Hanji informed. Leave it be, Optimus told her. Optimus, it's vicious, Hanji said with venom in her voice, they call you a machine. A lifeless husk. A drone that follows orders of demon. That's not okay. When we first met, you wanted to study me for experimentation, Optimus spoke. Hanji felt guilty and leaned her head on Optimus' window. At first, yes, but it wasn't out of malice or venom or hatred. I've never met anyone like you before. You're a living being from beyond the stars, of course I'd be invested in that. You're not just a Titan. You're a living person with emotions and feelings. Maybe we deserve to be treated like devils, but you don't. Hanji placed her thumb on the Autobot symbol. I don't get how someone like you would still stay with us after everything we now know. Hanji, whatever they say, I know for a fact is a lie, Optimus declared. The history's accurate, Hanji retorted. But you are not them, Optimus declared, you are not your ancestors. You are human. I see goodness in all of you. I only hope that one day, the humans of this world will see you as I do. Hanji wanted to cry and felt tear brimming. She quickly wiped them away before smiling. You sap, Hanji chuckled, I'm really sorry for the way I act and treating you like an experiment. You mean well, Optimus reassured. Hanji smiled with relief as she leaned back in the chair. He's such a kind person. She watched as the gate of Wall Sina opened. She just hoped that there was some hope by the end of this for everyone. Marley. Berthold could only clutch his head in pain as he sat up in his holding cell. He couldn't think properly. He couldn't see properly, all he could hear were the voices in his head. Just loud screams of panic and chaos. It was so blinding he couldn't stand it. The commanders could only watch as Berthold groaned and writhed in pain on the floor of his confines. They actually have to chain him to the wall, something Berthold didn't seem to recognize. He seemed focused on the pain in his own body. He attacked and injured how many? Calvi demanded. He killed one and injured another, Magath explained in fear, the only thing I could think of at the time was to shoot him to get him to stop. You're lucky your foolish shot didn't kill him. Calvi hissed. Sir, we can't wait any longer, the head scientist explained, we need to transfer the powers of the colossal Titan over to another Eldian, now. He's sporadic. Unpredictable. And his blood? What about his blood? Calvi demanded. It's all dead, the head scientist shouted, all of his cells have been destroyed, and there's been no activity. The fact that he's survived this long is a miracle, but we cannot keep doing this. We will lose the colossal Titan at this rate. Zeke could only watch with fear and pity for Berthold. He knew that Dark Energon would have negative effects on Berthold, but he never imagined this. He never imagined that Berthold would suffer like this. What would Reiner and Annie think? Wait, Annie. Commander, may I make a suggestion? Zeke asked, maybe Berthold could see Annie and Reiner. Some familiarity might bring Berthold's sanity back. Even just for a moment. We're already losing the colossal Titan, Calvi retorted, we can't lose the armored and female Titan. They can remain behind the glass, Zeke suggested, we just have to try. There might be something that Berthold is seeing that we don't know about. Let them see him before he's transferred over. Calvi thought it over. Give them 5 minutes to talk to him. Prep them ahead of time. I will personally talk to Porco about the transfer. The transfer must be conducted as soon as possible. We'll do it by tonight. So soon? Magath questioned. The scientists are right, Calvi proclaimed, and as evident by the state of Berthold Hoover, we can't risk it. Calvi turned to his men. Prepare the ceremony. Yes, sir, they saluted before dispersing. Zeke walked over to Calvi as he stared at Berthold. Should I bring in Reiner and Porco? Zeke asked. I'll personally talk to Porco, Calvi stated. You bring Reiner. Zeke nodded his head in understanding. Paradise. Optimus and Hanji arrived at the military base. Optimus let Hanji out of his alt mode before activating his hollow form. The two walked through the camp, passing through the Marley prisoners. Hanji noticed that they were whispering before they saw him. She kept face as they glared at the both of them. She turned to attention to Optimus, and saw that his focus was ahead. They arrived at the main tent and entered, and they were surprised to see Onyanko Pon talking to Levi with an architecture plan on the table. What's going on? Hanji asked. Onyanko Pon tensed and stood up. Kid was just sharing a new plan, Levi answered. Plan? Optimus questioned. A harbor, Onyanko Pon explained as he showed the two of them the plans. Hanji looked over the plans and smiled. We can dock ships here. Like the one Marley used to use when bringing Eldians to the island. We can use the ships we got to connect to others at sea. Onyanko Pon was startled. That's right. It's a way for you to connect with the world. That's amazing. Hanji smiled. Doesn't really do us good when the entire world hates us, Levi reasoned. Then we will find a way for them to change their perspective, Optimus proclaimed before looking at Onyanko Pon. Thank you for sharing this information with us. Of course, Onyanko Pon said. By the way, where's Yelena? Hanji asked. Yelena thought it would be nice to show the other Survey Corps members what types of food we have, Onyanko Pon explained. Oh, what types of food? Hanji asked in curiosity. It looks gross, Levi proclaimed. This is food. Connie questioned at the food presented to them. This must be your first time having seafood, Yelena surmised before gesturing to the chef. Nicolo is a master chef and an expert on Marley cuisine. Nicolo grumbled as he stirred the pot. Damn it. Look, if you Eldians don't like it, then don't eat it. You guys. Nicolo was shocked when Sasha grabbed the lobster and dug her teeth straight through the cooked crustacean. Sasha, stop. Jean told her. No fair. You gotta share. Connie shouted. Nicolo, you're a genius. Sasha praised with tears coming down her cheeks. Nicolo blushed in response. Look, there's a cleaner way to eat that. And eat slowly. Don't scarf it down. The Survey Corps began to pick from the feast before sitting down and eating. Sasha continued to cry her eyes out at the taste of the food. Yelena turned her attention to see Hanji walking over to them with Optimus in his human form. This looks great. Hanji smiled, and interesting. So this is food from the ocean. That's what seafood is, Nicolo grumbled. I won't be able to join you, Hanji told the Survey Corps. I have plans we need to discuss. Can I just take some to go? Go right ahead, Yelena answered as she gestured to the table. Hanji moved to grab a plate while Nicolo turned to Optimus and glared at him. Are you going to eat something or what? Nicolo demanded. The Survey Corps turned their attention to Optimus when they heard the question being asked. My kind does not consume organic food, Optimus answered. This form is merely for interaction. Nicolo rolled his eyes as he attended to the pot once more. I do thank you for the offer, Optimus said. Nicolo was startled at Optimus' response before attending to the food once more. Sure. The Survey Corps watched as Hanji left them with a plate of food with Optimus by her side. They've been saying harsh things about Optimus, Jean commented. Can we really do anything about it? Armin asked. I don't think so, Jean answered. I think the last thing we need is a fight. Especially since we're supposed to try and create allies. They called Optimus a lifeless husk, Armin retorted. Aaron's not going to let that go. Guess it's a good thing that we're keeping Aaron away from them right now, Connie commented. Yelena raised an eyebrow at that. Then where was he? Aaron was in one of the tents by himself, looking at the blue veins in his arms. It was acting up again, and he didn't want his friends to see him like this. You look terrible, someone commented. Aaron looked up to see Ymir enter the tent with her arms crossed. They're giving seafood, Ymir informed, and Optimus is back. Yelena is over there, Eren retorted. They don't really want me to interact with her and the other restorationists. Ymir hummed in response. I can talk to them just fine. Maybe my Titan power isn't as valuable as yours. Eren shrugged at that. Ymir sat down on the chair across from Eren as he continued to look at his veins. Does it hurt? Ymir asked. Does what hurt? Eren asked her. The stuff in your veins, Ymir clarified. No, Eren answered, it's a strange feeling, but it's not pain. Eren took a deep breath and the blue veins receded. Hanji said it's mainly in my spine and eyes. At first it spread based on how I was feeling emotionally. Now, I think I got a better handle on it. Eren looked at Ymir. Why do you ask? I'm thinking about taking an injection, Ymir admitted. I thought you didn't want to do it, Eren recalled. I still don't, Ymir agreed, but the world is so advanced compared to 60 years ago, and Marley's going to be ruthless. If I want to protect Historia, then I have to try. Ymir, we still don't know long-term effects, Eren reasoned. I don't want you to get hurt because we don't know everything yet. I'm the same as you, Ymir reminded, I have less than 8 years left. What do I have left to lose? Historia, Eren answered. If Historia lives by the end of this, I don't care, Ymir shrugged, I love her too much not to try. How can you do that? Eren asked. Ymir raised an eyebrow at that. Do what? How can you live this life of normality? Eren asked. Get married, live a life, even though we're both going to die soon? Doesn't it bother you? The prospect of leaving your friends. Leaving Historia. Ymir sighed at the question. I've always lived for someone else. Never for myself. It was only a couple of years ago that I finally got to live the life I wanted. I won't live by the end of this, but I want to live as selfishly as possible. I want to enjoy the time I have left. To live and love the people that have been by my side. Brutally honest, Eren commented. When you've been wandering around for 60 years for trying to save someone else, it puts things into perspective, Ymir said. I don't think I can think like you can. Eren admitted. By the way, Ymir began, what happened with you and Historia? You didn't try anything with her, did you? Eren shook his head as a memory of Optimus Corpse flashed through his mind. I just needed to confirm something, that's all. Marley. Porco was escorted into the empty war room, with only Calvi sitting in one of the chairs. Calvi was going over some of the data the scientists had given him. He lifted his head to see Porco, and waved to the other soldiers to leave them alone. Porco watched them leave before saluting his commanding officer. How may I be of service, Commander? Your training with Matthew is officially over, Calvi declared. Porco was shocked at the proclamation. With all due respect, I thought this was to prepare me for the demons on Paradise Island. The Colossal Titan is at risk of being lost because of the Flying Titan, Calvi explained, the same Titan who took your brother. Whatever is in his body, has clearly affected Berthold to the point where he can no longer function properly. He is at risk of dying, and we cannot lose the Colossal Titan, especially in the middle of a war. Is there any chance to save him? Porco asked. No, Calvi answered bluntly, we know nothing about this Dark Energon, and from what I've seen with Berthold, we cannot longer continue to tamper with it. The Colossal Titan matters more. Porco nodded in understanding. There wasn't much he could say in this situation. The decision was final, but he didn't want to eat Berthold. He didn't want Berthold's life to end so soon. When will the transfer begin? Porco asked. Tonight, Calvi answered. So soon? Porco asked, isn't there preparation that needs to happen? We can't wait, Calvi declared as he stood up, now more than ever, you need to put your feelings aside for your country. You are an honorary Marleyan, and you will serve Marley with pride. I understand, Porco responded, I will inherit the Colossal Titan, and serve my country. I will help win this war like all the others, and I avenge what we have lost in Paradise. Good, Calvi said, you will be escorted to the ceremonial room. We will get everything ready for the transfer. Meanwhile, Reiner was taken below ground with Commander Magath in front of him. Zeke brought him over here, but when Magath showed up, Zeke took his leave. He didn't know where exactly he was being taken, and he was nervous. Maybe the commanders had enough of him. Maybe because he took blame for the failure of Paradis, they were going to transfer his power as punishment. When the two of them got to the lower floor, Reiner was surprised to see Annie being escorted by two other guards, but he immediately wanted to throw up. The energon was still prominent in her eyes and right arm. He could see some light blue veins in her other arm and legs, but it wasn't as bad as her eyes and her arm. In addition, he could see bags under her eyes. She looked tired and sad. She was struggling to keep herself up, but was forcing herself to stay up. Annie, Reiner whispered. Annie glanced up at him, but continued to keep her head down. Reiner then turned in his attention to his commander. What is going on, sir? Reiner asked. Magath didn't say anything as he continued to walk forward. Reiner and Annie were forced to follow, and they both kept their heads down. Magath stopped, forcing the two of them to stop in front of a glass window. You have 5 minutes, Magath declared as he tapped the window. Reiner and Annie looked inside the glass, waiting for something to move. They gasped and stepped back as Berthold's corrupted form tried to claw at them, but it was pulled back by the chains. They could only watch in horror as Berthold thrashed and writhed in anger as his eye was glowing purple. Half of his body was charred a dark purple, and his hair on the charred side was all gone. Berthold! Reiner exclaimed, what happened? Annie recalled the fight she had with the Flying Titan and grimaced. Dark Energon. The Flying Titan did this to him. Can't you fix this? Reiner pleaded to Magath. We've tried, Magath merely answered. Berthold, it's us. Reiner called out, please. Berthold seemed to calm down, but he still thrashed and glared. You're a warrior, like me? Reiner continued, like Annie. Please, come back to us. Annie placed her hand on the glass as tears brimmed in her eyes. Berthold. Berthold glared at them, before his intense gaze turned into one of recognition. The purple veins in his body began to recede, but the charred skin was still there. Reiner, Annie, Berthold spoke. Berthold, what happened? Reiner pleaded, why are you like this? The Flying Titan, Berthold spoke, he shot me, all that time ago, and it's getting worse. But Marley's been helping you, right? Reiner pleaded, treating you. It doesn't matter, Berthold breathed, it's not going away. We have to try. Reiner proclaimed, Berthold. All I hear are voices, Berthold spoke, all I see is darkness and monsters. I can't feel anything in half of my body. Annie felt her heart shatter as tears of hopelessness fell down Berthold's face. I can give you more of my spinal fluid. I'll do whatever it takes to keep you alive. All I hear is his voice, Berthold spoke, it's like he wants to destroy my soul. I think I won't make it much longer. Reiner shook his head. No, no. 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 We'll save you. We'll save you. Reiner banged his fists against the glass. Berthold. 5 minutes are up, Magath declared, prepare to transport Berthold for the ceremony. Ceremony? Annie questioned as Reiner looked at Magath in horror. Berthold is no longer equipped for combat, Magath proclaimed. Not only is he unable to fight, he attacked and killed a Marleyan scientist while beating 2 others. Berthold violated our laws. He is to be stripped of his honorary Marleyan status, and his power will be transferred over to Porco Galliard. It wasn't him, Reiner pleaded, you have to understand that it wasn't him. It was the Flying Titan. That demon did this to him. The decision is final, Magath stated coldly as Marleyan soldiers moved to grab the weak Berthold. The ceremony will commence tonight. No. No. Reiner begged as he saw Berthold dragged out of his cell. Reiner tried to grab him, but 2 other Marleyan soldiers grabbed him and pulled him back. Reiner struggled to reach for Berthold, but his hand barely grazed Berthold's own. Berthold, no. Reiner yelled, Berthold. Bring him back. Berthold. Annie could only watch with sadness as Berthold was dragged away. Berthold managed to focus his gaze onto Annie and he gave her a sad smile. Annie's mouth opened agape and tears fell down her cheeks as Berthold mouthed 3 words. I love you. Annie could only turn away as tears began to fall while Reiner continued to scream in horror. There was nothing that they could do. Megatron heard a knock on his door and shut the book about the ocean in his hand. Megatron placed the book on the floor and stood up. He walked over and opened the door to see Commander Calvi standing in front of his door. "Look, I already trained the kids, can I just have the rest of the day to myself?" Megatron demanded in his other vernacular. "I have some news for you," Calvi proclaimed. "For starters, Porco Galliard will no longer be training with you, and another Eldian will be taking his place under training." Megatron's interest was now piqued. "Porco insisted on training with me for weeks. Why the sudden change?" "Porco Galliard will now be the new holder of the Colossal Titan," Calvi answered. "We intend to do the ceremony tonight." Megatron raised an eyebrow at that. "I thought the power of the Titans lasted 13 years. Seems the Flying Titan negated that," Calvi declared. "We can't risk losing the Colossal Titan at such a crucial time." "Thanks for the tip," Megatron said as he was about to close the door. "We do need you on site," Calvi stated. Megatron opened the door once more. "We will be using the Energon Serum, and in the event Porco gets out of hand as a pure Titan, we need you as protection," Calvi explained, "or at the very least, to put him down." Megatron blinked in response before exiting his room and shutting the door. "Lead the way." Later that night, Zeke could only watch behind the glass of the ceremonial room as Berthold was being placed in his chains on the higher platform. All the commanders and scientists were there to watch the ceremony happen. They were just waiting on Porco and Commander Calvi to be present. The door opened behind the commanders, and Zeke turned to see Calvi walking in with Matthew right behind him. Zeke stared at Matthew in confusion, but he merely mouthed protection before turning his attention to the ceremony room. Zeke turned back to see Porco enter the ceremony room in the traditional robes and grimaced. It was unfortunate that it had to be this way. Porco looked up at Berthold with determination and sadness. Berthold looked resigned and defeated. He looked so tired and worn out. There was nothing that he could do anymore, except for this. "Berthold, if you can hear me, I don't blame you for Marcel," Porco spoke. "I'm glad you got to return home. I'll avenge you, I'll avenge Marcel in your name. I'll defeat the Flying Titan, and I'll bring back the Jaws Titan." Zeke turned to see Matthew roll his eyes, and felt the need to punch him in the face. Matthew did this to Berthold. To a child, no less. Porco lifted the syringe, the new syringe filled with the new Titan serum. It was filled with the blue substance that came from the metal Titan. He didn't want to administer this to himself, but he had no choice. If he wanted to avenge Berthold and Marcel, then he had to. Porco turned the needle onto himself and injected the serum into his arm. The commanders and Zeke covered their eyes to the blinding blue lightning. Zeke saw that Matthew was squinting his eyes, but nothing else. Berthold seemed to gain consciousness and his vision focused to see a Titan forming in front of him. Berthold gasped in fear, realizing that he was about to die. He didn't get to say goodbye. He didn't get to say goodbye to Pike, Zeke, Porco, his parents, the 104th. Wait. He still had so much to say. Berthold noticed something out of the corner of his eye, behind the glass of the ceremony room. He saw in horror those eyes. Those same red eyes that tormented his friends in amusement. It couldn't be. Wait. Please. Stop. Berthold pleaded as the Titan formed completely. Berthold tried to pull out of his chains as the Titan took notice of him. It grabbed him and pulled him out of the chains, ripping off his arms and legs in the process. Berthold screamed in agony as the Titan moved to devour him. "Annie! Reiner!" Berthold screamed in horror before being devoured. The commanders watched with a grim expression as the Titan chewed on Berthold's body. Zeke had to look away from the sight, not wanting to see the person he grew fond of being eaten. When the Titan finished feasting off of Berthold, the Titan collapsed on the ground, and the form began to evaporate. As that happened, the scientists and the other commanders began to leave the safe room to enter the actual ceremonial room. When they entered the ceremonial room, Porco pulled himself out of the evaporating Titan form, taking large breaths as marks were left on his face. Porco opened his eyes to reveal the blue of the Energon. The blue veins began to spread throughout his entire body before receding into his spine. Megatron watched the commanders clap at the success of the ceremony before turning his attention upward to the arms and legs turning to dust in the chains they were left in. Megatron noted that Zeke was looking at him with contempt, but didn't bother with it. But what really caught his attention was Magath standing next to him, and the strange expression on Magath's face. Was he upset? You don't seem that surprised, Calvi remarked as he walked up to Megatron. It's not the worst thing I've seen, Megatron admitted. Really? Calvi questioned. But, from what I've seen, Megatron began, it seemed better to let him die. Calvi was surprised while Zeke felt himself get angry once again. Assist Porco, Calvi ordered the scientists. Megatron watched as Porco was helped to his feet before turning to Calvi. I'd like to turn in for the night. Calvi shrugged and excused Megatron for the night. Megatron turned to leave, passing Zeke as he glared at him. Paradise. Armin was present with the other Survey Corps members and Optimus in his hollow form about the harbor plan on the table. Yelena and 2 other restorationists were present, but Aaron wasn't in the room. Armin guessed it was a precautionary measure, but he wasn't sure. He couldn't deny that he was excited for this new invention, at least for the island. It probably wasn't a shock to Optimus, but for them, it was exciting. He also noted that Hanji and Levi weren't that shocked by the plans. Maybe because they say it earlier. By the way, Onyanko-pan, why is your skin so dark? Sasha asked with curiosity. Onyanko-pan smiled in response. Well, the one who created us must have thought, wouldn't it be interesting to have different types of people? The subject of Ymir that can turn into Titans are just as important. We all exist because he desired it. Who desired it? Armin asked. The one who gave the power of the Titans to Ymir. In other words, God, Onyanko-pan answered. Armin noted that Yelena was looking at Onyanko-pan with disappointment, causing the man to change his tune. The excitement he once had was gone, replaced with plain embarrassment. But, we're all free to believe and think what we want, Onyanko-pan stated. Armin then noticed Optimus' expression and blinked in response. Optimus' demeanor usually had the same stoic and authoritative figure, but his eyes were full of hope and disbelief. Was Optimus moved by Onyanko-pan's words? So when do we start construction? Jean asked. In about a week, Hanji answered, we have to bring supplies and workers. Perfect, Yelena smiled, this project will be a success. Later. Onyanko-pan placed the plans with all of the other tools provided by the restorationists. He wasn't sure if he was going to get in trouble with Yelena later on. She looked disappointed with him. Yelena has always been like that, but was he going to get into trouble for voicing his beliefs? Wasn't that what the restorationists stood for? Onyanko-pan, a deep voice spoke. Onyanko-pan tensed as he turned to see Optimus Prime in the fake form walking up to him. May I speak with you? Optimus asked him. Onyanko-pan swore to himself. Yelena stated that they weren't supposed to really speak with the Metal Titans. Maybe it was because their existence shattered her beliefs, or maybe it was because he couldn't be trusted. What did this Titan even want with him? Optimus noticed Onyanko-pan's tense expression and sighed. Apologies, I do not mean to scare you. I just wanted to have a small conversation. Conversation? Onyanko-pan hesitantly asked. Optimus nodded his head. About what? Onyanko-pan asked. About what you said earlier in regards to Sasha's question. I just wanted to say that I found your words to be rather profound, Optimus declared. The teen looked at Optimus in surprise before blinking and rubbing his eyes in disbelief, trying to process what the Titan said. An intelligent being from another world found his words to be profound? What? Which one? Onyanko-pan hesitantly asked. About a being greater than us wanting to create different people, Optimus elaborated. Oh! Onyanko-pan exclaimed, not expecting that response. Like I said, we're all free to think what we want. I am just agreeing with your statement, Optimus said, but it seems like Yelena may not agree with you. The teen sighed. Yelena has been through a lot. We all have. I can't blame her for not thinking the same way I do. I suppose, Optimus hummed in response, but I believe it to be a beautiful concept. I was aware that life existed outside of my world, but one never as complex as Earth or this one. We do not have a variety of animals or organic life, but worlds like these are full of it. And they coexist in an intricate balanced world. I am a being made of metal and you are a being made of carbon. And here we are, working together to create a better future. Onyankopon smiled brightly. I'm glad I'm not the only one who thinks this way. Optimus gave a small smile. It is reason like these that I fight for freedom and peace. Every sentient being has their own sense of free will. They should be allowed to act on it without anyone taking it away from them for reasons unjustified. What about the rest of the world? Onyankopon asked curiously. They do believe that the Eldians are devils. Should they be blamed for something their ancestors did? Or should they be judged by the actions committed now? Optimus asked back. They shouldn't, Onyankopon declared. Children are the future, and they shouldn't be taught the hatred of their parents in the past. The history, yes, but not to hate them. It doesn't solve anything. I am glad that I got to hear your words, Optimus said. Really? Onyankopon asked. I figured that a Titan beyond the stars wouldn't really care about what a human would have to say, especially considering the messed up stuff we've done. I have met many humans, both flawed and unpredictable in nature, but I have also seen goodness in them, Optimus proclaimed before looking up at the stars. I may be one of the few who believe in this reality, but I believe that this world can achieve peace. I believe in the possibility of a future where humanity can coexist in peace regardless if they are Marleyan or Eldian. Onyankopon was shocked by Optimus' words of wisdom. Optimus noted the expression and folded his hands behind his back. Many would tend to disagree with me, Optimus admitted. My associate thinks negatively of humanity as a whole, but we are all free to think what we believe. I agree with you, Onyankopon spoke. Onyankopon could see a strange expression in Optimus' eyes. Before Optimus could respond, they heard a strange noise from above. Optimus said something he couldn't understand before turning to Onyankopon. I have to meet with the Flying Titan, Optimus explained, but I do hope we can continue to have this conversation another time. Oh, of course, Onyankopon exclaimed, thank you. Optimus deactivated the hollow form, allowing Onyankopon to release a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. The restorationist placed a hand over his chest and smiled. Someone thought like him. He never really imagined it, but someone believed in his ideology, and wanted to continue having a conversation with him. Megatron transformed and landed on the ground near the campsite, causing the Marleyans to scream in fear. Megatron growled and rolled his eyes. Quiet! Megatron shouted at them, effectively getting the prisoners to keep their mouths shut. Well, that's one way to keep them quiet, a voice responded. Megatron turned to see Optimus walking up to him with Hanji and Levi on his shoulders. Maybe we should just keep you here to keep them quiet, Hanji smirked. I don't want to be near any of you, Megatron hissed. Ah, is Buckethead cranky? Hanji asked in a mocking tone. Megatron growled in response. What happened? Optimus demanded. Megatron rubbed his optics before looking at Hanji and Levi. Did you two have any relationship with Berthold Hoover? Hanji and Levi looked at each other in confusion. We didn't know him personally, Levi answered, we just knew that he was the Colossal Titan. What happened? Hanji asked in a serious tone. Megatron thought it over before looking over Optimus' shoulder to the humans at the campsite. Do you want the other Survey Corps members present? Hanji and Levi grew uneasy while Optimus' expression turned into one of slight dread. Later, Optimus kept watch on the entrance of the tent, watching for any prying eyes and listening ears. Meanwhile, the Survey Corps remained tense as Megatron crossed his arms. So, why did you want to talk to us? Connie asked with hesitation. I'll skip straight to the point, Megatron stated. Berthold Hoover is dead. Optimus shut his eyes at the news while the survey stared at Megatron in disbelief. That doesn't make any sense, Armin spoke, trying to process the situation. Berthold is supposed to have at least 6 more years. Turns out Dark Energon is a lot more volatile than anticipated, Megatron explained, because Marley doesn't know how to actually counteract it, it's been slowly killing him. I heard it corrupted him to the point where he actively attacked other humans. The power has been transferred over to Porco Galliard in some ritual similar to the one the Queen's father intended on doing. They also decided to use the Energon-based serum. Hanji swore in response. Do we know whether or not the Dark Energon has been transferred to Porco? That's uncertain at the moment, Megatron responded. The power still resides in Marley's hands, so it doesn't make much of a difference anyway. I'll be sure to keep an eye on the situation. Well, good riddance to that bastard, Jean declared. Jean. Sasha yelled at him. You know I'm right. Jean retorted. Brats, shut up, Levi ordered. We don't want anyone else hearing this information just yet. Did Berthold have any last words? Armin asked. Megatron looked Armin in the eyes and sighed. He called out for Lionheart and the Armored One. The Survey Corps looked uneasy and angry all at the same time. Thank you for telling us, Hanji replied. Megatron hummed in response before deactivating the hollow form. He's really dead, Mikasa breathed. Meanwhile, Eren just felt unsatisfied. Why didn't he feel satisfied? Berthold, the one responsible for destroying his home, his life, for killing his mother, for everything. Why did this leave such a sour taste in his mouth? Megatron dragged himself through the neutral ship in his bipedal mode before slumping onto the floor. He was tired. Tired of pretending to be a human. Tired of dealing with this whole situation. It was just a human anyway. He was just a pathetic human that he'd hurt in the past. But still. Annie. Reiner. Hearing that screaming. Hearing that human beg for his life. Seeing the broken expressions of the Survey Corps members. He shouldn't feel this way. Why was this bothering him so much? Is that guilt you're feeling? Unicron asked, over a human. Why do you care? Megatron demanded. So you're not even going to deny it anymore, Unicron said. He's dead, Megatron replied. What does it matter? He was a pathetic human, Unicron reminded, sent to destroy the island. Sent to destroy your precious Prime. You were already set on killing him when you first arrived. Megatron glared at Unicron as he stood up. I didn't know that my shot would slowly kill him. No, you did, Unicron retorted, you knew when the prophecy happened. Then you actually tried to kill an innocent human child. You can make the argument that it was collateral, but let's be honest, you would have tried to kill him some other time. And you enjoyed see the reaction of the Prime's disciples when they brought that parasite. This situation is no different. The Dark Energon inside of you killed that parasite. You should be happy. Now it should be harder to identify you when in Marley. Well, done. Enough. Megatron shouted. Unicron glared at him. I never thought that I would see someone as vile as you, feel remorse after all this time. Over an insignificant human. One that you barely knew. Megatron glared at Unicron as he chuckled. Seems that someone is becoming weak in his time on this twisted planet. I still hate humanity, Megatron swore, and that boy's death doesn't affect me. The only good thing about his death, is that you won't have a host to latch onto. I never needed him, Unicron declared, his power was insignificant compared to mine. You are more valuable to me than him. I will never be your slave again, Megatron growled. We shall see, Unicron proclaimed as he disappeared from Megatron's line of sight. Megatron slumped against the wall and didn't bother to get up. Exhaustion from the lack of sleep finally got the better of him and he passed out. Chapter 42, Grief. Megatron jolted awake to find himself in the same spot he fell asleep in the night before. He rubbed his optics before noticing a cube of Energon at his pedace. He picked it up, but didn't bother to open it. Megatron heard the sound of typing and followed the noise to the main hull of the ship. He found Optimus typing away on the computers, paying no mind to Megatron entering. Megatron rubbed his optics again as he walked up to the Prime. There is a berth on the ship, Optimus told him, you need to well rested for your mission. Pretending to be a human is always an irritating and draining process, regardless of how I recharge, Megatron retorted, but today is going to much more irritating. How so? Optimus questioned. I'm going to have to deal with the humans grieving over their fallen comrade, Megatron answered. Optimus finally turned to Megatron in confusion before realizing what he was talking about. Megatron was referring to the Eldians dealing with the loss of Berthold. I have no idea how their superiors would manipulate this information, Megatron continued, but I'm going to have to deal with said humans all day today and I don't want to deal with that. I would rather switch places with you and deal with the Survey Corps. Optimus leaned against the console. How so? You just have to deal with betrayal, Megatron answered, an enemy that betrayed the island that is now dead, and suffered in a rather gruesome way, I might add. Megatron, they still worked together for 3 years, Optimus reminded, that's not something that is easily forgotten. And what happened immediately after those 3 years? Megatron asked rhetorically, another attack by the Colossal Titan. Those years meant nothing. Get over it. Move on. It is not that simple, Optimus spoke. Megatron scoffed. Clearly you haven't dealt with betrayal that much, since all your precious Autobots followed your every whim. It's not like you would have simpler time dealing with grief, Optimus argued, nearly everyone under your command has betrayed you and disobeyed your orders. Well, someone has sparked today, Megatron smirked. Optimus didn't respond as he turned back to the monitor. You should head back to Marley. Megatron rolled his optics. We should have a discussion about what happens in the next 24 hours. Optimus glanced back. About what exactly? To see who fares better in our current situation, Megatron suggested. I am not making a childish deal with you, Optimus swore, this is a very delicate topic. It's not a deal, Megatron deadpanned, I'm fairly certain you can't express your concerns to the med scientist or the dwarf. Just go to Marley, Optimus ordered. Megatron shrugged in response and left the ship. Optimus tried to return to the monitor and continue typing, but Megatron's words weighed heavily on him. He was right, it was going to be difficult to process Berthold Hoover's death on both sides. Marley. Zeke looked outside the window to his office to see that the clouds were beginning to form. It looked like it was going to rain today. Zeke huffed in response. It was somehow fitting for today's mood. Zeke heard the door open to his office and glared at Matthew as he shut the door behind him. Zeke stomped over to him before slamming him into the door. Matthew looked down at Zeke in irritation before rolling his eyes. What now? Matthew demanded in his regular voice. Berthold died a horrible death because of you, Zeke declared, and you just looked bored. I'd figure my reaction would be fitting, Matthew stated, considering that everyone despises Eldians. That doesn't matter. Zeke nearly shouted, don't you feel anything for what you did? Do I feel something for my enemy? Matthew asked incredulously, I never feel anything for my enemy. They're trying to take my life, so I choose to fight back in kind. You. And this is rather hypocritical coming from someone like you, Matthew cut off, don't you feel something? Didn't you feel something when you turned your enemies on Paradis into Titans, something that is practically irreversible? Don't you feel guilty when you turn your own native Eldian people, your subject, into Titans for war? Not bothering to get their consent and doing it by force? Don't you feel guilty for selling out your parents and sending them to an eternal fate of wandering around as mindless beasts? Zeke let go of Matthew as he dusted himself off. I'm certain you try to justify your misdeeds as the good of all of Eldia, Matthew proclaimed with air quotes, but the key to this situation is that I'm not denying my actions. My actions killed the Colossal Titan, and his corpse will fall under the long list of others I have killed. Meanwhile, you think there is justification of stripping away the humanity of your comrades. You think you are doing this for a grand purpose. It literally means nothing. You don't know my life, Zeke declared. And you don't know mine, Matthew shot back, so don't bother me about a human. His life compared to mine, is what an ant's life is compared to yours. Zeke felt sick to his stomach as Matthew left the room. He couldn't believe Matthew thought like that. He was a child. And how dare the Titan accuse him of being heartless? He only turned those people into Titans in order to put them out of their misery. He was doing them a service, Matthew was making them suffer. Paradis. Optimus entered the tent in his hollow form to see Yelena sitting across from Hanji and Levi. Optimus, a pleasure, Yelena greeted. What is the purpose of this meeting? Optimus asked. Straight to the point, Yelena remarked, I understand that there's been a struggle with technological advancements. Even with your knowledge, I'm certain you don't have all the resources that you need. Levi quickly glanced over to see Optimus' unwavering expression. So, my recommendation would be work with the Marleyan scientists, Yelena insisted. They already have the knowledge, and the resources needed to create new weapons are already on the island. You already have them as your prisoner, Commander Hanji. We do, Hanji agreed, but I doubt that cooperation is going to be easy. It's not like they can say no, Yelena retorted. Besides, it would be a great opportunity to prove to them that you aren't devils to them. Hanji folded her hands and shut her eyes. We'll get back to you on that. Yelena was surprised at the answer, and a little irritated, but prevented herself from showing it. She stood up and bowed slightly before walking out of the tent, being escorted by 2 guards. Hanji sighed as she rocked in her chair. I really want to, but it's too early for that, Optimus declared. I do not know how everyone else is processing Berthold's death. Having some of them in such close proximity to the Merlians will no doubt create some tension. They could also know about the thing up north, Levi added. As long as we keep quiet about it, they won't know about it, Hanji declared, but this is important. I would strongly advise against this, Optimus advised. Give the Survey Corps more time to process the information. As Survey Corps members, we don't exactly have time to grieve over lost comrades, Hanji reminded. But none of them have dealt with the betrayal of a comrade, Optimus retorted. Hanji ran a hand through her hair. We test the waters. Bring in a few of them and maybe introduce them to the others. Just enough to not start a fight. Optimus sighed in response as Hanji stood up and walked out the tent. So how bad do you think this is going to get? Levi asked. I believe it will become severe, Optimus answered. Well, if you need me to kick someone's head in, let me know, Levi proclaimed as he walked out the tent. Optimus rubbed his optics when he was gone. He doubted that Megatron was doing better than him. Marley. Megatron had his arms crossed as he saw the warrior cadets fighting in the rain. He managed to find something called an umbrella, and has been using it to shield himself from the rain. Despite the rains on this world not having dangerous effects on him or the organic life, prolonged exposure to the water could lead to damaged effects on the hollow form. He decided to wear the human clothes so that there wouldn't be any glaring suspicions of strange blue light coming off of his cloak. Letting the humans fight themselves was also the better option instead of him getting wet, making the excuse to see what progress they've made. Megatron heard Gabby scream in anger as she pulled Falco and pushed his head into the dirt. Falco tried desperately to push her off, but his hands kept on slipping due to the mud. Zofia tried to pull Gabby off, but the girl continued to relent and kick Falco in his side. For Primus' sake, Megatron whispered to himself before walking over and grabbing Gabby by her collar. She responded by kicking Megatron in his stomach. Megatron barely registered it, but he was irritated at the prospect of getting mud and water on him. Disgusting organic filth. This ends now, Megatron declared in his other vernacular. No. Gabby exclaimed, I'm not finished yet. Megatron slung Gabby over his shoulder, causing her to kick and scream and get water and mud on his coat. Zofia helped Falco to his feet and get some of the mud off of him. We're going inside, Megatron ordered as they walked back over to the compound. Gabby kept on kicking and screaming while Zofia and Falco kept their heads down. When they got inside, Megatron found an empty room with many beds and kicked the door open. He threw Gabby to the floor before grabbing a towel from atop the cabinet drawer and throwing it at her face. What was that for? Gabby shouted. I can't have you beating a fellow warrior cadet, Megatron responded as he removed his jacket and placed it in the empty bin. The children could only stare at his scars as Megatron grabbed more towels and threw them to Falco and Zofia. Megatron then grabbed Falco and took a look at his face to see a bruise. Have this checked out, Megatron ordered. I'm not a nurse. Megatron then stood up and crossed his arms. Now explain why you want to pummel your friend into the ground. None of your business, Gabby grumbled. Then I'll make a guess, it's because of Berthold's death, Megatron replied. How did you know? Gabby stuttered. I was invited to see such an honorary ritual, Megatron answered as he raised his fingers for air quotes. It is an honorary ritual. Gabby shouted. Then why are you upset? Megatron demanded. You'll all die within 13 years anyway once you get the power of the Titans. Why should it upset you that he died? It was bound to happen eventually anyway. Megatron noticed the hurt expressions on their faces and rolled his eyes. What else do you want me to say? Gabby had tears forming in her eyes before she bolted out of the room, Zofia following close behind. That was mean, Falco told Megatron. It's the truth, Megatron retorted. That doesn't make it right. Falco shouted before quickly covering his mouth. Then tell me what is right, Megatron demanded. There is no right or wrong in this situation, Falco whispered. We're supposed to accept the honor of becoming a Titan shifter. No questions asked. We can't be upset about it. We can't grieve about it. We're Eldians, we don't deserve that right. Megatron watched Falco walk out of the room, noting that he left the towel behind. Megatron picked it up and placed it in the bin where his now dirty jacket was. This was going to be a long day. Paradise. Armin and Mikasa eyed the Merlians in chains with caution. The two of them were brought in to attend to the needs of the Merlians, to try and make them more comfortable to their situation. But they had to expect refusal of cooperation from them. They were going to spit and curse in their face, and they were the only ones with cool enough heads to actually try. One of them glared at them before spitting at their feet. Devil scum! Mikasa took a deep breath while Armin looked away. Neither of them wanted to deal with this situation. They just wanted time to properly process Berthold's death. They were only told it last night. You two ready? Hanji asked. We have to try. Armin and Mikasa nodded their heads. They just wanted to get this over with. Marley. Megatron began reading through the book on Marleyan laws once more, wanting to know more information about end-of-life treatment and care for the Eldians, and reading this brought back some rather unpleasant memories. Eldians are not allowed the rights to a burial service, or a tombstone. Once an Eldian has died, their bodies will be discarded accordingly, either fed to a Titan, or experimented on for further research purposes. In addition, any belongings to the deceased Eldian will be disposed of if not claimed by the Eldian's relative. Megatron shut the book in anger. This was bringing back rather unpleasant memories of the mines. Megatron stopped in his tracks when he heard muffled crying from behind a closed door. Megatron slowly opened it to see Pike on the ground of the room, holding a red armband in her hands. Not wanting to disturb her, he went to slowly close the door, but he internally swore when it suddenly creaked. Pike stiffened and lifted her head in fear to see him there. Pike quickly wiped away her tears, ready to come up with a justification. Look, I'm not going to say anything, Megatron swore, I'm just going to go. Wait, Pike stuttered, reaching out for Megatron. I know that it's low of me to ask, but since you don't care about humanity as a whole, could you stay and watch the door? Megatron raised an eyebrow at that. You know how I feel. Why would I do that? Because, deep down, you're a good person, Pike proclaimed. Megatron did see this as an opportunity to see the Titan Shifter's weaknesses, at least mentally. Megatron shut the door and locked it before sitting down next to Pike. I'm not a good person, Megatron told her. You could have told someone I was here crying, Pike retorted as she let the tears fall again. Ratting you out doesn't benefit me in the long run, Megatron declared, but keeping her alive for the time being did. Pike laughed as she held the armband to her chest. Did that belong to Berthold? Megatron asked. Pike nodded her head. He wore it when he came back from Paradise, but he's been in the research lab for such a long time. I guess they didn't care about the Eldian protocol. Shouldn't that go to his parents? Megatron asked. His original went to his parents, Pike explained. I was going to give this to Reiner, but he hasn't been able to talk to any of us as of late. Pike began trembling. I know that my wish is futile, but I only wished that they all got to live to their full term. Marcel is gone, Berthold is gone. Megatron didn't know what to do. He couldn't just say what he said to the kids. It wasn't exactly going to blow over with someone that was actively grieving in front of him. Megatron placed a hand on Pike's head. I can only stay for about 30 more minutes. Thank you, Pike whispered. Megatron grew stiff when Pike placed her hand on top of his own. "Your hands are cold," Pike commented. "Well, I was out in the rain," Megatron reasoned, "of course my hands would be cold." Pike continued crying, and Megatron swore to himself about putting himself in this situation. But if he ever did fight her, he could use the death of Berthold to aggravate her. Reiner felt numb, listening to the Commander Magath yelling at him for his outburst the other day. "Do you have any idea how much trouble you could have been in?" Magath demanded. "Your outburst and insistency to stop the ritual could have cost you the power of the Titans. You would have been fed to someone else because of your incompetency. I just wanted to save Berthold." "Berthold was a dead man already," Magath shouted. "There was no way we could even keep him alive even if we made reason to keep Berthold alive." Reiner didn't respond to that. "The only reason you are still alive is because I was the highest authority present in the room and there is a war going on," Magath told him. "If Calvi was there you would have been severely punished. You're already on thin ice because of the failure of Paradis. Do not do something that stupid again." Reiner meekly nodded his head. "Yes, sir." Magath turned and walked away from Reiner. Reiner wanted to just swallow himself in his shame and sorrow and disappear. Reiner was about to leave, but grew stiff when Porco shoved past him. Reiner gasped as he saw the blue in Porco's eyes, albeit faint, and the veins in his skin. Porco glared at Reiner in response to his dumbfounded expression. "What?" Porco demanded. I, Reiner stuttered. "Stop looking at me with that stupid expression," Porco cut off. "If it wasn't for you, Berthold and Marcel would still be alive." Reiner hung his head. "I know." Porco walked past Reiner to follow Commander Magath, and Reiner was this close to collapsing on the ground and bursting into tears. Paradis. Optimus dodged Aaron's punch before attempting to kick him in the face. Aaron managed to dodge it before charging at him in anger. Optimus maneuvered behind Aaron and twisted his arm behind his back. Aaron head-butted Optimus with the back of his head, causing the Prime to let go of him. Aaron then tried to swing his arm at Optimus, but he dodged and kicked Aaron square in the face. Aaron quickly regenerated his face before tackling Optimus to the ground. He tried to pin him down, but Optimus grabbed his face and pushed him to the dirt. "Get off!" Aaron grunted. "You have to make me," Optimus ordered. Aaron growled as he felt the energon go through him. He bit Optimus' finger, causing the Prime to let go. He decked Optimus in the face again, and tried to pin him down. "Aaron, enough!" Optimus exclaimed. "Make me!" Aaron shouted. "Aaron, you cannot strain yourself," Optimus told him as he grabbed both of his arms and looked him in the eyes. "We'll continue in 5 minutes, you need to calm down." "No," Aaron hissed as he pulled his arms from Optimus' grip, "they won't stop. Marley won't stop. All they see us as are demons. They won't stop until they kill us all." "Your anger is getting the better of you," Optimus retorted. "Don't talk to me about anger," Aaron shot back at him. "I understand you are upset about recent events, but this will only inhibit your progress," Optimus reasoned. "What's the point of making this progress if I'm just going to die in 7 years or less?" Aaron demanded, just like Berthold. Optimus felt the sting of guilt and stood up. He tried to reach out for Aaron, but he swatted his hand away. "I'm done for today," Aaron proclaimed. "I'm going to help out the others, and make sure Armin and Mikasa are okay." Optimus retracted his hand as Aaron grabbed his horse and rode back to the military campsite. He deactivated the hollow form before deciding to drive to the neutral ship. He really didn't know how to handle this situation. Zeke tried to keep himself occupied with work, to finish the papers that were on his death. But Berthold's death had weighed his heart down for some time. He wanted Berthold's suffering to end. He wanted all the Eldians' suffering to end, but seeing him die like that, it filled him with sorrow. Zeke turned his attention to Matthew, who was sitting by the window watching the rain fall. Part of him hated how the Titan didn't care, another part of him recognized that the Titan wouldn't care about his enemy. Zeke noticed that Matthew hasn't taken his eyes off the rain. Not once. He kept on watching the pitter-patter of the rain from his office window, ignoring the papers within his hand. His eyes drifted to humans outside the compound using umbrellas and others trying to gain shelter from the rain. It was almost as if he has never seen rain. A titan from beyond the stars never seeing water fall from the sky. It was so strange. Tell me something, Matthew finally spoke, does rain here hurt the humans? Zeke raised an eyebrow at him. Hurt humans? It's a simple yes or no question, Matthew proclaimed. For me it's a strange one, Zeke retorted. Because you're used to it, and know how it works, Matthew reminded. Zeke blinked in response. The Titan admitted his knowledge was limited. I mean, besides getting wet, rain is pretty harmless, Zeke explained. People get wet, but you can get a towel to remove it. Matthew hummed in response and muttered something Zeke wasn't able to pick up. Do you have rain on your world? Zeke asked curiously. Rarely, Matthew answered. There had never been weather cycles so violent on Cybertron, and any type of weather change was extremely violent and dangerous to the denizens. Chemical compounds in acid rain burns off the metals of Cybertronians that they have to go to a medic to get repairs. I had no idea, Zeke said. Megatron opened the window, allowing the wind and rain inside the room. He placed his hand out and tensed a little at the cold contact of the droplets hitting the hollow form. It was such an odd feeling, seeing this from the perspective of a human. Megatron's gaze turned to someone dragging himself through the rain through the compound. Megatron recognized that it was the armored Titan. His feet dragged through the wet ground and the water. He couldn't tell if he was shedding lubricant or if it was from the rain. Megatron shut the window and stood up. I'm going back to my quarters. Megatron left the room before Zeke could say anything. When he reached his room, he grabbed the spare umbrella before making his way outside of the compound. Megatron opened the umbrella and placed it over his head, tailing Reiner from a safe distance. For a while, Reiner's destination seemed aimless, and Megatron was going to call it a quits and not confront him. Megatron then saw the training grounds in front of Reiner, something of a shooting range from the looks of it. The targets were wood instead of the traditional target, or even a moving holographic person. Megatron watched Reiner just stand there for a few minutes. Reiner was in a vulnerable state. He could use that to his advantage and try to get secrets out of him. But it was just timing that mattered at the moment. Megatron looked out of the corner of his eye to see his younger self staring at him with disappointment in his optics. The rain not even bothering to wash away the energon staining his armor. What? Megatron hissed in a low voice. His younger self didn't say anything as he disappeared from his line of sight. Megatron sighed before finally walking over to Reiner. He looked up at the umbrella before holding his hand out once more to feel the rain. It was too heavy a downpour. Megatron stood next to Reiner, covering him with the umbrella. Megatron noticed Reiner tensing at the lack of contact from the rain. His head slightly turned to Megatron, and Megatron could see the sheer terror in his eyes. His tears mixed with the water on his face. You should be inside, Megatron commented, you'll get sick. Megatron noticed that Reiner's terror was slowly turning into confusion. Look, I get that you're grieving, but outside is not really a great place to do it, Megatron explained. I've read Marleyan law. Reiner slowly turned back to the shooting range, glancing back at Megatron with caution. Here, Berthold always got his mark. He could always shoot the target, while I always missed. Megatron didn't say anything as Reiner's guard went down. Annie was good at fighting. Pike was intelligent. Marcel was a natural leader. Me, I was nothing, Reiner said, raising his arms to hug himself. I was just a weak kid who could only kiss ass to my superiors. I just wanted to save the world, but... Reiner sobbed. I killed my friends instead. I should have turned back. Reiner fell to his knees and continued sobbing, not caring if Megatron was there anymore. Meanwhile, Megatron didn't say anything. He was the killer. He ended Berthold's life. How would Marley spin this in their favor? Would they pin it on him and use Berthold as a martyr to rally their broken spirits? Would have done something like that? Dreadwing, stand down. This desecrator must pay for his actions. I said stand down. That is an order. One which I cannot follow. He manipulated Dreadwing. He used the death of Skyquake to keep his loyalty in check. Once he had no control over him, once he knew the truth, he disposed of the other twin. What difference did that make between him and Marley? Megatron shook his head. No. They were insignificant humans. He would not stoop this low and compare himself to these pathetic creatures. Why tell me this anyway? Megatron asked. I'm not an Eldian. Reiner didn't respond for a moment. I'm probably going to die anyway. Berthold should be alive, not me. I don't deserve to live. You think I'm going to tell your superiors? Megatron spoke. Reiner didn't respond, confirming Megatron's suspicions. Megatron grabbed Reiner's arm and pulled him to his feet. I'm taking you back to the internment zone, Megatron declared. Why? Reiner stuttered. Because your death does not benefit me, Megatron answered. Stay under the umbrella. Reiner did as he was told as the two of them walked away from the shooting range and out of the military compound. As they walked to the internment zone, very few people looked their way, probably because they cared more about getting out of the rain. The two arrived a few feet away from the gate, and Megatron looked up to see the large wall that surrounded the entirety of the internment zone. He turned to Reiner before handing him the umbrella. Reiner looked at him like he was insane, causing Megatron to roll his eyes. Just take it, Megatron practically ordered. Reiner slowly reached out his hand before taking the umbrella from him. Megatron was already irritated at the rain hitting his entire body, but he simply waved goodbye and headed back to the compound. Megatron tried to find places of shade as he made his way back to the compound. Why did he do that? Why did he show an act of kindness? He had no reason to give the umbrella, but he did. Megatron looked up at the pouring sky. His actual form was above the clouds, so he couldn't feel the rain on his armor. But the sensation of feeling rain in this form was so strange. Despite his misgivings about Earth and this world, he supposed that rain was the one thing he could appreciate. At least his armor wasn't being eaten away by the acid rain. Eren, Jean, Connie, and Sasha were moving some supplies around when they ran into Armin and Mikasa, both looking exhausted and worse for wear. Eren quickly rushed over to them, forgetting the items he was holding in his hands. What happened? Eren demanded. We were helping out Hanji, Mikasa answered. It's been tiring. Yeah, Hanji can be pretty draining, Jean agreed. It wasn't Hanji, Armin admitted. Eren grew angry at Armin's proclamation. What did they do? The usual insults, Armin declared, but it's not something I haven't heard before. That doesn't make it right. Eren exclaimed. Eren looked behind the two of them to see the Marleyan engineer being escorted away. When he noticed Armin's look of defeat and Mikasa's look of disdain, he moved past them to confront them. Eren! Armin called out, but Eren quickly grabbed one of them by the shoulders and spun them around to look at him. Apologize, Eren ordered. Jaeger, enough, an escort shouted. Why should I apologize to an Eldian devil, the Marleyan demanded. They were being nice to you all day. Eren shot back. And you think we care, another shouted, you're just Eldian filth. Trying to trick us and prey on our weakness. We don't have to play nice. We can just treat you like dirt. See how you like it. Jean shouted. Devils always resorting to violence, the first Marleyan stated, the world was destroyed by your ancestors. It only logical you would do the same. Apologize. Eren ordered. I will never apologize to a weak devil, the second shouted. We are not weak. Sasha shouted. Without those metal titans, you'd be nothing, the first shouted. You're lucky that beast is nothing more than a lifeless husk who follows the whim of his deviled masters. Eren let the energon flow through his arms and grabbed the man by his shirt. Take that back, Eren hissed. The Marleyan spit in Eren's face in retaliation. Eren was about to throw the first swing, but a shot rang out through the air. Everyone turned to see Levi holding a pistol in his air that was directed towards the sky. Optimus stood next to him in his hollow form with one of the escorts right behind him. What the fucking hell are you all doing? Levi demanded in an ominous tone. Everyone was tense with fear, and didn't want to respond. Optimus placed a hand on Levi's shoulder, causing him to lower the gun. The Titan walked forward and looked over at Eren. Eren saw the stern and disappointed expression on his face, and let go of the Marleyan in guilt and shame, wiping the spit off of his face. Optimus turned to the Marleyans. Every single Marleyan is here as a courtesy, not as punishment. I do not care that you insult me and my intelligence, but I will not tolerate the disrespect you have been inflicting on my comrades. They start. I do not care who started it, Optimus shut down, we have treated you with civility up until this point. Nothing like the stories you have been told by your country. We did not harm you, we did not kill you. The one who did was a soldier under your command. The Merlians were conflicted, but Optimus continued. This will be your only warning. If there is any more infighting within the camp, I will personally transport every single Marleyan here to the innermost walls. Do I make myself clear? The Merlians meekly nodded their head. Levi told the escorts to take them away. When they were at a far enough distance, Optimus turned to the Survey Corps in disappointment. I expected more out of all of you, Optimus began. They started it. Gene exclaimed, they were treating Armin and Mikasa with hatred all day while they were being nice to them. Every single Marleyan here has been told from their youth the Eldians are demons and devils who want to destroy the world, Optimus reminded, they are not going to change their opinion. Aggravation and infighting will only lead to their beliefs being solidified. We didn't do anything to them. Connie shouted. That is not the main issue, Optimus proclaimed, we are here to make allies, not enemies. They insult you, Eren hissed, they treat you and all of us like we're nothing. That's not fair. We didn't do any of the stuff they're talking about. We didn't know they existed. And you're always fighting for the rights of others. Even if the stuff about us is true, you don't deserve any of that. Optimus sighed in response. It wasn't that long ago that you all saw me the way the Merlians did. Wait. Armin had a near panic attack when I saved him the day I arrived here, Optimus interrupted, you and Mikasa have attacked me with the intent of ending my life more than once. Eren looked down in shame while Mikasa rubbed her arm. Sasha has expressed hostility towards me more than once. Everyone else has looked at me with fear. I am fairly certain that Captain Levi hated me for a certain amount of time, Optimus continued. Captain! Connie exclaimed. It was more distrust than hatred, Levi corrected, part of me was irritated at the way you talk. The only one who has expressed a positive reaction towards me is Commander Hanji, but it was only for experimentation, not because she personally knew me, Optimus finished, we are all anomalies to them. We do not conform to their beliefs and they are lashing out in anger as a response. We cannot control how they react, but we can control how to respond. One being to not start infighting. The Survey Corps nodded their heads in response. I understand that these past months have been a hard adjustment, Optimus said, and learning about Berthold's death may have. We're glad that Berthold is dead, Jean interrupted. They were still our friends, Sasha retorted. And how well did they sleep at night next to us, knowing what they did? Jean demanded. Enough, brats, Levi ordered, go to your tents, now. This isn't the time to talk about this. The Survey Corps wanted to retort, but they knew they couldn't disrespect their superior officer. They relented and went back to their tents. They do not deserve this, Optimus proclaimed in a solemn voice, none of you do. It's not their fault, Levi retorted, the world just keeps getting bigger. It used to be a just cause. Now what the hell are we fighting for? Levi could see the guilt on Optimus' face. I'll make sure the kids don't do anything stupid, Levi reassured, if you want to, head back to the ship. Are you certain? Optimus asked. Nothing a good kick can't fix, Levi answered. Please do not be harsh with them, Optimus requested before deactivating the hollow form. Later. Megatron dragged himself through the ship, wanting to get some energon and rest in his bipedal mode. He saw Optimus in one of the room, sitting down and drinking from an energon cube with a tired expression. Megatron walked over and saw that there was a spare cube across from Optimus. He sat down and took a sip. What I would do for high grade right now, Megatron remarked. Your day was eventful as well, Optimus concluded. As well? Megatron questioned, what happened on your end? There was near infighting, Optimus responded, what about you? Constant grieving over the colossal titan, Megatron answered, mostly in private. Eldians aren't allowed to bury their own. They're either fed to titans or used for experimentation. That is awful. Optimus was appalled. Well, there's not much that they can do, Megatron reminded, the world sees them as demons, so they will be treated like demons. That still makes no logical sense, Optimus retorted. If the Merlians wish to gain the loyalty of the Eldians, why not give them the right to bury their own? Grisha's journal stated the concept of an honorary Marlian. Berthold is supposed to be considered one. This is an oppressive regime, Megatron proclaimed. They're not going to care about their slaves, especially when they can just be used as cannon fodder. That still does not make it right, Optimus declared. Was the infighting caused by the Merlians? Megatron asked. That end, I feel as though Berthold's death may have placed the team's morale at a tipping point, Optimus proclaimed. Their world used to be so small, and it is changing at a fast and rather alarming rate. This island is aware of our existence, Megatron reminded. But our world itself was still far away to them, Optimus retorted. They thought this world would be theirs to claim, but it is occupied by others that want us gone. Megatron was quiet as he drank some more of his energon. Well, a start would be to just forget about the Colossal One. It is not that simple, Optimus retorted. He was a traitor. He was their friend. Who was responsible for the death of over 300,000 humans in a single day? Megatron shot back, an impressive feat, but one that happened. Berthold didn't know that the people of Paradise weren't demons, Optimus retorted. And even when he knew the truth, another attack, Megatron reminded, and let's say, hypothetically, the human did decide to change his mind and switch allegiances. His allies would be eaten by the next set of warriors, and his family and friends would have been turned into titans to be shipped off for the next war. They were children, Optimus stated. And they chose this path, despite how limited their options were, Megatron declared. The Survey Corps don't have to feel bad for a traitor who murdered their own to stay alive. I suppose everyone betraying you has led to your insensitivity of the situation, Optimus proclaimed. Don't forget, you were one of them, Megatron reminded. Optimus glared at Megatron in response. Besides, it does no favors for me, being in an environment where everyone is grieving for the Colossal One, Megatron stated. I'm the one that led to his death. I can't exactly grieve for someone that is my enemy. Megatron chuckled at the thought. I can't imagine someone grieving over their enemy. Optimus kept his gaze to the energon in his hand. I did. Megatron tried to process the thought before abruptly turning to Optimus. What? Over who? Optimus looked up at Megatron, and that was all the answer he needed. You should have been elated that I was killed, Megatron proclaimed in a neutral voice. I was relieved that you could no longer harm anyone again, Optimus admitted, but you were still someone I considered friend. That died a long time ago, Megatron said with warning in his voice. I know. You chose your path and I chose mine, Optimus agreed, but it allowed me accept that it happened, so I could move forward. Megatron threw the empty cube in response. What foolish nonsense. Optimus watched Megatron leave the room before finishing his energon. He was tired and he wanted nothing more than to rest, but he still had work to do. Optimus turned his attention to the monitor. The only thing that would really be useful from this ship is the walls and broken parts. They couldn't fly the ship, or access any of the other tools. He worried how long it would take to get the tools needed. And the 104th, they were still trying to adapt to this new world, but Berthold's death has become a tipping point for them. He needed to confront them all about this in the morning. He needed to try and help them move on. Meanwhile, Megatron found his way to the berth and lied down on it. Moving forward? How preposterous. He was certain his own men didn't grieve over his death. Starscream was certainly for face, but he didn't waste any time taking his position to lead the Decepticons. So why would his mortal enemy grieve over someone who destroyed worlds? Megatron sighed as he placed his arm over his optics, remembering the sad and heartbroken faces of those children. He hated being on this world. Morning. Hanji saw the tired expressions of her subordinates as they mindlessly ate Nicolo's cooking, actually irritating the chef. I cook for you devils. The least you can do is enjoy it, Nicolo hissed. We appreciate it, Hanji reassured him as he walked up to him. It's been a rough couple of days for them. Nicolo rolled his eyes in response, but Hanji had a gut feeling that he understood. He just didn't want to admit it. Hanji heard an engine noise before turning to see Optimus drive in his alt mode before activating his hollow form. "How are they?" Optimus whispered. "About as well as you could imagine," Hanji responded in a quiet tone. "Guess part of this is my fault. I was taking a risk and it ended up backfiring in my face." Optimus nodded his head in response. "May I talk to them?" "In private?" Hanji thought it over. "They do have some stuff to do today. We have to try to be ahead of schedule." "I believe that this is something that would help," Optimus said. "How long will this take?" Hanji asked. "I am not certain," Optimus admitted. Hanji looked back at their sullen expressions. "Be quick about it, if you can." "Thank you," Optimus told her before walking over to the Survey Corps members. Everyone noticed Optimus, but wanted to keep their heads down. "I wish to have a meeting with all of you," Optimus requested. The Prime saw their worried expression. "No one is in trouble, but this is something that needs to be addressed. We will discuss this after you have finished your meals." "Yes sir," they meekly said. Optimus deactivated the hollow form and drove away from them. Hanji could see the dread on their faces and felt pity. They really didn't want to be left alone with him. "Seems devils also fear something," Nicolo noticed their expressions. Hanji turned to the chef. "Optimus isn't like that. He values human life. Regardless of who you are and where you're from. He isn't the lifeless husk or monster you think he is." Nicolo didn't respond to that as Hanji grabbed some food and waved goodbye. Calvi was going over some of the data in regards to Porco's health in his office when Matthew walked in. "Here to break my door again," Calvi demanded in irritation. Calvi noticed a rather somber expression on the man's face as he crossed his arms. "I'm here to make a bargain," Matthew began. The Survey Corps followed Optimus to an open field, completely void of any humans or animals. They tied their horses to some rocks and plants while Optimus activated his hollow form once more. He sat down in front of his alt mode and gestured for them to sit down. They sat in a circle, Armin and Aaron sitting next to Optimus, Mikasa and Jean sitting next to the two, and Connie and Sasha on the far end of the circle. "I understand that these past couple of months has been difficult for all of you," Optimus began. "It has been a very sudden and unexpected change, and I am aware that Berthold's death may have caused more conflicting emotions in all of you. So, what we will do now is discuss the situation together, and confront these conflicting emotions." "We're not going to be in trouble?" Connie asked. "No," Optimus answered. "Here, you will be allowed to freely express your emotions. Your sorrow, your doubts, your fears. There will be no repercussions to what happens in this moment. I give you my word." There was still silence, everyone still uncertain about letting go and venting their frustration in front of the stoic Titan. Optimus wasn't sure how any of them would respond, or even if they would respond. The first to react was Connie. "Those bastards!" Connie shouted, "I hate them so much." "Connie, they were our friends," Sasha retorted. "Our friends killed our comrades." Connie shouted, "Our friends most likely killed Marco. My family was turned into Titans. My siblings. My dad. The only one that is still alive is my mom, who's still a Titan. She's motionless in the destroyed ruins of my hometown. The only way to turn her back into a human is to feed her another human. And that gets her what? 13 years at best. They were not our friends. They were never our friends." Sasha looked down in shame, still feeling conflicted at the thought. Just what?" Connie demanded as tears were beginning to form. "Tell me, Sasha. Just what?" "It's not just them," Sasha retorted, "they were prisoners too. They were lied to in Marley. Told that we were demons. They didn't know." "That doesn't matter," Jean hissed, "they still attacked us. They still killed us. Even though we're the same as them. What did we do wrong? Who gave them the right to decide whether we should live or die? Who gave them that right?" There was silence as Jean covered his face, not wanting his friends to see his tears. "We were supposed to live and survive," Connie whispered. "We were supposed to survive the Titans together. Grow old and laugh about our battles over drinks. Connie shut his eyes and lightly hit his head on his fist. What a lie that was. Those promises were nothing but empty. I'm sorry, Mikasa apologized. Jean raised his face from his hands and turned to Mikasa. Why could you be sorry? I had the chance to kill Reiner and Berthold when they revealed their identities, Mikasa explained. I hesitated, and didn't cut their heads off. In the grand scheme of things, it wouldn't have ended the actual powers of the Colossal and Armored Titan, but it would have bought us more time to actually proceed with what we know now. I must apologize as well, Optimus confessed. Everyone turned to Optimus in shock. I did not have the same connection you all had with Reiner and Berthold, Optimus explained, but I did not want to raise my weapons against children. As a result, I had hesitation in my attacks against them. I am not like Megatron. How could I raise my weapon against life I swore to protect? The Survey Corps didn't know what to say at Optimus' proclamation. They didn't even know how to feel in that moment. Do you think, Armin whispered. Do you think what? Connie demanded. Do you think, that if we talked to them, that they could have been a better solution? Armin asked, that we wouldn't have had to fight each other. God damn it, Armin, Jean hissed, you can't be serious. Somewhere, I know, Armin continued, they must have cared for us somehow. Annie didn't kill me when I first saw her as the female Titan. And then she caused destruction when she tried to escape. Jean shot back, Optimus already offered her a chance to switch sides. She made her choice, clearly. We're not demons, Armin retorted, they saw who we are. They saw that we were just normal people. Who they decided to kill. So we don't try. What does it matter? Jean shouted, Marco's dead because of them. Jean quickly shut his mouth as his tears threatened to fall. It doesn't matter what they think, Eren finally spoke, causing everyone to turn to him. What Reiner and Annie think or believe doesn't matter, Eren continued, the world sees us all the same way. They see us as devils, and monsters, for something we didn't do. I thought that outside the walls would be freedom, but it's all the same bullshit we have here. Freedom doesn't exist for us. If we try, we're turned into titans, or fed to dogs, or locked away forever. Reiner and Annie want to be part of that because they decided to hate us. Eren, how would you know that? Mikasa asked. Eren turned to Optimus, who didn't say anything and merely gestured to the group. I've been seeing my dad's memories, Eren confessed. What? Armin questioned in surprise, when? When we found the notebooks, Eren answered, having access to them allowed me to unlock my father's memories. All I see is the hate and discrimination, no light at the end of the tunnel. Just. Eren saw the memory of the colossal titans stomping the earth. Just, devastation. Connie laughed despondently. So there's no point to any of this. That's just great. Does that mean we shouldn't bother at all? Sasha asked with sadness. That does not mean we should not try, Optimus told them. Easy for you to say. Jean shot at the Prime. Hey, Eren growled as he let the energon flow through his veins. Optimus placed a hand in front of Eren to prevent him from attacking Jean. There is no repercussion from what is spoken today. You're the one that fights for good. Jean exclaimed, you had a pretty narrow and simple goal, stopping Megaton from destroying life. The world sees us as the enemy, the one that wants to destroy all life on this world. Doesn't helping us go against everything you ever believe in. You shouldn't be here. You should be helping Marley, not us. I will not lie to you, Optimus began, learning the truth about this world has been rather difficult, but I will not leave the island or any of you. You are human, and good people. You do not deserve suffering for what your ancestors have caused. You don't get it. Jean emphasized as he stood up, our best option right now if everything else fails, is to use the rumbling. Something that could wipe out humanity. That cannot be our only option at survival. We can't just kill everyone. We were supposed to save humanity. Jean exhaled in anger as he sat back down. Mikasa, meanwhile, wrapped her scarf tighter around her neck. I thought, that if we got Shiganshina back, we could go back to the way things were, Mikasa confessed, we lost everything that day, and I thought that if we got it back, we could have some piece of our old lives. Mikasa quietly whimpered. But, it's gotten so much worse. We can't ever go back to the way things were. We lost so much. But not everything, Optimus proclaimed. Optimus, is there any way to make it out of this alive? Armin asked, is there any way that we can survive this? Optimus saw everyone turn their attention to him, concerned, frightened, and scared. They were all just frightened children, looking up to the only adult with enough experience. The Prime took a deep breath. I wish I had a positive answer. Colt, Zofia, Gabby, and Falco waited for Matthew to train them, trying to keep their emotions bottled up and saving face. They became confused when Matthew walked past them, holding a rake and shovel in one hand, a dagger in the other, and the wood used for target practice under his arm. I wish I could give you all a solid answer about our chances at survival. The four were confused and quickly followed close behind Matthew. Zeke saw the items in his hands through his office and bolted out the room to confront him. I wish that we could go back to those simpler times, where our only goal was to fight against the Titans for humanity's freedom. Pike and Reiner followed Zeke as they saw him dash out the compound. Matthew stopped in front of a tree, placing the other items down except for the rake. I wish I could lie to you all and say that we will make it out of this, but I am not certain. Matthew began to rake away some of the leaves and stones away as the four warrior cadets watched. Zeke, Pike, and Reiner arrived, clearly confused at what he was trying to do. I am uncertain of the future that lies ahead. I am uncertain if the island will be able to survive by the end of this. I am uncertain if there is a chance of peace for all of us. When Matthew was done, he set the rake down and grabbed the shovel. The world we believed in was one that never existed for us. It is one occupied by others. Others who have their own hopes and dreams, others who believe that they are the heroes of the story, and others who merely want to achieve their selfish desires. Matthew dug a small hole in the ground before grabbing the wood and sticking it in the hole. He placed some of the dirt back and patted it down in order to keep the wood in a secure position. The world believes that our destruction would mean peace for everyone, that the Eldians deserve to die for what they have done. That is unjustified and unfair. There is no guarantee that we will survive. Matthew grabbed the dagger and kneeled down, blocking the view of the wood from everyone. But that does not mean we should not try. We must try to fight for another day. A day where the island will truly be able to obtain freedom. We must try to strive for that hope for a better tomorrow, or else everything we worked for will be for nothing. When Matthew stood up and revealed the wood, they were all shocked to find the Eldian symbol, large and at the center, carved in by Matthew's blade. We must keep moving forward, no matter where our path leads. What is this? Pike asked. Matthew threw the blade to Pike in response. You're given 24 hours before this is torn down. No more, no less. Is this for Berthold? Colt asked with hesitation. Matthew didn't respond as he picked up the rake and the shovel. Don't expect something like this from me ever again. Matthew walked away from them, not before shoving the tools at Zeke. Zeke was about to yell at him, but stopped when he heard sniffling. He turned to see Pike letting her tears fall and Reiner covering his eyes with his arm. They walked up to the makeshift tombstone and kneeled down, grieving together. The others joined in, overwhelmed by their own grief and sorrow. Zeke felt that twinge of guilt in him and decided to keep guard, in the event someone came by. Calvi watched from the window of his office as Matthew walked towards the compound. He never thought that bastard would be daring enough to sacrifice his free will, just so Eldians could grieve for a day. Well, Calvi did benefit from this, 3 months' worth of orders and tasks without any form of complaint or threat. He would make the most out of it. Connie looked at the Prime. Do we have to forgive Berthold for what he did? Because of his circumstance? Optimus shook his head. No. The Survey Corps looked at Optimus in surprise. You are under no obligation to forgive Berthold Hoover for the crimes he has committed against you, and the wrongs and misdeeds that he has done, Optimus answered. Those are crimes that can never be atoned for so easily. You are, however, allowed to grieve. You are allowed to grieve for the one you once called friends, or the lives of the people he has taken. That does not make you weak, or a traitor of your own people. It only makes you all the more human. The Survey Corps were surprised at the words. Was this validation? Validation for their emotions? Everyone heard a quiet gasp of someone trying to hold their breath. They all turned and were surprised to see Mikasa beginning to cry as she buried her face in her scarf. She began to hiccup as she covered her eyes. "I'm so sorry," Mikasa apologized, "I'm so sorry." "Mikasa," Sasha stared with a sad expression. I want my mom," Connie spoke as he covered his eye and his own tears began to fall. "Mom." Jean tried so hard to hold back his own tears, but he began swearing as his tears hit the ground. Sasha moved to hug Connie while she cried over Berthold. She grabbed Jean and pulled him in, despite his reluctance. Armin rested his head on Mikasa's shoulder and cried silently. Mikasa took his hand and held it tightly. Optimus saw that Eren had his head low, and that blue tears were hitting his fists. "Why?" Eren whispered, "Why is the world like this? I just. Eren couldn't form words, ashamed of what he wanted to say. He couldn't say anything to Optimus. Optimus deactivated the hollow form and transformed into his bipedal mode. He gently scooped up the 6 of them in his servos, startling them. "If you want to, I can reactivate the hollow form," Optimus said. Eren rested his head on Optimus' digit. "It's fine." The Survey Corps continued to cry and comfort one another. Optimus held them close to his chest, letting them feel the warmth of his spark. The downside of the humans was that he couldn't use his EM field to show his comfort, but he hoped that this was enough. Magath walked up to the makeshift tomb late in the night, away from the prying eyes of Eldians and the military. He lifted the flashlight to see weeds left at the wood. No doubt a substitute for actual flowers, but Eldians could never really get good ones. Magath kneeled down to the tomb before pulling out his own flower, a rose, and laying it down next to the weeds. He covered the flashlight with his hand to dim the brightness before walking away from the tombstone. Rest in peace, Berthold Hoover. Chapter 43, Old Faces. Levi watched Hanji give some orders to the other Survey Corps members. They nodded their heads in response and walked out of the tent. Levi walked inside the tent to see Hanji going over some reports before noticing that he was there. "Levi, good to see you," Hanji smiled, "how are you?" "You did something, didn't you?" Levi demanded. "Surprisingly, no," Hanji answered, "Optimus talked to them last week and they've been able to be more productive. I'm sure not everything is gone, but they're not crying during work or trying to hurt the Merly Yans in anger." Levi sighed in response. "I guess that's good. How have you been doing with everything?" Hanji raised an eyebrow before smiling. "Is the stoic and shitty Levi concerned about me?" "Shut up," Levi groaned, "if you drop, I'm not about to lead these kids." "You were never much of a commander," Hanji agreed, "neither am I, but I'm making it work." "We both know I'm not cut out for the role," Levi stated. "The world lost a little bit of its luster," Hanji admitted, "the mystery, the titans, the world, it's a little sad." "Didn't think you were the sentimental type," Levi commented. "I can be insightful," Hanji proclaimed. "When you don't smell like shit," Levi retorted. Hanji laughed a little before it died down. "What about you?" "Same as you I guess," Levi answered, "the world got bigger, and we're getting smaller. What are we even fighting for in this shit world?" "I wish I knew," Hanji admitted, "part of me doesn't want to believe that the whole world is against us. The restorationists are willing to help out. Maybe there is someone else that wants to help us as well." "You know we can't trust them," Levi reminded. "I know," Hanji agreed before resting her head on the table, "I miss Erwin." "Yeah," Levi said. Hanji hummed in response. "Maybe he knew what to do. I know for a fact he would handle this a lot better than I would. This is the world he wanted and dreamed about. The world he wouldn't shut up about in his training days, and now when we need him more than ever, I'm the one that's stuck in this stupid position." "You know it's because of Optimus, right?" Levi reminded. "Erwin didn't want to lose Optimus, so he gave up the position." "Erwin is more qualified and more experienced," Hanji said, "but I do agree with Optimus. How many more people was he willing to sacrifice for a dream that may or may not have been true? I wonder how often he has to think about that," Levi said. "I'm certain he feels guilty," Hanji agreed. "He's probably alone with his thoughts and his actions." Hanji stood up from the table. I want to see him again. I want to bring him to Sina or here. Catch up. See how he's been doing. You know he doesn't have that type of clearance anymore, Levi reminded. I just want to see him again, Hanji proclaimed, and besides, I'm the commander. Who's gonna stop me? Hanji walked out of the tent with a little more confidence in her step. Levi scowled as he saw her scattered reports on the table and gathered them up into one neat pile. He saw the wings of freedom and sighed. He wondered how Erwin's been doing for the past 6 months since he officially left. Erwin woke up and sat up on his bed, rubbing his eyes with his arm. He debated on whether to change his clothes, but decided against it. It was still difficult to change with one arm, and he was rather comfortable with what he was wearing. Erwin yawned as he walked out of his room to go to the kitchen. Erwin saw something on the floor in his living room and blinked in confusion, his eyesight still not that great. When he got closer, he recognized that it was Kenny. He was as stiff as a board as he laid on his stomach, snoring rather loudly. Erwin didn't bother to wake him up and went to make breakfast. The last time he tried to wake him up while he was sleeping, he was 10 seconds away from getting his throat slit. It was not a fun night. So the solution was simply to leave him there and not bother him. After an hour or so of struggling, Erwin finally managed to finish making eggs for the both of them. He continued cooking as Kenny finally woke up and dragged himself to the kitchen island's table. Erwin handed him a plate of eggs and a fork and Kenny lazily began to eat. Thanks, Kenny quietly said. Erwin hummed in response as he made his own plate. This whole situation was definitely strange. His roommate is a serial killer, and he was surprisingly well behaved. Well, besides the whole situation where he tried to kill him in his sleep, Kenny wasn't trying to make his life hell. He was respectful of his privacy, and actually kept to himself. Although, when they talked, Kenny had a really crude sense of humor. It was much more intense than Levi's, he'll have to admit. Part of him expected Kenny to be a little bit more aggressive, but he guessed that working under the king made some sort of difference in how he acted. That, or, if anything happened to him specifically, or if Kenny stepped out of line, Megatron would no doubt kill him, or maybe hand him back over to the Survey Corps. Specifically Levi. Damn it, he felt bad. Levi personally confided into him and Hanji about the crazed killer, and now he was living with him. So, what did you discover? Erwin asked. Not enough to figure out their exact goal, Kenny answered. Sneaking around the damn place without being seen doesn't do me any favors. I can't exactly get all the information I want. Someone sees me, I'm a dead man. Did you get anything else? Erwin asked. I got a head count, Kenny answered, and that Yelena bitch is creepy. Yelena? Erwin questioned. She's been talking to Shorty and your successor, Kenny explained. She's no doubt the ringleader of the whole operation. We're going to have to discuss this when Megatron gets back, Erwin declared. Gets back? Kenny exclaimed. How long has it been? 5 months. 6 since we last saw him. When is that fucker going to come back? I don't know, Erwin admitted, but when he does, hopefully we'll have enough information. You think he's going to kill us if we don't have enough? Kenny asked. He's done fucked up shit. No, Erwin answered. If he can't go to anyone else he can trust, we're more valuable to him alive than dead. Marley. Zeke saw Matthew without a shirt, cutting up wood for the soldiers to do target practice. He held onto the trunk as he cut through the wood with a hand saw, letting the cut wood hit the ground. He threw it to the rather large pile before proceeding through the process again. The Titan shifter walked up to the Titan as he threw another slice of wood onto the pile. I never thought I'd see someone as powerful as you doing domestic work. Nearly all of my home would revel in the fact that I'm doing labor, Matthew responded in his fake voice without looking at him. Starscream would love this. This is pretty amusing to watch, Zeke admitted with a small smile, but why are you doing this shirtless? Matthew looked up at Zeke and straightened his back before pointing behind him. Zeke turned to see Marleyan soldiers looking rather uncomfortable as they walked past them. I would rather have the humans feel uncomfortable around me, instead of allowing them to make snide comment, Matthew declared. So this is more of a threat, Zeke concluded. Implied, but they can't prove that, Matthew explained. It is a hot day, after all. Clever, Zeke stated as he looked down at the large scar in the center of his chest, but that large scar does go through your back. So? Matthew shrugged as he went back to cutting the wood. Someone might ask, Zeke elaborated. They won't bother to come close enough, Matthew proclaimed. Why bother? Zeke finally asked him, why bother making a grave for someone you killed? You said so yourself, Berthold is an ant compared to you. So why do it? Matthew stopped and looked at Zeke. Do you think I care? Is that what you want me to say? Frankly, I don't know what you would say, Zeke admitted. Matthew turned back to his work. The Eldian warriors are more useful to me than Marley's military. Zeke raised an eyebrow at that. Marley has the most powerful military. Because of the power of the Titans, Matthew cut off, without them, they are rather disorganized with inadequate weapons and terrible strategies in war. Gaining the trust in the Eldians, learning their strengths and weaknesses, and ultimately using it against them in battle, is much more useful to me than whatever Marley could offer. The secrets of the Titans would be one that's useful, Zeke retorted. But it would be useless if they didn't have the Titans, Matthew reminded. I suppose that makes sense, Zeke agreed. Enjoy your work. Matthew cracked an unnerving grin. Now I know you're trying to make me angry. Maybe, Zeke shrugged as he walked away. Megatron growled as he threw the saw through the wood, making a clean cut through it. Megatron saw an aberration of his younger self looking at him with disappointment. Megatron ignored him as he kicked the cut wood to the pile. Optimus saw Hanji slumped over her desk with stacks of papers and reports. Hanji had some of them due in a couple of days and returned to the walls to do it. Optimus thought that she would be alright, but Levi him that paperwork was never really Hanji's strong suite. Now he could see why. Hanji groaned as she tried to reach another sheet of paper, but sighed in defeat. Her gaze turned to Optimus, and she lifted her head in surprise. What are you doing here? Hanji asked. Levi told me that I should follow you, Optimus admitted, and that paperwork was not your strong suite. Science and research is my strong suite, Hanji proclaimed with a sigh. I was never really cut out for being commander. I was already stressed with some of the boring paperwork I had to do as a squad leader. Now. Hanji picked a paper form and groaned. I was really hoping I would have time this week. To take a break? Optimus asked her. That, and, to see Erwin, Hanji admitted. Optimus was a little surprised by the proclamation. I just want to make sure that he's okay, Hanji explained, catch up and see how he's been. Maybe ask how he was able to handle the pressures of being commander. Optimus picked up one of the papers and reviewed the information. I could complete some of this paperwork. What? Hanji questioned. I could complete some of the paperwork and handle some of your duties, Optimus suggested, just for the day. Optimus, you don't have to do that, Hanji insisted, you're already doing enough, this is my responsibility. It is no issue, Optimus reassured, I have had my fair share of reports and data work in both Iacon and the war. Many of these are field reports and budgets for the Survey Corps, correct? Yes, but Optimus, that's not your responsibility, Hanji insisted, besides, I don't know how the other higher-ups will take it. It is only for the day, Optimus reassured her, and I will not sign off on any official documents. You deserve to have time to yourself. But, Hanji trailed off, I want to meet with Erwin, and, I know that you haven't exactly been happy with him. Hanji, my stance on Erwin is complicated, Optimus admitted, but I know how much he means to you and Levi, and that your loyalty remains with him. I am not going to stop you from seeing Erwin just because of what happened before. Optimus placed a hand on her shoulder. Enjoy your time with Erwin, and I will handle the paperwork. Hanji wanted to retort, but sighed in response before holding the hand on her shoulder. As your commander, this is the only time that I will allow this. Optimus gave a small smile, and Hanji smiled brightly in return. Megatron was called into Calvi's office as he was escorted by Magath. When he arrived, he saw that Calvi had a rather irritated look in his face as he was going over reports. Calvi looked up at Megatron and set the papers aside. Matthew, I found the new Eldian that you will be training in replacement of Porco Galliard, Calvi stated as he handed him the report. Megatron took it from his hands and saw the name at the top, Udo Abadi, which confused him a little. "This kid's not from Marley?" Megatron asked in his other voice. "He originally came from the nations we are currently fighting," Calvi explained. "He's been training as a soldier for some time now. Bilingual, and good with a rifle. And he was forced to join Marley military or become a Titan," Megatron finished. "It helps keep their allegiances in line," Calvi stated, "you understand." Megatron wanted to roll his eyes, but resisted. He had to keep his mouth shut. "Dismissed," Calvi ordered. Megatron left the room with Magath following behind him. Calvi looked back at one of his other papers and sighed in anger. The Flying Titan's effects were still lingering on the powers of the Colossal Titan, because according to Porco, he couldn't access Berthold Hoover's memories at all. Megatron wanted to walk down the hall to his room, but Magath got in front of him to prevent him from proceeding any further. "Your insubordination needs to end," Magath told him, "now." Megatron didn't bother and walked past him. "Hey!" Magath exclaimed. "I don't take orders from you," Megatron stated. "You might have everyone else fooled, but I know who you are," Magath proclaimed. "You're nothing but a selfish bastard who's no doubt hiding the fact that he cares for Eldians, or is one." Megatron chuckled in response as he turned to face Magath, pointing at his chest. "You are no different than the Eldians. Marley, Eldia, you're all the same to me. Selfish monsters with a god complex, and besides, you're the one who brought me here in the first place. If I do decide to defect in some way, that's on you." Megatron walked away from Magath, leaving the officer steaming in anger. Meanwhile, the former warlord remembered that he needed to meet with the previous commander of the Survey Corps. He didn't trust Zeke, and hopefully they found some information that would be useful. Megatron groaned at his thought. Who was he kidding? They were humans. They wouldn't get him anything useful. Later that night, Erwin was talking with Kenny about the information he managed to gather when they heard a knock on the door. Erwin told Kenny to hide as he walked over to the door. He opened it and found Megatron looming over him in his hollow form with a paper in hand. Megatron shoved the paper in Erwin's chest as he walked past him. Erwin shut the door and looked at the paper. "What is this for?" "It was at your door," Megatron responded as Kenny came out of hiding. "If it ain't the fucking psychopath," Kenny remarked. "You're one to talk," Megatron shot back. "Can you not fight in my house?" Erwin demanded. "I already had to fix the table from last time." "That depends on what information you managed to gather," Megatron answered. "I know that Mammal is up to something, but I can't pinpoint what." "So we're on the same page," Kenny concluded. "We know that they're shady as shit, but we don't know what they're planning." "We were only able to count their numbers," Erwin continued, 20 total. "Yelena is the leader. Some dark-skinned kid is her second," Kenny added. Oak, his name is hard to pronounce, but you'll know who he is." "Helpful," Megatron rolled his eyes. "But the main goal is to get to Eren," Erwin proclaimed. "Sometimes their questions are directed at the idea of meeting Eren," Kenny explained, "but I did eavesdrop on Yelena and her second. Seems that she might have a bit of a vendetta against you." That piqued Megatron's interest as he turned to Kenny. "How so?" "Heard her say something about the two of you ruining their chances of gaining their trust more easily," Kenny explained. "Guess that gaining their trust would lead to them getting closer to Eren." "I've only met that woman once," Megatron stated. "She called me a god, and said it was an honor to meet me." "That must have stroked your ego," Kenny smirked. "Tread lightly," Megatron warned. "She called you a god, but hates you at the same time," Erwin listed. "She wants to get close to Eren, and is frustrated at the fact that she can't get the trust of the Survey Corps so easily. I have no doubt in my mind that Human would do anything and everything to get what she wants," Megatron proclaimed. "How so?" Erwin asked. "She is exceptionally loyal to the Beast Titan," Megatron answered, "and when loyalty like that runs deep, there's no telling what they would be willing to do. Sacrifice their limbs, their life, their humanity, or even sanity. That woman is dangerous. She cannot be allowed free rein so easily." "Then she might hate Optimus," Erwin declared. Megatron turned to Erwin. "This was hours before you arrived," Erwin explained. When we first saw the Beast Titan, it was reported that Optimus nearly killed him. That only happened because Optimus was told by the Beast Titan that the Titans were human, but the damage was done. That woman is most likely loyal to Zeke because of a life debt, or because she truly believes in his cause. Megatron thought over, she called me a god, so she most likely thought that the Beast Titan is a god as well. Until you and Optimus showed up, Erwin realized, your existence shatters everything she believes in. And as a result, she is much more dangerous, Megatron concluded. She will do what she can to retain the image of her god. Megatron turned to Kenny. What about her second? How deep is his loyalty to the Beast Titan? That's the thing, I don't think he is, Kenny answered. I eavesdropped on a conversation that he had with the Prime. He believes in a higher power that created us all because he thought that it would be interesting. The Titan agreed with him and his ideology. This means that he is not as fiercely loyal to the Beast Titan as the woman is, Megatron concluded. He's able to adapt to the change, but she is not. Maybe there could be a way to figure out the motivation through him instead of Yelena, Erwin surmised. He must have had a reason to join Zeke and his team. There's still the issue of, we can't prove this, Kenny reminded. This is all theory, and the way that creepy woman acts around the rest of them is still rather well behaved. He's right, Erwin agreed. You two are criminals and I'm not exactly considered trustworthy. Which is why you shouldn't have gotten him to sneak around, Megatron hissed as he pointed at Kenny, an underground criminal who worked for the previous ruler. It's not like you're a ray of sunshine yourself, Buckethead, Kenny shot back. We need someone on the inside, Erwin proclaimed, someone who already has access. We're not going to get that out here, Kenny reminded. Erwin remembered the paper at his door and opened it to read it. Hanji wants to meet with me in 2 days. For what? Megatron demanded. Just to catch up, Erwin answered, see how I have been. Convenient, Kenny commented. You're going, Megatron ordered, that's an order. You can't just make me go, Erwin retorted. She trusts you, Megatron reminded, you might get information out of her that we can use against them when the time arrives. I am not going to use Hanji like that, Erwin swore. You didn't have a problem with using soldiers for your own gain when you were commander, Megatron reminded. Erwin didn't respond while Kenny glanced back and forth at the two. This needs to be done, Megatron told him. I came to you because of the lengths you would take to victory. Not because of a sudden moral compass. Get this done, I'll be back by next week. Megatron deactivated the hollow form and Kenny heard an engine noise fade away. Kenny saw the guilty expression on Erwin and wanted to reach out to him, but decided against it. It wasn't his style, and it wouldn't really do him any favors. 2 days later. Optimus, are you sure that you can handle this? Hanji asked the Prime. Hanji, I am certain that I will be fine for the day, Optimus reassured. Well, you do have Levi to help you, Hanji reminded as she pointed to Levi. If anything happens, I will come right back. Go have fun, Optimus told her. Hanji smiled and waved goodbye before getting in the carriage and heading to Wall Sina. How come you did not wish to see Erwin? Optimus asked Levi. Someone has to help you read Hanji's writing, Levi answered as he showed Optimus one of the reports Hanji was working on. Optimus narrowed his eyes to try and read the writing, but he couldn't. It was illegible. I see your point. Marley. Udo's hands trembled as Matthew looked down at him with a strong, piercing gaze. He gulped as he crossed his arms and bent forward. You're the transfer, right? He asked. Why yes, Udo stuttered, I'm Udo. Udo Abadi. If it were up to me, Udo, Matthew began as he stood up straight, I wouldn't have taken you as my student. I was ordered by Commander Calvi to do so. However, I still have the authority to eliminate you as my student if you perform inadequately. Is there a chance that I can catch up? Udo asked. You will have to work twice as hard to catch up to the rest of the warriors, Matthew explained, and even then, they're not very good at what I've taught them. Hey! Gabby shouted from the lineup. So here's what's going to happen, Matthew began, you will train with Falco, he is the weakest. You will also have to observe demonstrations and listen to everything that I have to say. Got it? Yes, sir, Udo nodded. Matthew beckoned Colt to come forward. Cold hesitantly got into a fighting stance while Matthew confidently got into his. Watch very closely, Matthew ordered. Paradise. Yelena was very confused. She saw the Metal Titan come to the campsite, and she was ready to greet Hanji to try and get into her good graces a little bit more. But, she only saw that Levi came out of the Titan's other form with 2 bags in hand. "Hello, Captain," Yelena greeted, but was ignored by him as he continued towards the camp. She turned her attention to the Titan, and saw that his human form was grabbing an extra bag. "Where is Commander Hanji?" Yelena asked the Prime. "She has some business to take care of in Wall Sina," Optimus answered. "For today, it will just be me and Levi." "I see," Yelena merely responded. "Would you like some help with the bags?" "I do appreciate the offer, but I can handle this," Optimus told her as he walked to the campsite. Yelena thought this information as she followed the Titan. Maybe this might be an opportunity to get closer to Eren. She shook her head. Levi was still in the picture, and she had no idea how to get past Optimus. She still might be able to get something done, but she would have to patient. Nile yawned as he went over his own papers. The entire world literally changed, but his paperwork was still the same. The military police never really dealt with any changes in the outside. However, there has been a massive reform that essentially eliminated nearly every corrupt MP official, which was a lot. Nile heard loud chatter and groaned. He didn't want to deal with Hanji, not when he had a bunch of work to do. He glanced at the door, and then raised his head in shock when he saw Erwin walking alongside Hanji. Nile ignored his papers and ran to the door. "Erwin!" Nile called out. "Hey, Nile," Hanji greeted while Erwin merely stared. "I'm taking a day off, and I wanted to spend it with Erwin. Catch up and all." "Oh," Nile merely responded. "It's good to see you," Erwin said. "Yeah, you too," Nile replied. Nile watched Hanji continue to talk with Erwin as they walked down the hall. He hadn't really seen him after the coup, and was confused as to why he resigned his position as commander in the first place. He sacrificed so much to get there. Nile walked back to his papers and continued to work. Maybe if he could get enough done, he could actually talk to him and see how he was. He never really agreed with him on many situations, but he was still a good man at heart. Marley. Megatron watched from the balcony as the children he was now responsible for were going through another training exercise. He glanced over to his right to see Calvi walking over to him. "I have a list of other chores you need to do," Calvi declared as he handed him a sheet of paper. Megatron took the paper from his hands and wanted to make a pass in anger, but he couldn't because of their agreement. Megatron merely shoved the paper into his pocket and continued to look down at the children. "Not even a pass in anger," Calvi noted. "We had an agreement," Megatron reminded in his other vernacular. "I'm sure that if I violate it, our deal is off." "You're an odd man," Calvi proclaimed, "risking your time for Eldian demons. A mere day of mourning in exchange for 3 months of what is practically community service." "Well, where I'm from, we never got the chance to bury our own," Megatron admitted. Calvi almost wanted to retort, but even he found that morbid. "Do you know what happened to the body?" "Not really," Megatron answered. "Probably fed to animals, or thrown down a ravine or cave. I just don't see the practicality of offering makeshift burial site for Eldians. They eat their own when they turn into Titans anyway," Calvi explained. "But they still grieve for their loved ones," Megatron retorted. "Why are you kind to the Eldians?" Calvi asked Megatron. Megatron looked at Calvi. "Why do you ask?" "Curious," Calvi admitted. "You do understand that if given the option, Eldians would destroy the world once more. Maybe the ones on the island, but from what I've seen here, the Eldians don't want to," Megatron retorted. "You'd be surprised," Calvi proclaimed, "had a group called the Eldian Restorationist that wanted to overthrow Marley. But back on topic, why are you kind to the Eldians? You buy them food, you have normal conversations with them, you treat them as if they're humans. Why?" Megatron thought it over. "I guess it's because I've been treated as a monster." "You don't seem like a monster," Calvi reasoned, earning a chuckle from the Titan. "The scars on my face and my red eyes would beg to differ," Megatron declared. "I've always been called a freak, or a devil, Or a monster. Plus I've killed a lot of people. So what makes them different? Calvi asked. Understanding, Megatron answered, I know what it's like to be a monster. They've been and are still treated like monsters. Guess I find comfort in the fact to find someone with a similar experience. Besides, there are worse monsters than actual Eldians. Maybe comforting them makes you feel better about yourself, Calvi harshly stated. A freak like you finds solace and praise in other demons like yourself. Maybe, Megatron admitted, I haven't exactly decided. Trust is something I hate. I always keep my distance. I'm not exactly sure if I actually care for others. Is that why you are so insistent on leaving? Calvi asked. Megatron nodded his head. The less attachments, the better. I don't have to feel sentimental and worry about someone who wouldn't care for my life. Attachments make us humans, Calvi proclaimed. Compassion makes us different from the Eldian devils. And yet you treat Eldian children like dirt even though they've done nothing wrong at all, Megatron retorted, blaming it on their ancestors even though they wouldn't do the same acts now. How can you be so sure that they wouldn't? Calvi asked. How can you be so sure they would? Megatron countered. Calvi sighed. Even if they didn't want to, that doesn't change the fact that they can turn into monsters that devour humans. That fear will always be there, and the resentment will remain as well. The only way for there to be peace in this world is if the Eldians are gone forever. Once Eldians are no longer useful, the world leaders have a secret agreement to execute them all. They signed it and everything. So no matter how you treat them, it won't change the fact that they will be killed. Don't bother wasting your breath on them. Why are you telling me this? Megatron asked. Because you're nobody, Calvi answered, you're in no position of power to change the way the world thinks or feels. It's pointless to try to change anything. And if you told them, they would most likely freak out and we'd have to turn them into Titans for the war. You're a rather cruel man, Megatron proclaimed. It's more realistic than cruel, Calvi retorted as he walked away from Megatron. The world will never accept Eldians. Megatron turned back to the children. The human did bring up a point. The unfettered hatred towards the Eldians wouldn't go away if they somehow managed to get the powers of the founding Titan, or if the power of the Titans were completely eliminated. The only reason Paradis has survived this long was because of the ultimatum created a century ago. But, a part of him felt odd. Part of him felt odd saying those words to Calvi and defending the Eldians. If anything, he would most likely be on the humans' side because the power of the Titans now posed a threat to Cybertronians. He would have turned on the humans once they were gone, but, why did he feel this way? Megatron reflected back on his time with the humans on Paradis. From the coup, to Prime's pet nearly taking his life, and the aftermath of learning the truth about the outside. Megatron sighed to himself. Just, ignore it. Ignore these feelings. Megatron saw the aberration of his younger self and grimaced. Ignore it. Levi was going over one of the report while Optimus was writing something down. Levi glanced up from the paper to see Optimus writing in different symbols. Levi saw Optimus go back to one of the papers and realized that he was going over budget numbers and costs. Prime, what the hell are you writing? Levi asked. Optimus' concentration was broken as he looked up at Levi. Excuse me. Levi tilted his head over to the paper he was writing on. Optimus looked down to his writing. My calculations for the Survey Corps budget, Optimus answered. But why is the writing shit? Levi demanded. I thought that Hanji's writing was bad. The writing is in my home language, Optimus explained, and it is legible. This is merely a precautionary measure in the event of prying eyes. Levi didn't respond to that. They had sensitive documents in this tent, and not so trustworthy restorationists right outside. He supposed that it is good that the Prime knows more than one language. I'm not certain about some of these documents, Optimus admitted. I know that I'm not allowed to sign any of these documents. Do I try to summarize it for Hanji? If you can, Levi shrugged, she was never really good with paperwork. I do hope that she is able to relax with Erwin, Optimus said as he read through the papers once more. Kind of thought you hated Erwin's guts, Levi admitted. Optimus raised his head to face Levi. Why would you think that? From what I got, you threatened to not follow Erwin's orders anymore, Levi explained. He resigned because he didn't want you to leave and humanity to pay for it. I was not going to leave, Optimus retorted, I just couldn't follow someone who had other selfish intentions. Do you hate him for it? Levi asked bluntly. I do not hate him, Optimus answered, if anything, I do understand why he did it. He wanted to prove a dream that got his father killed. The problem was the decision-making that ultimately ended up killing his comrades. I cannot trust someone who is making decisions based on a selfish intent. You're saying you didn't make a decision out of a selfish intent? Levi asked. Some have made the argument for that, Optimus admitted, remembering the time Ratchet was using synthetic energon, and how he called Optimus out for not ending the war sooner. But it matters what happens at the end of the day, Levi assumed. What are we really fighting for? That type of nonsense. Optimus stared at Levi. Do you wish to see Erwin? I don't know if I'm ready for that, Levi admitted, guess I'm on the same boat as you. I trusted him, I still do, but now I don't know what to think. If it was still the context of the mindless titans, I probably would have still supported Erwin. It's not like those shit-eating faces had any morality to begin with. And now? Optimus asked. I don't know, Levi answered. Levi stood up from his chair and abandoned the papers to the table. I'm going to get something to drink. Optimus watched Levi leave the room before returning to the papers. Erwin listened to Hanji's tangents and ramblings about what's been happening since his officially left. From the information about Marley to the information on the ship up north, and the Merlians on their shores. Pixis and Zachary came by to say hello, but they didn't really stick around, since they had their own planes to take care of. Unfortunately, none of the information that Hanji was talking about was exactly useful. Some was information that Kenny already relayed, or was already published in the newspaper. The information about the Cybertronian ship was useless to him because it wasn't his main objective. Besides, Megatron knew more about it than he did. The problem was that Hanji was just as in the dark as everyone else. She was keeping her distance from Yelena and the others, and not trusting them so blindly. She was playing it slow and safe, which was a good idea in this scenario. He would give her credit for that. Sorry, I've been rambling, Hanji apologized, it probably sounds dumb. No, Erwin disagreed, you can't talk about any of this with your subordinates anyway. Wouldn't be a good sign as commander when it looks like I don't know what to do, Hanji stated, puts me in a tight spot and causes panic for everyone else. I chose my successor well, Erwin told her. I'm really lost, Hanji admitted, no one really knows how to adapt to this change. It's honestly terrifying. Sorry to hear that, Erwin apologized. What makes it worse is Yelena's insistence on trying to gain our trust, Hanji continued. That piqued Erwin's interest. What do you mean? I noticed that she was trying to show us the military prowl of Marley through the ships we captured, Hanji explained, knowledge of communication and ports that would have been a shock to us if it weren't for Optimus. So now she's introducing us to food and culture. Stuff that isn't familiar to Optimus and Megatron. It sounds like she has alternative motives, Erwin said. She really wants to get to Eren, Hanji said, but I have no idea why. They might have something else planned, but we have to be sure that they'd be willing to work with us. I still don't feel like they should be trusted, Erwin told her. Neither do I, Hanji agreed. Well, enough about work. How about you? How have you been? Bored, Erwin automatically said, trying to keep the conversation short. Really? Hanji asked. I never thought I would make it out of the Survey Corps, so I didn't really think about what I would do next, Erwin admitted. What did you want to do? Hanji asked, if you didn't join the Survey Corps. Erwin thought it over. Maybe, become a teacher, like my father. That sounds tiring, Hanji smirked. Because of the paperwork? Erwin questioned her. Because of the kids, Hanji responded, kids are rowdy and rude and loud. You were no doubt one of them, Erwin concluded. Hanji laughed at the comment while Erwin felt this sense of guilt rising in him. He hoped a conversation like this would actually be genuine, but it wasn't. Even though it was important, it was just for the sake of a mission. Optimus continued working on the papers when someone entered the tent. Optimus didn't bother to look up, assuming that it was Levi. "Would you like some tea?" a female voice asked. Optimus stopped and looked up to see Yelena holding a cup of tea in her hand. "No thank you." Yelena shrugged in response. Optimus didn't know what to expect when Yelena sat in the seat across from him and began to drink her tea. Optimus continued to write, but he felt uncomfortable being in the same room as this woman. Megatron specifically stated not to trust her, and she seems very loyal to Zeke. He didn't understand why she was implementing herself in the same space as him. "Intel, maybe?" "I wasn't aware you had military command," Yelena remarked. "I do not," Optimus responded. "I offered to handle Commander Hanji's paperwork for the day." "I never thought that you would be given that kind of clearance," Yelena admitted. "That seems a little irresponsible." Optimus stopped writing and looked at Yelena, thinking of a way to respond to this. If this woman was after intelligence, it would be wise to keep himself reserved. "I did have Captain Levi monitor me," Optimus reasoned. Yelena looked down at the paper and saw the calculations. "But I doubt that he can read whatever you're writing." "These are just budget calculations," Optimus explained. "Writing it in my language just made it easy to do." "Do you speak more than one language?" Yelena asked. "Technically, no," Optimus admitted. "We are equipped with a universal translator. It allows us to understand other languages." "That is fascinating," Yelena stated. Optimus returned to writing the calculations. "I would assume that you wish to talk to Commander Hanji about certain plans. She will not be back until tomorrow." "Well, I did have a recommendation I wanted to make," Yelena admitted. "Would you be willing to listen?" Optimus put the pen down. "I can listen, but I cannot guarantee that it will be accepted." "I don't think that the Merlians on the island deserve to be in prison," Yelena explained. "They are prisoners of war," Optimus retorted. "But they have never done anything wrong, per se," Yelena retorted. "Their hatred stems from ignorance. They never knew about the island. All they were told were stories from Marley. Maybe, if they were given an opportunity to live among the Eldians, they would see that they aren't devils." Yelena waited for the Titan to reject her proposal. She expected it. There had to be some flaw with this Titan. Something to prove that he wasn't a god. "I think that is a wonderful idea," Optimus told her. Yelena blinked in surprise. "You do? If the Merlians are given to opportunity to interact with the humans here, then it might change their perspective in how they see Eldians," Optimus said. "I understand that they have been taught a history that vilifies the Eldians, but I believe that the Eldians now do not deserve this horrendous treatment." "I feel as though there is a but," Yelena remarked. "That decision is not up to me," Optimus explained. "It would have to be run through the entire military and confirmed by a council. As I have already told you, I hold no military command. I can only give a recommendation and hope for the best." "I'm surprised that you don't have a stronger influence," Yelena admitted. "I am nothing more than a passenger and a warrior," Optimus explained. "It would be unwise for me to seek military command on a world that is not my own. And besides, trust is something that must be earned. We must be certain that the Merlians will not harm the Eldians." "I suppose you're right," Yelena relented, "but thank you for listening to my recommendation." Erwin had a long day, but a nice one nonetheless. He did enjoy spending time with Hanji. He was able to talk to Zachary and play some chess with Pixis. But his overarching mission was a failure. He wasn't really able to gain valuable intel. Erwin saw the carriage waiting for him, ready to take him back home, courtesy of Hanji. He was about to get on, but someone grabbed his shoulder. He turned to see Nile panting from what was most likely running from somewhere to reach him. "Can we talk?" Nile panted. "For a few minutes." Erwin thought it over before telling the carriage driver to wait a few minutes. "What's wrong?" Erwin asked. "I just wanted to see how you've been," Nile told him as he straightened himself out. "Managing," Erwin admitted. "I guess the change has been rather hard on me." "I can't imagine," Nile admitted. "I mean, I thought that you'd be happy you made it out of the Survey Corps alive." "I wish I could think like that," Erwin admitted before realizing what he did. Nile didn't know what to say either. "I'm guessing that the guilt of surviving is rather hard." Erwin didn't respond, confirming Niall's suspicions. I just wish that I could find a way to pay them back, Erwin admitted. Niall felt bad for him. He will never know all the horrors of what Erwin saw or Erwin went through. He just wished that there was something else that he could do. If it's any consolation, I wanted to say thank you, Niall told him. Erwin was surprised at the statement. For what? The coup, Niall explained. It was extremely risky of you, but if it wasn't for you, a lot of people would have died. Marie and my daughters, I don't know what would have happened to them. I know you think about being a survivor, but that doesn't discredit the good you've done. Erwin blinked in surprise before giving a deprecating laugh. I appreciate it, but it's going to be a long way before I'm forgiven for what I've done. Erwin turned and got into the carriage, and Niall watched him leave. Niall clenched his fists before walking back to his office. He needed to go home. Yelena wanted to scream. She thought that she could get something out of the metal titan, but she couldn't. There was nothing. It irritated her to no end. Yelena took a deep breath. No. Their trust would not be earned so easily. The titan stated that himself. She just needed to bide her time. Patience mattered right now, more than anything. That night, Niall yawned as he opened the door to his home. He gently closed it, hoping to not wake up his daughters up. He checked into their rooms and was surprised to see the girls sleeping. His wife, Marie, gently patted their heads as they slept on their beds. Marie turned to Niall and smiled. You're back. I finished early, Niall explained in a hushed tone. You seem tired, Marie commented. Go rest. Come with me, Niall requested. Marie smiled and stood up from her daughter's bed. She straightened out her nightgown before taking Niall's arm into her grasp. The two walked down the hall to their room together, and both of them carelessly fell onto the bed. The girls were being rowdy, weren't they? Niall remarked. Marie laughed, showing the small gap in her top front teeth. They always are. What about you? I'm sure paperwork is so much fun. Paperwork is about as eventful as it can be, Niall groaned, although, I did see Erwin today. Marie rested on her elbows, her red hair spilling over her shoulders as she stared at her husband. I thought that he left. He was just here to visit by Hanji's request, Niall explained. Well, how is he? Marie asked. He looked sad, Niall answered. From the small interaction we had, it sounds like he doesn't know what to do with his life. I can only imagine, Marie sighed. He's been in the Survey Corps for so long. I don't think he remembers what a normal life is like. Do you think Hanji noticed it? Niall asked. Marie shrugged. From what you told me, Hanji always focuses on Titans. Niall hummed in response. You should drop by his place, Marie advised. Check on him and see if you can help him out in any way. I don't know if I have that right, Niall admitted. He joined the Scouts and I joined the MPs. We've been on completely different career paths and fought on nearly every front. Did that stop you from talking with him today? Marie asked. I guess not, Niall answered. I also owe him for the coup, and I guess I owe him an apology for the whole humanity outside the walls theory he wouldn't stop talking about. You definitely owe him for that, Marie agreed as she rested her head on his chest and hugged him. I need to change, Niall told her. No, Marie pouted, I want you here. I've been at work all day, Niall retorted. No, Marie said. Hanji gasped as she looked through the paperwork, surprised by the diligence and neat handwriting. There are some paperwork that I was unable to sign off on, due to my position, Optimus explained to her as he sat in his bipedal mode. I can go over it with you if you wish in order to decide approval. Hanji responded by hugging Optimus' servo. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Optimus gave a small smile, although, there is something I need to talk to you about. It was a recommendation by Yelena. Hanji looked up at the Titan in confusion. You know we can't trust her, right? I am aware, Optimus answered, but I said I would tell you about it. Niall pulled his horse to a stop as he arrived at Erwin's home. The secluded location didn't allow him to tie his horse somewhere safe, so he tied it to the nearest tree. He managed to find some time off, although it was rather late in the day. The sun was practically gone when he arrived here. Maybe he could talk with Erwin for a little, catch up, and see what he can do. He thought about sending him a message prior, but he felt the surprise would be a little more thoughtful. Also, he probably wouldn't have had the time in his schedule. It would have been months ahead. Niall walked up to the door and was ready to knock, but stopped when he heard muffled talking. That was odd. Was someone here? He didn't think that Erwin had any visitors. One of the voices does sound a little familiar. Maybe it was Levi? Niall pressed his ear against the door, and he realized that he could hear two voices, and they were arguing with Erwin. You were unable to retrieve any new information, one demanded. Hanji is just as in the dark as everyone else, Erwin retorted. There's only so much I can ask without raising suspicion. What was he talking about? Niall thought as he began to grow worried. We need information, we are running out of time, the first voice declared. It can't be that bad, a second voice retorted. Marley's only got one souped-up titan, right? They have two now, because they wanted to preserve the powers of the colossal titan, the first one explained. While it is beneficial for Marley to not have their hands on Dark Energon, they still have the advantage, and I have no idea when that monkey will betray me. We need intel and we need it now. The way we're going, it sounds like we're not gonna get it, the second voice stated. How long would we have to even wait? What the hell was going on? Niall saw a window with the curtain pulled back. Niall peeked over to see Erwin arguing with the Flying Titan and Kenny the Ripper. Niall gasped and quickly covered his mouth, realizing his mistake. Erwin was the first to notice him, having glanced at the window and was now staring in horror. The other two followed Erwin's gaze to Niall as he took a step back. The Flying Titan gave a calculating stare while Kenny was completely surprised. However, Kenny was the first to react by pulling out a dagger. No! Erwin yelled as he tackled Kenny to the floor. Kenny still managed to throw the dagger at Niall, piercing through the glass but not going all the way through, most likely due to Erwin's interference. Niall stumbled back in fear, trying to register what happened, but jolted as he saw the Flying Titan barge through the door. Niall watched in fear as the Flying Titan looked at him with murderous intent. Before Niall could think of how to run, the Flying Titan grabbed his throat and pinned him against the wall. Niall began to struggle and kick as the Titan began to crush his windpipe. His vision became blurry as the Flying Titan still looked at him with murderous intent. He could barely see Erwin grabbing the Titan's arm before being knocked unconscious. Hours later, Niall groaned in pain, trying to open his eyes and depict what was going on. He could barely hear as he felt like his head was still spinning. His mouth felt dry, and when he opened his eyes, his vision was extremely blurry. When his vision began to focus, he realized that he was sitting in a chair, and that he was bound. Niall shook his head as he tried to hear the conversation. His blinked again to focus his vision, and widened his eyes to see his arms and legs bound to a chair. He tried to speak, but he also found that his mouth was gagged with a cloth. He managed to turn his attention to the conversation that Erwin was having with Kenny and the Flying Titan. I am just saying. Kenny exclaimed, cut out his tongue, slit his throat, dispose of the body. Slitting throats is your calling card. Megatron shot back, the dwarf would hunt you down. No one is killing him. Erwin ordered. He's an MP. Kenny retorted, those guys are assholes anyway. No matter who's in charge. The only thing that I will ever agree with you on, Megatron stated. Besides the fact that he is nothing more than a bystander in this scenario, he could have just as easily told someone where he was going. Erwin reminded, an investigation would happen in the event something happens to him. Niall tried to pull himself out of his restraints, but it merely caused the chair to tilt backwards. Niall ended up falling back and hitting his head on the ground. He groaned at the pain and the leftover sensation, but that was short-lived when the chair was raised and he was sitting upright. Niall froze in fear as a rifle was aimed at his face. He managed to focus his eyesight to see Megatron holding the rifle. Scream and you die, Megatron threatened in an ominous voice. Kenny cut the rope on his mouth, causing Niall to cough on his own spit. Erwin could only watch with concern, not wanting Niall to die. What are you doing here? Megatron demanded. Niall blinked in response before getting angry. Are you? Niall tensed as Megatron cocked the rifle. Answer, Megatron ordered. I just came to see Erwin, Nile responded, trying to keep his composure. I had time in my schedule, I wanted to make sure Erwin was okay. I swear. I had no idea that you or Kenny were even here. Did you tell anyone that you were coming here? Megatron demanded. And no, Nile answered, I didn't. That technically wasn't a lie. Marie recommended it, and he didn't bother to tell any of his subordinates. They would have assumed that he was going home. Well, it will make it easier for us to hide your body, Megatron declared. Erwin felt his stomach drop while Nile gasped in fear as Megatron moved his finger to the trigger. Wait. Nile pleaded, you can't kill me. And why not? Megatron demanded, I've seen your people work. You're nothing but incompetent, weak, and pathetic wastes of humans. If that one managed to kill 100 of you, I'm certain that you can be replaced. I can't be replaced. You don't get it. Nile exclaimed, I'm the head of the military police. Megatron took his finger off the trigger and slightly lowered the gun. This just became more complicated. If it was just a random soldier, then this would be a rather quick situation. You can easily be replaced by the next kiss-ass, Kenny jumped into the conversation. We're dealing with a very dangerous situation, Nile retorted, with the outside world trying to kill us all. Killing me could create a power vacuum and instability that would be negative if the island is in danger, or Zeke Yeager somehow betrays us. You don't trust Zeke? Megatron questioned. Erwin could see a smirk forming on the Titan's lips. He was clearly formulating some sort of plan. I, personally, don't, Nile answered, not after what he did to the Ragako village. He turned families into Titans, and now he's trying to use his subordinates to try and get into our good graces. I already hear from Hanji about Yelena's insistence on trying to gain our trust. Megatron grinned as he completely lowered the rifle. You meet with the med scientist. Med science, you mean Hanji? Nile exclaimed. Answer the question, Kenny hissed. Nile could see the concern on Erwin's face, but if he didn't answer, he might be killed sooner. Yes, Nile answered, I do. All the commanders have weekly meetings, and it's only just the commanders. Well, it seems that you do have some use after all, Megatron declared. He's an MP? Kenny exclaimed. The highest commanding MP who can directly feed us information that is withheld from the public, Megatron retorted, causing Nile to tense. You want me to break the law for you and Kenny the Ripper? Nile demanded, I'm going to make a guess it's either that or death then. You catch on fairly quickly, Megatron commented. What is this even for? Nile demanded. You don't trust Zeke Yeager, Megatron began, neither do we. If he was willing to turn his creators over to Marley and turn your own into Titans, I have no doubt in my mind he will betray the island when it suits him. I'm assembling a team to counteract Zeke in the event that time comes. Can I poke some holes into this stupid plan? Nile demanded, one of them being, why the hell don't you tell any actual government officials? Aren't you and Optimus friends at the very least? Kenny busted out laughing while Megatron rolled his eyes. It would be dangerous to involve someone actively interacting with Zeke or any of his associates, Megatron retorted, Optimus was never one for secrets and deception. And the med scientist has a difficult time in actually keeping her mouth shut. So the next best thing was getting Kenny the fucking Ripper. Nile emphasized. That was his idea, Megatron pointed to Erwin. Nile turned to Erwin in horror. It was you. Nile. You broke Kenny out of prison. Nile yelled at him. Before you continue this argument, I am making an offer to you, Megatron began, give us any and all information about Zeke and his subordinates. No matter how small. Do this for us, and you will live to see another day of your pathetic life. Nile debated his options. Well, there wasn't much of a debate, it was literally do or die. Even if he told anyone, he doubted that anyone would believe him. Even then, he would most likely be hunted down like a dog. Nile turned to Erwin and glared at him. Give me 2 minutes alone with Erwin. Megatron responded by taking the bullets out of the rifle and throwing the weapon on the couch. Megatron grabbed Kenny by the collar and walked out the house. Kenny quietly mocked Erwin before Megatron shut the door. Erwin turned to Nile, who was completely pissed off at him. Nile. You've been lying, you broke Kenny out of prison, and you've been spying on military operations. Nile exclaimed. Nile, wait, Erwin pleaded. No. Fuck you. Nile cussed him out. Nile. Erwin hissed. You can't keep acting like an idiot. Nile exclaimed, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this stupid shit? Damn it. Nile. Stop. Nile shouted, you're working with Kenny the Ripper and a Titan involved in a 4 million-year war. They want me dead if I don't comply. The Flying Titan just tried to kill me. They are outside right now. Nile nudged his head to the window, and Erwin saw Kenny waving his dagger next to the broken window. Nile, please. No, Nile responded more calmly, what are you trying to prove? Why are you throwing yourself back into the line of fire? You got out. Not many can say that. You got out of the war. You can continue living your life. You survived the onslaught of Titans. Why are you throwing yourself back into war? Nile, it's not as simple as that, Erwin reasoned. Then make it simple, Nile demanded, why are you doing this? Penance, Erwin said quietly. Penance? Nile questioned, there was nothing you could have done to stop your comrades' deaths. I led them to their deaths on a lie, Erwin declared, I didn't lead on the idea to free humanity. I had my own selfish intentions of finding out those theories I told you back in the academy. I just wanted to know what was in the basement. Then why lead in the first place? Nile asked, your friends. The people we trained with. Mike is dead. Over a false promise. I just wanted to get there, Erwin answered, I just wanted to make up for my father's death over my idiocy. He was killed because of me. I had to try. So now you suddenly have honest intentions? Which cause you to work with the worst beings imaginable? Nile rhetorically asked, you can't just do that over a penance. Nile, do you know how hard it is to go to sleep at night? Erwin asked, how it is to not close my eyes and see the bodies of people I led to their death? I've led almost everyone I ever knew to their deaths. I have to make it right. Nile was about to retort, but all he could see was the guilty look on Erwin's face. He had no idea. He would never truly know what Erwin is going through. What if you're wrong about this? Nile asked, what if there's nothing to prove? What if someone finds out about this before you get enough evidence? Then, I'll accept whatever comes my way, Erwin answered, I'll accept my punishment. Nile was silent for a moment. He had so little options in this situation anyway, but helping Erwin and making sure that he doesn't get into trouble might actually be a good starting motivator. Nile groaned. That's it. I'm helping you. Just to make sure you don't do anything stupid. You will? Erwin asked in slight surprise. Nile gestured to his current predicament. I'm not given a lot of options right now. Your 2 minutes are up, Megatron proclaimed as he and Kenny walked back into Erwin's home. I don't have many choices right now, so I'll help you, Nile told him, but I want ground rules to be set up. You want ground rules? Kenny cackled. Well, I'm not really here of my own free will, Nile retorted. Megatron walked towards him and kneeled down to his face. Understand this, if you tell anyone about this, your precious ground rules will be the least of your worries. Nile felt blood go back into his arms as Megatron ripped off the ties on them with ease. Nile quickly untied his legs before rubbing his arms from the pain. Now, here is what you will do, Megatron began. Chapter 44, 1 year later. He remembered talking with the Autobots one last time. He remembered them pleading with him to stay, and let them try to save him, but he refused. Keep fighting the noblest of fights. He remembered flying into the air before diving into the well. He remembered the white light and Optimus jolted awake from his seated position on the work table. He looked around and was met with the silence of the neutral ship. The computer was off and the table was full of equipment he needed to try and repair the tracker. It short-fused a few days ago, and Optimus had to bring it back to the ship for further inspection. But he was exhausted. He didn't want to continue working on this. Optimus pushed the work aside and stood up, deciding to walk over to the control room of the ship. When he got there, he typed some commands on the keyboard. The hologram of outer space flooded the room as Optimus began to search. This holographic image that he showed Aaron wasn't just for display. It was a map of space. He was hoping to find Cybertron, but the navigation system was also chewed through. Communications were barely functional, and without proper coordinates, there was no hope for him to reach Cybertron. But he still tried. He didn't want to give up. If he could just send a message or an S.O.S, then maybe the island could stand a chance. He could protect them all. Optimus stopped searching and leaned against the console, hunching his back and gripping the panel. Cybertron, what was happening there? Was everyone there all right? What about the humans on Earth? He had no idea, and he desperately wanted to know. Optimus pressed the center and the hologram shut down. He didn't have time to think about it today. He had to fix the machine, he had to help Paradis. Marley. Megatron didn't want to be here. He didn't want to train these humans, or clean their barracks, or do this pathetic human nonsense. Oh, how the Decepticons would have mocked and belittled him to no end. How the mighty have fallen. They would have reveled in this. Megatron finished loading the supplies for the next fleet of ships heading to Paradis. They recognized that it was a failure, and are sending more Merlians to the island to retrieve them, but it didn't matter to him. He just wanted to kill them all. It's not like any of them care about him. They care about Matthew, an idea, a figment of their frail imagination. Everyone wanted him dead, that was just a fact. He deserved it, no doubt, but it was exhausting to keep playing this lie. He used to be one of the most powerful beings in the universe. Now he couldn't even join the Allspark or go home. Perhaps pretending to be human was a fitting punishment for him. Megatron looked up at the clear blue sky and sighed to himself. He still wondered where Cybertron was. He still wanted to know where his home was, so that he wouldn't feel too far from it. But he could never go there again. It didn't matter anyway. He deserved it for all he had done. Hanji noticed that something was off with Optimus. The commander was going over some reports with him in his alt mode, and he sounded disconnected. Like he was listening, but not fully paying attention. Hanji did ask if he listened, and he was able to recite it back, but Hanji later saw Optimus in his bipedal mode, looking up at the sky, almost with a rather somber expression on his face. He continued to look up there, almost as if he was searching. She wanted to confront him, but she was a little nervous too. How long has he been like that? Levi asked as he walked up next to Hanji. 5 minutes, maybe, Hanji answered. I'm a little worried. So is everyone else, Levi commented. Everyone else is staring, wondering what the hell is going on with Prime. Did you talk to him? I'm a little nervous too, Hanji admitted. I've never seen him like this. I'll talk to him, Levi told her. Wait, Hanji pleaded as Levi walked up to the Prime. Hey, Prime. Levi called out. Levi was surprised to see Optimus flinch a little, almost as if he wasn't expecting him. He looked down to see Levi. Is something wrong? Optimus asked. Well, Hanji began as she walked next to Levi, you've been looking up at sky for a while. Are you okay? I am fine, I can assure you, Optimus answered. Did you see a bird shit in the ocean? Levi asked. No, Optimus responded, a little confused at the question. Well, the others have been staring for a while, Hanji informed, they've been rather nervous. I can assure you that I am fine, Optimus repeated. Can you help me out with some stuff? Hanji asked. Of course, Optimus answered. Good, so, Hanji trailed off when she noticed Optimus looking back up at the sky. You're going to come, right? Optimus transformed into his alt mode and activated his hollow form. He gestured for Hanji to lead him and Hanji hesitantly led the way. She looked back at Levi for help, but the stoic captain merely shrugged, not really knowing how to respond. Zeke noticed that something was off with Matthew. Very, very, off. And he wasn't sure that it was a good thing. Interaction with the Titan has decreased. Part of him was happy about that. He didn't like talking with the Titan, but he just wasn't talking to anyone. Zeke saw the Titan merely drop some military paperwork at his desk and walk out of his office immediately after. Was the Titan in a bad mood? Zeke noticed him working on fixing some of the rifles as he passed by and noticed Merly Yans making snide comments, but Matthew Titan appeared to retaliate. Instead he continued working. Maybe that was part of the deal, but something felt off. Zeke nearly swore as a Marlian threw a small rock at his head. But what genuinely scared him was the fact that the rock hit Matthew. Matthew stopped for a brief moment, glared at them, and it did cause them to back off. Once they left, Matthew continued assembling the rifle. He didn't catch the rock, or dodge it, or go after them. Zeke wanted to confront him about it, but he found it best to leave the Titan alone. He knew so little about him. Approaching him would be counterintuitive. Eren waited for Optimus in order to train with him. He was by his horse, but Optimus wasn't here. That was odd. Eren was about to go searching for him, but Optimus showed up in his hollow form. "Hey," Eren greeted, "did Hanji need you for something?" For a while, Optimus answered, but for some reason, his answer seemed off. "I'm ready to try some new techniques," Eren told him, trying to get the conversation going, but Optimus' gaze was somewhere else. "Optimus!" Eren called out, "Optimus!" Optimus seemed to flinch and turned his attention to Eren. This was getting weirder. "Optimus, are you okay?" Eren asked. "I am fine," Optimus trailed off. "I think we need to cancel training for today." Eren blinked in surprise before it turned into an abundance of worry. "What happened? Are you?" "Eren, I am fine," Optimus reassured, "I just have some work to do." Eren watched in concern as Optimus walked away from him, appearing to be deep in thought. Was Optimus okay? Colt grunted as Matthew kicked him in the chest. Colt tried to attack once more, but Matthew grabbed his arm and twisted it before flipping him over on his back. The children flinched while Matthew looked on apathetically. They noticed that Matthew was a lot more brutal with training today, and they were terrified. They've never seen him like this before. Colt tried to get up once more, but Matthew pinned him to the ground with his foot. "We're done," Matthew proclaimed as he got off of Colt. Wait, Colt stuttered, "we still have 20 minutes. "I don't care," Matthew stated as he walked away. "We could get in trouble," Colt insisted as he got up and reached for Matthew. However, Colt ended up touching Matthew's back, and it set Matthew off. Matthew quickly turned around and grabbed Colt by the neck. "Colt!" Falco shouted while Udo gasped in fear. Colt was prepared for Matthew to choke him out, but as he was about to, there was a sense of realization in his eyes before he let Colt go. Colt grunted as Matthew grabbed his collar and looked him dead in the eye. "Don't ever touch me again," Matthew warned. Colt meekly nodded his head as Matthew let him go. The warriors could only watch Matthew walk away, not knowing what to do now. The Survey Corps, excluding Hanji and Levi, could see it. They could see the way that Optimus was acting, but they were afraid to say something. They've never seen the Titan this way. How would they know how to respond to him? Optimus was trying to get the device in his possession to work, and they were all watching him at this point. They could see some visible frustration as the device failed once more. Optimus sat down in his bipedal mode, rubbing his optics with his digits. Then, without warning, he transformed into his alt mode and drove off. They all looked at each other in confusion. He left without warning. That was definitely odd. Calvi and Magath were discussing the next battle strategy with Matthew stepped in the room. Magath grunted as Matthew shoved some paperwork into his chest. "Hey! What the hell?" Magath shouted. Magath grew stiff when Matthew looked at him with such hatred and ferocity that he looked ready to tackle him to the ground and beat him up. Calvi didn't bother to say anything, not wanting to get involved in whatever mood he was in. As long as he didn't talk back. Magath watched Matthew storm out the room, shutting the door behind him with a loud slam. Zeke was walking down the wall when Matthew grabbed him and shoved him against the wall. "I am leaving for the night," Matthew told him in his regular voice, ensure that no one finds out about it. Zeke wanted to retort, but all he saw was the anger and tiredness in his eyes. "Okay," Zeke responded, causing Matthew to let him go and deactivate the hollow form. What the hell is going on? He just left. Hanji exclaimed in surprise, earning Yelena and Oyen Kappan's attention. Yes, Jean reported, we don't know why. Which direction? Hanji demanded. North, Armin replied. Hanji sighed, trying to rationalize the situation. Okay, so he most likely went to there to work on the device, but it's not like him to not inform us. Damn, okay. Eren, Armin, head up north to check up on Optimus. Yes, sir, Eren and Armin saluted before getting to their horses. The rest of us are heading back to Sina, Hanji ordered, this is something that we might need to discuss. Yelena and Onyanko-pan watched the soldiers walk away before making their move towards Hanji. Insubordination in the ranks. Yelena questioned. Hanji turned to Yelena and nearly grimaced. I'm under no obligation to tell you. Yelena was surprised by the tone and quickly backed off. We only mean it as concern, Onyanko-pan reasoned, did something happen to Optimus? We're working on it, Hanji merely responded, we'll inform you when there is an update on the situation. Thank you, Onyanko-pan said as Hanji walked away. We could use this to our advantage, Yelena whispered. We don't know enough, Onyanko-pan reasoned. A few hours later. Eren and Armin tied their horses to the tree before walking up to the ship. Maybe I should transform, Eren suggested. It would be hard to navigate as humans, Armin agreed. Armin shielded his face as Eren transformed into his Titan form. Eren held out his hand and Armin jumped in it. Eren walked into the ship and began to search. Armin noted that the energon in Eren's eyes were glowing as they made their way down the dark corridors. Eren found an open room and walked inside, and the two were stunned at the sight that they saw. Optimus Prime was sleeping in his bipedal mode, his upper body resting on top of a table while he was sitting on a stool of some kind. The tools were scattered everywhere, and he was resting his head on his arms. They've never seen Optimus like this. They've never seen Optimus in this type of vulnerable state. When he rested, it was usually in his alt mode. Never in his bipedal mode. Eren walked over to Optimus' sleeping form, being mindful of where he was stepping. We shouldn't disturb him, Armin reasoned. Eren raised his arm, hesitating to reach out to him. Before he could make that choice, they both jolted at a loud thud. They quickly turned to see Megatron leaning his body against the door, noting that he was exhausted as well. Eren quickly got in front of Optimus, wanting to protect his mentor. Megatron noticed this and rolled his optics before he pointed to the entrance they came through. Out, he ordered. Eren looked back at Optimus before turning to Megatron. If I wanted him dead, I would not be killing him in his sleep, Megatron retorted, now get out. Let's go, Armin told Eren. The Titan Shifter debated his options before walking out the room. Armin noticed Megatron looking down at him, but it was brief as Eren made his way out of the ship. This was going to be an interesting report. Wall Sina meeting. So Optimus is alright, he's just completely tired, Hanji recited. Yes, that's what happened before Megatron kicked us out of the ship, Armin explained, Megatron even looked worse for wear. Huh. Hanji spoke. They both looked exhausted, Eren explained. Oh no, Hanji began to pace, we might have to prepare for worst case. Worst case? Connie demanded, what's worst case? Look, there is no guarantee that Optimus and Megatron will continue to play nice, Hanji explained, now that both of them are exhausted, one of them might say something stupid, most likely Megatron, and all hell breaks loose. Aren't we jumping to conclusions? Jean reasoned, we don't actually know that that is the case. We have to think about worst case, Hanji retorted, evacuation plans would be the main issue. Wait, are we serious? Connie exclaimed. Do you really think that there's going to be a warning when those two fight? Hanji demanded, they've been at war for over 4 million years. We have to prepare for the worst. They all heard a knock on the door and turned to see Anko peering into the room. Have any of you seen Commander Pixis? She asked. No, Levi answered. Damn it, she swore, I've been searching for him everywhere. I told him not to go into the wine stash, but he did it anyway. Who knows what he's doing right now? What's the occasion? Levi asked out of curiosity, or did he want to get blackout drunk just because? There's a celebration in Trost for the anniversary of reclaiming the territory and plugging up the hole, Anka explained. Pixis saw the window and took it. Well, I do hope you find him, Hanji told her. One of these days he's going to drink himself to death, Anka grumbled as she left them alone. Wait, Armin began to process. Today is the anniversary of Trost, then that means, their war ended around this time. Silence radiated throughout the room. Their war ended around this time? How did they not know? Hanji screamed in frustration. Damn it! How could we be so stupid? No wonder Optimus has been acting weird. His war ended around this time. He's probably worried about his other comrades. Hanji paused as the pieces fell into place. He can't go home. Damn it! Both of them can't go home. Can't Buckethead fly there? Sasha recalled. If Megatron goes back, he gets executed on the spot, Hanji explained. He's a war criminal that destroyed their planet. And Optimus can't travel to Cybertron. He can't send communication or an SOS, or even send a ship to get there. Even when this is over, Optimus is stuck here. Maybe forever. Do you think that they know? Mikasa asked. I have no idea if Optimus really knows, Hanji admitted. He's been working too much and barely thinks for himself. It's not healthy for him. We have to do something, Eren declared, earning all eyes on him. We have to do something to help Optimus feel better. But what exactly? Connie asked. If we're being honest, we don't really know him personally. Connie's right, we don't know his likes, dislikes, hobbies, Jean listed. Prime probably doesn't know how to relax, Levi commented. We'll try to figure it out, Hanji proclaimed. Proceed as normal, do not pester Optimus or Megatron. Pretty sure Buckethead doesn't want to be reminded of his failures, Levi added. Let's just try to figure it out, Hanji stated, dismissed. Eren felt extremely guilty as they left the room. How could he not recognize this? How could he not realize his suffering? After everything Optimus did for them. Eren remembered the vision he had about Optimus' death. Maybe he didn't have that right. Next day. Warriors. Magath shouted at them as he walked up to them. He found them sitting down and eating outside. What is the meaning of this? Why aren't you training? Cold stood up and saluted him. Sir. We have been unable to find Matthew. Magath blinked in response. What? We looked for him all day, but he didn't show, Zofia explained. Does this reflect badly on us? Udo began to worry. Does this mean we'll get into trouble? Rifle assembly, now. Magath ordered. The warriors rushed to eat their food before running inside the compound. Magath himself began to worry. He brought Matthew to this place, and now he was going to get in trouble for not keeping a better eye on him. Magath shook his head. No, he could just blame Zeke, or Magath. Magath jolted and turned to see Calvi walked up to him with Zeke Yeager right behind him. Where is Matthew? Calvi asked. Zeke said that he's been unable to find him. I don't know where he is, sir, Magath admitted. Calvi hummed in response. This might have to deal with his attitude from yesterday. It would have caused some negative morale if he continued staying. We will give Matthew 24 hours to return. That is, awfully generous, Zeke commented. Matthew values his freedom above all else, Calvi explained. Him fleeing Marley without him properly honoring our agreement will only lead to him being hunted for the rest of his days. Whatever issue he has, let him mull over it somewhere else. Not in front of the troops. If he doesn't return by tomorrow, a team will be dispatched to locate him. Yes, sir, Magath and Zeke both said. Calvi walked inside the military building, prompting Magath and Zeke to follow. Magath was worried about his position, while Zeke was internally swearing. Where the hell is that Titan? Hanji really thought it over as Levi brought her some tea. She took a sip while Levi sat down. You're really abandoning your work over this whole Optimus situation, Levi commented as he looked over some of the blank documents. It makes me feel bad, Hanji told Levi. What can we do for him? Leave him alone, Levi responded. he would probably prefer to be alone right now and not getting into his business. But he has no one else, Hanji reasoned. We've only known him for a year now, but we haven't shared his same experiences. The other Autobots are probably millions of miles away, and they don't even know that he's alive. Which is why it's better to leave him alone, Levi declared. At the end of the day, we can't do anything to alleviate Optimus' pain. We don't know anything about him. Hanji thought it over before taking a deep breath. But, we do know someone that does. Levi was confused about what she meant, but put two and two together before sitting up. No fucking way. We have to do something nice for Optimus, Hanji reasoned. By asking the Titan he's been fighting for 4 million years. Levi hissed. As long as we don't ask Buckethead the sensitive question, Hanji told him. You don't get it, Optimus is the sensitive question, Levi retorted. If anything, that would make him more inclined to tell us, Hanji proclaimed. He wants to make things right with Optimus. Best bet would be to help pick and choose a gift. Levi blinked in response. You knew. What do you mean I knew? Hanji questioned. It's obvious. Optimus is the only one Megatron has any connection to. Why else would he stay on our world? Looks, it's just, I goaded Buckethead into shooting me to see if he was staying because of Prime, Levi admitted. Daring and stupid, Hanji applauded. Want to help me do the same thing? Even if I did, how are we going to get to him? Levi questioned. He's most likely in Marley, and Prime is the only one that can talk to him. We can always check the ship, Hanji suggested. I'm sure Megatron not doing so great himself right now. Which is why we shouldn't talk to him, Levi proclaimed. I'm gonna do it, Hanji declared. No, I will beat the shit out of you, Levi threatened. I'm your commander, Hanji reminded, and you're going to come with me to the ship. Megatron laid atop of the neutral ship staring at the orange sky. He knew he should have gone back to Marley, but he didn't want to. He was certain he wasn't going to hear the end of it, and that he would be punished for it, but he didn't want to be there. He needed time to himself, and it wouldn't be wise to disturb Optimus. The last thing they needed was to confront each other. Megatron noticed something out of the corner of his optic and groaned in irritation as he saw the mad scientist riding to the ship with the dwarf in tow. Hanji got off her horse as she noticed Megatron on top of the ship. Me. Hanji jolted as Megatron's sword pierced the ground a couple of yards away from her. Levi was about to attack, but Hanji raised her hand to tell him to stop. Megatron, I need your help. Hanji called out. Megatron laughed in response without looking at them. Why would I help you? This is something that would interest you. Hanji explained. Nothing you say would interest me. Megatron retorted. Hanji rolled her eyes. It's about Optimus. Levi noted that Megatron twitched at the proclamation, but made no move to get up. Is Optimus in the ship? Hanji asked. Megatron sighed. No. He went to test the tracker. Can you come down? Hanji asked. Megatron relented as he stood up and jumped down from the top of the ship and landed on the ground. What do you want? Megatron demanded. Well, Hanji trailed off, you're the only one here that knows the most about Optimus. The point, Megatron demanded in an ominous tone. We want to get Optimus a gift, Hanji declared. What would be a good one? What? Megatron demanded. Look, we know that it's the anniversary of the end of your war, Hanji explained. You and Optimus are not really in a good place right now because of it, and we just want to get Optimus a gift to lift his spirits and thank him for all the help that he's done. And why would I do that? Megatron demanded. Because if you do, I will leave you alone for the next month, Hanji bargained. I doubt you'd be able to do it, Megatron said as he crossed his arms. Please, Hanji begged, some part of you still cares. Levi quickly covered her mouth before she could say something that would get her killed. Just say it so we can go. Megatron thought it over, tapping on Digit on his arm. He didn't want to do that. He had no reason or responsibility to. It wasn't even his place to share that information, but... Megatron sighed. I would have assumed that you knew that he liked reading, considering you already know the basic information about us. Right, Optimus was a librarian, Hanji recalled. Wait, but that was part of his caste system job. I didn't think that he liked it. Optimus liked knowledge, Megatron proclaimed. He was in a safe and secure place where he could read the information in his possession. The problem was he wasn't allowed to analyze and question the legitimacy of the material. He would carry a datapad with him whenever he came to Kaon. Well, that's going to be a problem because we have nothing to offer him, Levi proclaimed. The island only really has 100 years of history. Anything about the outside was forbidden. Whatever you humans have, I'm sure he'll be invested, Megatron proclaimed. Hanji thought it over before an idea sprang into her head. I got it. Thank you, Megatron. Megatron grunted in response. Can you tell Optimus to come by later and say that it's a meeting? Hanji requested. If you hold your end of the deal, Megatron replied. Hanji smirked as she covered her mouth and gave a thumbs up. She signaled Levi to move out, and Megatron watched the two ride off away from the ship. He grabbed his sword and transformed it back into its handle before jumping back up to the top of the ship and lying down. Is something wrong with Matthew? Pike asked the warrior cadets on their break. He hasn't been here all day. We don't know, Colt admitted. He actually almost tried to choke me yesterday. Oh my god, why? Pike asked in shock. I don't think he likes to be touched, Colt responded, because he told me immediately after not to ever touch him. Reiner said that he was being rather rude to Commander Magath. Gabby added, well, more so than usual. Odd, Pike noted. Does anyone know where he might be? From what I heard, Commander Calvi is giving him 24 hours to return, Reiner answered as he walked up to them. Reiner. Gabby smiled as she hugged her cousin. Reiner gave a small smile and patted her head. 24 hours. Pike asked him, do they really not know where he is? Sounds like they don't, Reiner answered. Hopefully he comes back and he won't face charges. I still wonder why he's so upset. Matthew never liked talking about himself, Zofia spoke. He's always reserved and avoids human contact. He doesn't eat in the lunch hall, he only eats in his room, Gabby proclaimed. All of his scars were from combat, Falco remembered. I can only imagine the life that he lived. All of them felt despondent. They felt bad for Matthew, but they didn't know where to start on how to help him. I know what we can do, Gabby declared. We can do some of his work for him. Gabby, we have to train, Colt reminded. Just for the day, Gabby retorted. The only reason he's doing it is because he was sticking his neck out for us demons. We're the ones responsible, we have to pay him back. I agree, Colt said, earning a smile from Gabby. Matthew helped me and my brother. This is the least that we could do for all that he's done. You could get in trouble for not training, Pike insisted. I'm sure the other Merlians would have given us the tack anyway, Gabby retorted. They did do that to us, Reiner reminded. If they do say no, then obey, Pike advised. I don't want you guys to get into trouble. We won't, they all said. That night, Optimus drove into the capital, thanking the humans for opening the gate for him. Megatron informed him that Hanji wanted to have a meeting with him. Hopefully, this will be quick, and Optimus can return to the ship to work on the device. Optimus saw Hanji and the rest of the Survey Corps waving to him and he activated his hollow form. Commander, Megatron informed me that there was a meeting, Optimus began. Well, not necessarily a meeting, Hanji admitted. Then why have you called me here? Optimus asked. We want to show you something, Hanji answered. It's a surprise. Commander, if this is another ploy of some kind. Prime, we spent all day doing this, the least you can do is take a look, Levi interrupted. Optimus wanted to retort, but he could see the pleading expression on their faces. It would, probably be really quick. Then he could go back. How long will this take? Optimus asked. A few minutes, Hanji responded, I promise. All right, Optimus relented. Hanji pulled out a blindfold and presented it to him. Can you put this on? Optimus sighed as he took the blindfold and wrapped it around his eyes. Hanji took his hands and brought him inside while the others followed behind. The Prime had slight concern. He didn't understand what could possibly be this important. A short time later, Optimus felt the blindfold being removed from his head. He adjusted his eyes to find himself in a large library full of books. Surprise! Hanji exclaimed. What is all this? Optimus asked in disbelief. Our gift to you, you nerd, Sasha answered. We spent the whole day looking for books to put here, Jean explained. We even got some books from Marley, Hanji added, in exchange for putting that recommendation of integrating Merlians into our society. That giant was really fucking eager to do that. We have to keep tabs on her, Levi reminded. I will be mindful of that, Hanji proclaimed, but besides that, this library is yours. Optimus was startled at the proclamation. Really? It's not much, Armin shrugged. I'm sure that it doesn't compare to the grandeur of Iacon, but we do hope that you like it. But you shouldn't have done this, Optimus insisted. This should be given to someone else. Prime, we know that it's the end of your war today, Levi immediately cut off. Optimus looked down in guilt while Hanji glared at Levi for his harsh attitude. We know that you can't go back home, Aaron continued, and that we can't do much about that. But that doesn't mean that we can't try to show our gratitude to you, Hanji intervened. You can come in here anytime that you want and read your heart out. Don't worry about anything else. This is yours. Optimus took a couple of steps forward, taking one of the books in his hands and opening it. Do you like it? Hanji asked. Aaron could see the fondness and nostalgia in eyes as he closed the book and looked back at them. Thank you all, Optimus told them, this is a wonderful gift. The Survey Corps were relieved, glad that the Titan liked the gift. Hanji walked up to Optimus and patted him on the shoulder. Take a break, enjoy the gift, and we'll see you in a few days, Hanji told him. Hanji ushered the Survey Corps members out of the room while Levi followed behind. Levi turned back to Optimus as he sat on the ground. Thanks, Prime, Levi spoke, causing Optimus to turn to him, for everything. Optimus watched Levi walk out of the room before smiling to himself and returning to the book in hand. Maybe he can no longer go back to Cybertron, but he had a new home now, and he was going to do everything in his power to protect it and them. The next day, Megatron returned to the Marley, adamant, but relenting. If he was gone for more than 24 hours, there would no doubt be some call into question which would ultimately affect the mission. Megatron entered one of the room, ready to clean it, but was surprised to see the warrior cadets doing it for him. Colt was the first to notice him and walked up to him. Matthew, where have you been? Colt asked, are you okay? Megatron was thoroughly cautious by the situation and took a step back. Colt's question did prompt the other warriors to come to him as well. Magath is angry with you. Udo exclaimed. Where did you go? Falco asked. Stop, Megatron ordered in his other voice, what the hell is going on? We wanted to do something nice for you, Gabby answered, you seemed down yesterday, so we thought doing some of your work for the day might help. Megatron blinked in response. What? We thought. No, I heard that, Megatron immediately cut off, but, why? The cadets were confused as they looked at each other. To do something nice, Falco answered, you've already done so much for us, and we wanted to pay you back. Megatron was quiet, not truly knowing how to respond to a situation. Megatron gritted his teeth in response. Did I ask you to do that? Megatron demanded. The cadets were stunned at the question. Matt. I didn't ask you to do this, Megatron hissed at them, this better not happen again. Megatron stormed off, leaving the children genuinely hurt and offended by his words. Not knowing what else to do, they returned to their assigned work. Megatron entered Zeke's office, ready for Zeke to yell at him, but nearly growled when he saw Magath talking with Zeke. Magath noticed him and grew angry, stomping over to him. Where the hell have you been? Magath demanded. Out, Megatron responded. You can't just go out. Magath exclaimed, this insubordination of yours needs to end, now. I'm not part of Marley military, you can't tell me what to do, Megatron hissed. I can throw you in prison, Magath reminded. Our agreement was that I train the warriors, that's it, Megatron shot back. And you think I care about that? Magath demanded, you hold no power, and as far as Marley is concerned, you're residing in this country illegally. Now unless you tell me where the hell you've been, you will never see the light of day again. I was out, Megatron answered in an ominous tone. Magath, Zeke warned. Answer. Magath ordered. Out. Megatron shouted. Where? Magath demanded. Out. Megatron repeated. Why? Magath demanded. None of your business. Megatron turned to leave. Magath grabbed the back of Megatron's cloak. You need to. Megatron snapped and grabbed Magath's hand before twisting it. Zeke shot up from his chair as Magath cried out in pain. Before Zeke could make another move, a soft click was heard. Megatron and Zeke turned to see Calvi aiming a gun at the back of his head. Let him go, Matthew, Calvi ordered. Megatron glared at Magath before letting go of his hand and dropping him to the ground. Zeke attended to Magath while he glared at Megatron. I can't let this slide, Calvi proclaimed, I'm taking you to our prison cells. You'll be staying there until I can find suitable punishment for you. Megatron glared at Calvi in response, but relented as he raised his hands in surrender. Zeke began to panic as Calvi forced Megatron down the hall. The plan is going awry. No. 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 A few hours later. Calvi tapped his arm in frustration as he saw Matthew behind the bars. Magath was behind him, now sporting a cast on his hand. Word about Matthew's insubordination was going to spread quick, unless he found out why he's been acting the way that he has. Calvi noted that Matthew was on the floor and not the bed with his back faced towards them. Matthew, I really like you, but I cannot let this go, Calvi began. You assaulted an officer without reason. You left the compound without informing anyone or getting permission, and despite better judgment, the Eldians decided to do something nice for you. I have to find a suiting punishment for you, I've been clearly too lenient on you. Matthew didn't bother to look over. Do your worst. Calvi sighed. At least give a reason why you've been acting this way. I have no reason to tell you, Matthew proclaimed. Just give him a punishment and get it over with, Magath hissed, he doesn't care about anyone but himself. No one ever cared for me, Matthew retorted, why should I give a damn about someone else who only wants me for my fighting skill? When people do something for me, it's to get something in returns. That's how my life has always been. Then how about you tell me why you left, so that I can do something for you, Calvi proclaimed. So I can continue training the Eldians, Matthew proclaimed. So that you still have a chance to obtain your freedom, Calvi insisted. Calvi assumed that Matthew was thinking about it because a few moments later, Matthew stood up. He removed his jacket and held it in his left hand before removing his shirt and holding it in his right. Calvi stared in shock while Magath wanted to throw up at the sight of the large, jagged scar in the center of his back, accompanied by other scars. Last year, I died around this time, Matthew confessed, I don't know how it happened. The wound caused an extensive amount of blood loss, and the trauma of it made me block out the memory. Somehow I managed to survive, but I had a feeling that it was someone else who decided to save my life. It is a debt I can't repay. Matthew looked at them, but didn't turn his body towards them. No one here will ever know what I've been through. The only thing that I wanted was to be left alone, but considering Marley's track record, I knew that I wouldn't be getting that chance. Matthew put his shirt and jacket on, without dropping either of them. He laid back down on the ground and continued to have his back faced to them. Maybe here, I'll finally get some peace and quiet, Matthew proclaimed. Calvi didn't respond to his proclamation and decided to leave him be. Magath, not knowing how to respond, followed his superior. Paradise. Optimus continued reading through the books on Paradise history, feeling more content than he's ever been in the last couple of days. To actually fend responsibility, even just for a while, was genuinely what he needed. Optimus laid down on the ground, getting in a more comfortable position before he continued reading. He noticed someone over him and lowered the book to see Aaron, Armin, and Mikasa staring down at him. What are you three doing here? Optimus asked as he sat up. Commander Hanji wanted to make sure that you were getting a proper break and actually using the library, Mikasa answered. I am enjoying myself, Optimus reassured, and I do appreciate the gift very much. Yeah, this is a really big library, Armin trailed off as he looked around. Some of these books were already here and sitting around. Optimus could see the curiosity and eagerness in his eyes and gave a small smile. I reorganized the sciences to be on the far right. Armin smiled as he ran towards the shelf. Eren gave a small smile as Armin waved to him before browsing the books. What are you reading about? Mikasa asked the Prime. The island's history, Optimus responded. A favorite pastime of mine back on Cybertron was to read historical context. I would like to relate it to modern-day events and the influence it has. But, how many books did you read? Eren asked as he gestured to a small stack of books next to him. Not many, Optimus answered. I did reorganize the library in a way that would make it easier for me to access the books. Those were just books that caught my interest the most. Is there anything that you want to take in particular? We can take some books. Mikasa questioned in surprise. Of course, Optimus answered, it would be wrong to keep this knowledge to myself. I'll return this, I promise. Armin called out as he waved a book before them. Eren sat down on the ground next to Optimus. Well, we'll tell Hanji that you liked this gift. Optimus noticed a sad expression in Eren's face and marked his position in the book before sitting up. Eren, I am sorry that I did not train with you, but I promise that we will continue very soon. I should have recognized why sooner, Eren retorted. I should have known why today was so important. You sacrificed so much for us. This was the least that we could do. Have you talked to Megatron about the war recently? Mikasa asked. No, and it is for the best, Optimus explained. It would not be beneficial to talk to him about the situation, since we were enemies for so long. The last thing either of us need is to bring up old wounds. Mikasa gave a subtle glance to Armin, who was looking at her with slight concern. Eren didn't seem to notice as Optimus picked up the book once more. Is there anything particular you want to read? Optimus asked. I just want to make sure that you're okay, Eren replied. I am feeling much better, Optimus reassured. Thank you for your concern. A small smile grew on Eren's face before it disappeared at the thought of Optimus' death. He almost tried to say something right then and there, but he couldn't get the words out. Why couldn't he get the words out? He looked down in shame before he hugged the Prime, startling him and his family. Eren, what? Thank you, Eren told him, thank you so much. Thank you for everything. Optimus was startled by Eren's action before gently rubbing his back with one arm. He pulled Eren away from him after a few moments and placed a hand on his shoulder. You can stay here as long as you want to, and I will take you back to the campsite, Optimus told him. Eren nodded his head, relieved at Optimus' words. He wasn't ready to go back there. As Optimus leaned against the desk and opened the book once more, Eren sat next to him and rested his head on his shoulder. Mikasa watched the sight and rubbed her arm, something that Optimus took note of. Is something wrong? Optimus asked. We're not very close, but, Mikasa trailed off. Optimus had an idea of what she meant and gestured to his left side. Mikasa sat next to him before resting her arms on her knees. Thank you, she whispered, for everything. Optimus gave a small smile before returning to the book in hand. Mikasa peered over his to look at the information. Optimus noticed this and began to quietly read aloud, allowing Mikasa to follow along. Armin could see the content expression on Optimus and his friends and smiled before he continued browsing. He was happy that they were all able to relax. It made him feel better knowing that, but his thoughts ended up traveling back to Megatron. Megatron has a debt to Optimus that he wants to fulfill, but he can't help but imagine what the Titan must be going through right now. Megatron was still lying down in his prison cell, but was now on his back. He's been in here for a few hours. Part of him was happy for that because he didn't have to deal with any of those pathetic humans. The other part of him was annoyed because he had no free reign, and it just felt like that same empty feeling when he was in space before he arrived on this world. Part of Megatron still wanted to run, and the other part of him just wanted to end it all. He only wanted to be by himself so that he could be alone with his thoughts, and deal with his failures. He lost everything that day, the war, his life, his body, his spark. He would argue his morality, but that was something he discarded a long time ago. Besides, he was still willing to kill anyway. It was in his nature. Megatron let the hollow form hands twitch in response. He's asked himself whether the war was necessary or not. Part of him wants to say yes, because it was the only way for the elites to listen. Another part of him wanted to say no, maybe it was because he let things go too far. He wasn't the only one who lost everything today. He destroyed everything, his home, his people, Optimus. Today was just a mocking, grim reminder of that. Megatron heard the doors to his cell open and turned his head to see the armored Titan standing there. Calvi wanted me to take you to his office, Reiner informed. Why? Megatron demanded in his other voice, because Magath is too scared to try. You broke his hand. Reiner exclaimed, what were you thinking? Come on, Megatron drawled out as he stood up, you're telling me you wouldn't have done that if given the opportunity. I already hate him enough, I can't imagine the shit he puts you through. Megatron noted the uneasy expression in his eyes and smirked. So you have thought about it? I've thought about nothing, Reiner hissed, I'm loyal to Marley alone. I thought we already talked about the fact of me reporting you to your superiors useless, Megatron interrupted. Reiner still looked uneasy, causing Megatron to groan in irritation. Fine, let's just go. Megatron crossed his arms as he followed Reiner out of the prison area. Megatron noted a rather uncomfortable and despondent expression on his face, but he didn't bother. He had a feeling it was going to be about the Colossal One, and he didn't want to be involved with that. They just wanted to do something nice for you, Reiner muttered, but Megatron was able to hear it. I didn't ask them to do it, Megatron hissed in response. I thought you said you didn't care about Eldians, Reiner shot at him, getting over his initial shock. I don't care about Eldia and Marley overall. It's all the same to me, Megatron proclaimed, when someone tries to do something nice for me, it's for their own benefit or personal gain. Those brats will probably ask for extra hours of training or more advanced techniques. Or they wanted to do something nice, Reiner cut off, you have no idea the hoops they had to go through to do that for you. And I didn't ask for it, Megatron repeated. Reiner felt bitter, but kept his feelings to himself. He wasn't sure what would happen if he got angry at him. Besides, he was an Eldian, and he was a human. He would get into more trouble if he did something wrong. Megatron and Reiner arrived at Calvi's door, and Reiner opened it. They both entered Calvi's office and saw that the commander was sitting at his desk. Meanwhile, Magath was against the wall rubbing his broken arm. Reiner was about to leave, but the Titan shifter stopped when Calvi raised his hand. You stay, Calvi ordered. Reiner stood by the door as still as possible. Megatron turned to Calvi. So, what unholy punishment will you give me? Megatron demanded. Magath growled in response, but Calvi glared at him and Magath backed off. I understand that this time is hard for you, Calvi began, I can't imagine the life that you've led, and how traumatizing it must be for you. However, that doesn't excuse the fact that you assaulted one of my officials. I will give a week to get your affairs in order. Whatever you're going through right now, is not something that needs to affect the morale of the Eldian Devils. Reiner was visibly confused. What did Commander Calvi mean by that? But when you do return, your punishment will be extended, Calvi proclaimed, your current labor duties will be extended for another month. Your wage will be docked by half. You will be required on site for any and all Titan experiments. Megatron resisted the urge to sigh in response. It would be irritating, but he could live with that. My final punishment, however, depends on your response to one question, Calvi continued. And that's what? Megatron demanded. Are you willing to apologize to Magath? Calvi asked, for breaking his hand. Megatron was shocked by the question before turning his attention to Magath. He glared at him before turning to Calvi. I would rather die again, than apologize to him, Megatron declared. Reiner nearly gasped. This man died. What? Unfortunate, Calvi replied, because you are going to work for him. What? Magath and Megatron shouted. You two clearly hate each other, and I cannot have you two at each other's throats while we're in the middle of a war and an extremely dangerous situation with the island. Calvi explained, we need to ensure that everyone here is united and working together to defeat the threat. Sir, with all due respect, he is an insubordination. Magath exclaimed. You're the one who decided to keep me here. Megatron shot back, because of you, I don't have my freedom. Screw your freedom. Magath declared, you broke the law. Enough, Calvi ordered, this is exactly what I'm talking about. The hostility between you two is ridiculous. I can't have the Eldians thinking that they can talk back to their superiors while having the Merlians fear an outsider. Calvi pointed to Megatron. Whatever Magath asks of you, do it without question. Calvi pointed to Magath. Treat Matthew with respect. He is a human and has been creating promising results for the Eldians. Both of you will get along or you will face severe punishment, are we clear? Magath and Megatron glared at each other, causing Calvi to stand up. Are we clear? Calvi demanded. Yes, sir, Magath relented. Crystal, Megatron growled. Reiner could only watch in sheer disbelief. What the hell just happened? Later that day, Armin continued reading the books in the library before looking over his shoulder to check on Eren and Mikasa. Both were sleeping on Optimus' shoulder, but the Prime continued to read aloud to them. Maybe the Prime wanted to read aloud, or maybe he thought his voice would be comforting to them. Either way, he thought it was nice of him. Armin stood up to talk to them, but stood when he noticed a familiar, lingering, presence by the door, looking into the room with his red eyes. When Megatron did notice that Armin was staring, he quickly left the door without making a sound. Armin quickly set the book down and turned to Optimus. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Optimus nodded his head in response, not realizing that Megatron was even present. Armin walked at a normal speed out of the room, and dashed down the hall to find Megatron. Armin turned a corner and bumped into Megatron's back. He rubbed his head as Megatron turned to him. What? Megatron demanded. What are you doing here? Armin asked. You're supposed to be in. Do not bring up that stupid continent, Megatron ordered. Armin immediately backed off before noticing Megatron's irritated expression. So, it's that bad. Megatron rolled his eyes. I only wanted to be left alone. Instead, I'm forced to work with that stupid commander of the warrior unit. Isn't that a good thing? Armin asked. You have access to the warriors. I don't care about that, Megatron hissed. I would have had access to the warriors regardless. Those stupid brats follow me around like little ducklings. I shouldn't know what ducks are, but I do. Do you know why? Armin grunted as Megatron grabbed him by the collar and forced him to look him dead in the eye. Because I'm forced to be around your pathetic species, Megatron declared in a dark tone, what I would give to slaughter you all. Armin looked down at the hand gripping his shirt before looking back up at Megatron. Do you want to talk about it? Megatron raised an eyebrow in confusion. I mean, I feel like this is more than just Marley, Armin began, and Optimus was feeling upset, which is why we got the library for him. I going to guess that you're not doing so well considering what time of the year it is. Armin had to choose his words extremely carefully. Megatron was already angry, and he didn't want to set him off to the point where he ended up getting hurt in the process. But, while Optimus had all of this support from the Survey Corps, Megatron had nothing and no one, and part of him felt bad for him. Megatron let go of Armin's shirt and leaned against the wall. I only wanted to inform Optimus of my week off in order to get my affairs in order, according to the head of Marley Military. You've been acting out, haven't you? Armin guessed. Megatron didn't respond, which was new to Armin. He expected the Titan to be on the defensive, but he just looked tired. He could see in his eyes. It looked like he wanted to collapse. How bad? Armin asked. I am under no obligation. How bad? Armin demanded. Megatron wanted to threaten him, but Optimus wasn't too far away. He could hear them if one of them gets too loud. I'm not going to answer you, Megatron proclaimed. You hurt someone, didn't you? Armin concluded. Awfully bold assumption, Megatron remarked. Well, with you, it's either follow my orders or face punishment, Armin shrugged. Megatron didn't respond to that as he rubbed the side of his head in irritation. You did, you're not denying it, Armin concluded. I wanted to be left alone, Megatron hissed. I didn't want to deal with those disgusting warriors, and those broken Titan Shifter, or those arrogant commanders. I just wanted to be left alone with my thoughts, instead of humans asking me to do their dirty work for them. And that gives you the excuse to hurt someone. Armin demanded, I thought you wanted to make things right with Optimus. Hurting humans doesn't help your case. They are the enemy, Megatron reminded. I have no reason to be nice to them when I know for a fact that they would treat me with hatred the moment they found out who I am. I don't need to be around those pathetic humans when I have my own failures to mull over. Armin didn't say anything, knowing exactly what he was talking about. Losing the war, dying a rather painful death, being revived and placed under the control of a demonic god, and being unable to return home under the threat of being executed, it was no doubt an unbearable weight on his shoulders to live with the guilt of what he has done. The worst part, Megatron continued, is that those Eldians think I'm a good person. Megatron gave a self-deprecating laugh. I'm one of the worst beings in the universe, and they think I'm a good person. Armin was confused at that. Why would they think you're a good person? How do you even treat them? I buy them food, books, Megatron relented. I don't call them demons or devils. The most egregious offender would be creating a makeshift burial for the colossal one that recently died. I've been trying to justify those actions as ways to gain their trust. In reality, I didn't want to see their disgustingly sad faces. You are a terrible person, Armin declared. Armin noted that Megatron twitched in response to his declaration. But to them, you are a good person. In their eyes, you are how they want the rest of the world to treat them. To the island, you are demonic, but they see you as a good person because you are willing to help in a time of uncertainty. If someone does know who you are, then they start to see you as a bad person, but I'm certain that you used to be a good person to someone long ago. I'm not anymore, Megatron declared. I know, Armin agreed, but maybe, you're starting to recognize that. Megatron chuckled at the thought. There's nothing left to recognize. It doesn't matter what I do in the end. My spark will face eternal punishment. Armin watched the hollow form deactivate before he walked back to the library. From what he saw, it seemed that Megatron's guilt was eating at him, and that one day, it was going to spill over and destroy him. T3 is something keep. Aaron shifted his head a little on Optimus' shoulder as a memory played into his head. Grisha, there is something I need you to keep for me. Grisha was handed something, struggling to hold it between what remained of his hands. What is this? When you inherit my memories, you might know. Whatever you do, keep it secret. Aaron gasped and jolted awake as he got a clear vision of what his father was holding. His sudden movement caused Optimus to flinch and nearly lose his page and Mikasa to jolt awake. Aaron, what happened? Optimus asked. Aaron ignored Optimus as he shot up and bolted out the door. Aaron! Mikasa exclaimed as she and Optimus followed him out the library. Aaron continued running, but ended running into Armin as he turned the corner. They both fell to the floor and rubbed their heads. Aaron, what are you doing? Armin demanded. Armin, we need to go to Shiganshina. Aaron declared as Optimus and Mikasa caught up with him. What? Why? Armin asked in confusion. I saw another memory. Aaron answered, we need to go to my old home. We need to go back to the basement. Dad had a fourth notebook. Chapter 45, The Fourth Notebook. Optimus, Aaron, Armin, and Mikasa arrived in Shiganshina, earning some attention for the residents. Optimus activated the hollow form, spooking a few of them, before helping the trio out of the car. They then bolted towards Aaron's old home. I don't get it. Armin exclaimed, if Dr. Yeager had a fourth notebook, why bother hiding it in the first place? This was by Kruger, and for some reason he wanted to keep it a secret. Aaron answered, maybe he wanted to wait until someone could be trusted. Maybe, Optimus agreed, I doubt Kruger expected your father to write information about the outside in notebooks. But what needed to be hidden? Mikasa asked, why keep it secret for so long? They arrived at the house, noting that it was still in the process of reconstruction. Aaron quickly rushed inside, followed by the others. Aaron opened the door and rushed to the basement door before lifting it. Eren, slow down. Mikasa exclaimed. Eren opened the door and gasped in horror. All of his father's medical equipment was gone. The shelves, his desk, the medicine, everything was cleared out. Eren fell to his knees in defeat as the others were able to catch up with him. It's gone, all of it, Eren spoke, it has to be here. Optimus kneeled down next to Eren. Is there any indication in your memories of where the notebook could have gone? I don't know, Eren answered, I just know that another notebook exists. I don't know where Dad hid it. I thought it would be here. Was there anyone that Grisha might have trusted? Optimus asked him. Grisha could not have integrated into the walls on his own. Not without a good Samaritan of some kind. Grisha was a doctor, Armin reminded, he could have made many friends or associates. None that we know, or could even be useful. I can't see anything in my memories, Eren spoke, damn it, the one time I need it to work and it does nothing. Armin and Mikasa tried to recall as well, but they couldn't. Armin only saw Grisha as a man who was always interacting with everyone due to medical reasons. Mikasa saw Grisha as someone who was busy and didn't have time to make friends. Eren tried to remember, but the only thing that came up was someone in the Survey Corps that was mostly dead by now. This trail was a dead end. Optimus didn't know Grisha personally. He actually didn't like him, if he was being honest. So there wasn't much he could even do to help him. So what could he do? Wait, the day of Historia and Amir's wedding. Someone came and gave him a letter to give to Eren. There are many questions Eren will have that I can't answer, the man admitted. There were also things I tried to do to prevent him from joining the military. I knew his mother never wanted that life for him, but he had the drive of his father, and there was just no way for me to stop him without getting caught. I can't do it. The only thing that I am asking is for that letter to be delivered to Eren. Optimus grabbed Eren's shoulder and made the teen look at him. On Historia's wedding, you said you knew the man who gave me the letter. What was his name? Keith Shades, Eren answered in confusion, he was our instructor. I don't understand. Eren stopped as the broken memories fell into place, and he was finally able to see the resemblance between the commander he saw, and the commander of the trainee program. It's him. Eren exclaimed. Megatron dragged himself into the empty room in the neutral ship where the berth was. He didn't bother to lay on the berth and ended up slumping against it instead. He lazily opened and closed his optics, ready to give in to the turmoil of his nightmares. It would most likely be worse around this time, considering the day. His eyes snapped open when he saw the image of his younger self staring down at him in disapproval. Megatron growled as he forced himself to sit. What in slag do you want? You know what it is, he shot back, what are you doing? I expected you to at least treat everyone else with indifference, but instead you're doing good deeds for the children that will end up being your enemy. It is called gaining their trust. Megatron retorted, I don't understand what the issue is. You said that you no longer had the taste for oppression. I didn't say anything about deception. Megatron shot back. They are sparklings. Raised in an environment where they are ordered to destroy the island. Megatron reminded. You took away someone they cared about, his younger self shouted. Megatron grimaced. So that's what this is about. You killed their friend. An indirect kill. A kill none else, his younger self cut off, and you were responsible for it. You can argue the Titan kills were unavoidable. There would have been no way of changing them back, but you have been killing humans. You have been toying with their minds. You pretend to be their friend and be kind to them. In reality, you wouldn't crush them without a second thought. I thought you wanted to make things right with Optimus. Destroying Marley helps with that goal, Megatron declared. So why have you been omitting details, his younger self demanded, why haven't you told Optimus everything? I don't have to tell him everything, Megatron hissed. But you know the reason why, his younger self declared, if you didn't, I wouldn't be here. What do you want me to do? Megatron demanded, what could you possibly want out of me? I'm part of you, his younger self reminded, you already know the answer, you just need to admit it. Megatron threw his sword at the image, and the image disappeared as it pierced the wall. Megatron didn't bother to pick it up as he slumped back onto the berth. Now he couldn't sleep. Keith was going over some budget reports at his desk. There's been a shortage of dummy Titans as of late. They already burned through the previous supply, so they would no doubt have to get extra. But, many in the trainee program, officials, and recruits, have been wondering what the point is. Why bother learning how to fight against Titans when there was little to none to kill? Why bother to train for it when the enemy is not Titans, but humans? Keith sighed. It was somewhat pointless. There was no saving humanity, especially since they were considered the enemy. He was certain that his tactics weren't even working anymore. They were meant to prepare them for certain death, a common enemy. Now, it was just another type of a broken dream. Keith snapped out of his thoughts when he heard a knock at the door. He wasn't expecting someone to be here at this hour. It might be one of his colleagues. He walked over to the door, ready to open it, but stopped when he saw something out of his window. It was the strange caravan he saw at the Queen's wedding. No, it was the Metal Titan. He knew that from reports and newspapers he read. He was here and he didn't know why. And, he was scared to find out why. He opened the door to see the Metal Titan in his human form. He was the one he gave Carla's letter to. "I need to speak with you," the Titan said. "May I come in?" Keith opened the door and let the Titan inside. He shut the door behind him before anyone else noticed him. "What's this about?" Keith asked. "You once told me that you knew Aaron's mother," he began. "When I was younger," Keith stated, now having a feeling where this was going. "Do you happen to know Aaron's father?" he asked. Keith didn't respond. "I didn't really know much about Grisha. At least, nothing of true value. I thought that he was just someone who lost his memory, but he was lying about that too." "But you were acquainted with him," Optimus concluded. "You could say that," Keith merely responded. "Were you the first person to find him outside the wall?" Optimus asked. "Yes," Keith answered. "Did he have anything in his possession when he arrived?" Optimus asked. "Possession?" Keith questioned, realizing where this was heading. "Of what variety?" "We have reason to believe that Grisha had a fourth notebook," Optimus explained, "one that was written by his predecessor. It might contain vital information in regards to Marleyan government and military. If we cannot find it, then we will rely on our own methods. But it would be beneficial to have that information." "Why me?" Keith asked. "As far as we know, you were the only one that has any contact with Grisha," Optimus said. "If you do know anything, it may be detrimental to the island's survival." Keith thought it over. If he did reveal what he knew, he might not hear the end of it. But, Keith looked Optimus dead in the eye. He wasn't sure what would happen if he didn't say a thing. Keith stood up and walked over to his desk before opening his cabinet drawer. He lifted the false bottom and grabbed the blue notebook, quickly adjusting the paper underneath it before hiding it. He walked back over to Optimus and handed the notebook to him. "I don't know if it will help, but this is what I found," Keith explained. "For some reason, he never asked for it back after I confiscated it from him. I couldn't just hand it over to the military. That would have put him in danger, and I didn't want that to happen over what seemed like an honest mistake." "Thank you," Optimus said as he looked at the notebook. "If there is anything that I can do to repay you." "No need," Keith said. "I just don't want to be involved with this." "I understand," Optimus said. "Thank you." Keith watched Optimus walk out the door with the notebook in hand. Keith watched the Titan leave the training compound, noticing Aaron, Mikasa, and Armin with him. He didn't think the information was going to help them, but he did his part. Later, Hanji tapped her finger on the table in the meeting room as she stared at the notebook on the table. Optimus, Armin, Aaron, and Mikasa were on one side of the table while Levi and Historia were on the other. "This is something," Hanji finally spoke. "You nearly fainted," Levi commented. "I had reason to," Hanji retorted. "I don't understand why Keith even had this in the first place, or why he even thought about keeping it from the Survey Corps. He was the commander. He could have used this information that might have helped us. Wasn't it information from the outside?" Armin retorted. "Even if Instructor Shades said anything, he could have been labeled for treason and executed, along with Dr. Yeager." "Fair," Hanji agreed. He probably would have thought that the information was absurd, but even after the truth was revealed, he could have saved us the trouble of sending Megatron into Marley. I would pay to see that fucker suffer, Levi proclaimed. It would be fun to watch, Historia agreed. No, Optimus said to the both of them. Hanji took a deep breath and opened the notebook to the first page. I don't know if I can read this. Optimus took the notebook from her and began to read. This is for the next successor of the Attack Titan, who sees the visions that I have seen. The information that I present to you may not seem important, but it may be detrimental to the survival of the Eldian race. The first experience I had was when I first received the powers of the Attack Titan from my successor. At the time, I was cautious, and on edge. I had stolen one of the Titan powers from Marley military, and Marley was trying to search for it without raising alarm. I was not considered suspicious due to my deep cover. They believed that I was a Marleyan, but I had to be certain that I wouldn't get caught. I moved a little further out of city lines, I distanced myself from neighbors, I took every precaution to ensure my survival. However, nothing could prepare me for what I had come across. Kruger jolted awake in his bed as he heard a loud thump from outside his room. Kruger didn't take any chances as he got up from the bed and grabbed a bat from under the bed. His gun wasn't in the room, much to his foolishness. Kruger made his way down the hall, holding his bat in a position ready to strike. When Kruger arrived in the living room, he saw no one there. However, that was no guarantee that the person was still in the house. Kruger grew stiff as someone moved on the ground. Kruger nearly wanted to scream as a black humanoid figure struggled to get up. It was on its hands and knees, shaking its head before standing up fully. The demon, Shadow, rubbed its head and seemed to look around in confusion. Kruger wasted no time and bolted towards the creature. Kruger gasped as the creature turned its blank face towards him. When Kruger swung, the creature quickly ducked and collapsed on the ground. Kruger raised the bat over his head as the creature crawled backwards away from him. The creature raised its hand, almost as if to plead with him, but Kruger ignored it as he swung down. Kruger narrowly missed the creature's leg as it rolled out of the way. The creature used the wall to help itself stand up as Kruger swung again. The creature ducked its head and the bat hit the wall. Kruger could have sworn it hit its fingers, but it didn't react. The creature raised its hand in panic, almost trying desperately to explain itself. Kruger ignored it and grabbed another item in range, a knife. He threw it at the creature, but was shocked to see the knife go straight through his chest and hit the wall. The knife clattered onto the floor, followed by silence. Kruger stared at the creature in fear as the creature touched its chest with its hands, almost as if it was surprised by the outcome as well. Kruger slowly walked up to the shadow and slowly aimed the tip of the bat at the center of its chest. He pushed it forward, and the bat went through the shadow's chest. Kruger dropped the bat, and the object phased through the shadow and hit the floor. The shadow was curious and tried to pick up the bat, but the handle went straight through its fingers. The shadow looked down at its hands and wiggled its fingers before turning its attention to Kruger. Kruger grew tense as the shadow reached for him. Kruger quickly grabbed a chair as raised it high, causing the shadow to back away and raise its hands in surrender. "Don't even think about touching me, you freak," Kruger hissed. He didn't know who, or what, this thing was. He was not going to take any chances. The creature tilted its head in confusion. The creature put its hands down and just appeared to be staring at him. Damn it! It was unnerving. "What the hell are you looking at me for?" Kruger demanded. The creature tilted its head once more before making gestures with its hands. "I don't know what that means," Kruger exclaimed. "What the hell are you on about?" The creature froze in response before quickly pointing to himself. "Can you not speak, you shadow?" Kruger demanded. The shadow stopped before looking like it was mulling over something. After a brief moment, the shadow seemed to recognize its situation before collapsing on the ground and clutching its head with its hands. Kruger watched with weariness as the shadow fell face first on the floor. At least, he thought it was his face. The hands of the shadow began shaking before they fell limp over his head. Kruger didn't know what to do next. This shadow was immobile, but he couldn't strike it with any other objects. He didn't know if he could touch it, and he was scared to find out if he could. Kruger slowly placed the chair over the shadow, but it didn't seem to notice. Kruger then stepped around the body, doing his best to not disturb the shadow. Kruger walked back to his room and shut the door. He slumped against his door before falling asleep due to his own exhaustion. I didn't know how to process the situation, and as a result, I made actions that were not considered reasonable. I didn't know what this being was, and why it was here. It didn't appear the next day, and I genuinely thought it was a dream, or a result of my paranoia. I proceeded as such, trying to get my mind off the situation. But I ended up realizing how wrong I was. Kruger ended up slumping onto his bed the moment he stepped foot into his house. He was tired and sluggish, and wanted nothing more than to sleep. He turned over onto his back and put his hand over his eyes. He was about to fall asleep, but something suddenly felt off. He lifted his hand and gasped to see the shadow watching him, staring down at him while standing up. Kruger reacted out of instinct and punched the shadow where its face was supposed to be. The shadow felt the impact of the punch and fell backwards onto the ground. It grabbed its face and began kicking its feet in the air. Kruger got up and got in a defensive position before realizing what he just did. The shadow that wasn't able to touch object just got punched in the face. He was able to touch the shadow, and that meant the shadow could probably touch him. Kruger quickly grabbed the rifle he placed next to his bedside in the morning and aimed it at the shadow. The shadow sat up and rubbed its face before it stiffened at the rifle aimed at his face. "You are going to stay there, and you will answer my question," Kruger declared. "Do anything else and I will blow your head off." The shadow became daring, reaching towards the rifle. Kruger was about to fire, but wanted to throw up as the shadow's hand passed through the rifle. The shadow did this motion a couple more times before it began vibrating. Kruger nearly growled as he realized what it was doing. This thing was laughing at him. "Stop laughing!" Kruger shouted, causing the shadow to stop. The shadow began making gestures once more before making a move to grab him. Kruger quickly kicked him back, and the shadow was knocked to the floor. Kruger tensed as the shadow sat up and appeared to stare at him. "Stay away from me," Kruger ordered. The shadow appeared to be thinking things over before shifting. It got on its knees and placed its hands there before it continued to keep its attention on Kruger. They were both completely still for a good few minutes, neither one of them wavering in their position. Kruger wanted so badly to shoot him, but at the end of the day, it would just be a waste of a bullet. "What do you want?" Kruger demanded. The shadow placed its hand under its chin before pointing to the roof of his home. Kruger raised an eye at that, and the shadow put the tips of its fingers together before placing it over its head. "You want a home?" Kruger guessed. The shadow made a so-so gesture with its hand. "You want a place to stay?" Kruger guessed. The shadow nodded its head in response. "Well, stay somewhere else," Kruger ordered. The shadow clasped its hands together, trying to plead with Kruger. "I don't want some monster in my home," Kruger exclaimed. "I already have enough to deal with as it is." The shadow bowed its head to the floor, still trying to plead with Kruger. "I can't even understand you," Kruger hissed. "You're just a shadow. A black silhouette." The shadow still kept its head to the floor, making Kruger feel bad. This thing, whatever it was desperate. Kruger had a feeling it had nowhere else to go. It was probably why it was at his place once more. The question was why and how. "Out of my room, now," Kruger ordered. The shadow seemed to slump its shoulders in defeat, slowly standing up and making its way out the room. "Listen, if you can hear me," Kruger began, causing the creature to stop, so it could hear his voice. "I don't want you in my house," Kruger continued, "but I will help you find a place of your own to stay." The shadow's shoulders raised upward, almost as if it was elated. "But I don't trust you," Kruger added. "If I am going to help you, you better behave." The shadow nodded its head in response before leaving the room. Kruger quickly locked the door before screaming into his pillow. It's not like he knew how to get rid of him, and he couldn't exactly tell anyone about this. He just prayed that this creature would behave. The shadow did not behave. I proceeded to work as such, and the shadow followed me around. I tried so hard not to scream my head off, but the one glaring issue was that only I could see him. No other human could. I walked into a large crowd just to be certain, and the shadow merely phased through all the other people. That still didn't help as the shadow kept wandering around and wanted to look at every little thing. Kruger wanted to scream as the shadow was walking through the vendors' shops, staring at all the fruits on display. The shadow tried to pick one up, but it merely passed through its fingers. The shadow noticed Kruger and waved at him, but the Eldian in hiding merely ducked his head in response. He didn't understand. Why couldn't anyone else see this thing? Kruger then noticed a clown performing a juggling trick in front of kids. The next thing he knew, the shadow made its way towards them. Kruger could only watch in fear as the shadow stared at the clown. When the clown finished, the children began clapping, and so did the shadow. The shadow then began to step lightly over the children, letting them pass by and trying not to touch them, despite the fact that it couldn't touch anyone else but him. The shadow then walked over to the clown and waved at it, but the clown didn't respond to his gesture. Was it still not aware that he couldn't be seen by anyone else but him? Kruger, a voice greeted. Kruger stiffened as he turned to his right to see Gross walking up to him. I didn't think you'd be interested in clowns, Gross remarked. They're like a strange oddity, Kruger explained. I should look away, but I can't because of how ridiculous they look. Gross chuckled in response, while Kruger kept his attention on the shadow that continued to wander around. When's your shift over? Gross asked. In a few hours, Kruger responded. Great, Gross smirked as he nudged Kruger in his arm. A few of us are going to go and play some poker. You should come along. I actually need to go and sleep, Kruger tried to lie. Gross laughed at the lie. Kman, you sleep on the job all the time. Leon is bringing a lot of money and booze, and I want to score big tonight. You never win the games, Kruger retorted. Can't blame a guy for trying, Gross shrugged. I'll see you tonight at his house. Kruger wanted to choke the man as he walked off. He always hated Gross. That slimy, fat bastard is nothing more than a hypocrite in his own design. Kruger sighed. The day will come for him. He was going to make sure of that. Kruger turned his attention to where he last saw the shadow, and nearly fainted when he realized the shadow was gone. Where the hell was that thing now? Later. Kruger tried to ignore it as he was playing the poker game with Gross, Leon, and 3 others. He was trying so hard to not think about the whereabouts of the shadow. Even when he had a decent set of cards, he was trying so hard to not give an expression of worry about the shadow, so the other players wouldn't assume it was about his cards. Kruger tensed as he saw the shadow suddenly appear out of nowhere through the wall, before falling forward onto the ground. The shadow got up and rubbed its head before looking around in what appeared to be confusion. The shadow then got up and walked towards the table, observing the game going on. Kruger tensed as the shadow came up behind him and peered over his shoulder. He could feel its presence, and his foot began to twitch in fear. The shadow then walked over to Gross and looked over his shoulder. The shadow seemed to turn its gaze to each participant before looking down at Gross. Kruger was almost about to concede just to leave the room as the shadow raised its arm and held up 3 fingers. Kruger didn't know what to expect as the fingers then shifted to 4 fingers. Kruger was still confused as the shadow leaned forward to examine one of the cards. The shadow scratched its head in confusion as Kruger realized what was going on. The shadow was telling him what the other people had. It was helping him cheat in the game. Kruger figured he could use this to his advantage. He looked at the shadow before his eyes drifted to Leon. The shadow seemed to understand as it walked over to Leon and looked at his cards. Kruger nearly smiled as the shadow told him his cards. Maybe this would turn out in his favor. Later that night, Kruger entered his home and dropped his winnings on the table before collapsing on his couch. I ought to thank you, Kruger spoke. I didn't think that you would be able to help me, but you got me enough money to help me out for a while. Kruger sat up. I appreciate. Kruger stopped when he saw the shadow on its knees and covered its face with its hands. At least he thought it was his face. He still wasn't sure. What's wrong with you? Kruger asked. The shadow merely pointed to the money from the games before seemingly calling out to the heavens. Wait, are you feeling guilty about helping me win the game by cheating? Kruger asked. The shadow nodded its head in shame, and Kruger almost busted out laughing. So if you hated the idea of helping me cheat, Why bother to do it in the first place? Kruger asked it. The shadow raised its head and pointed to Kruger. It then pointed to itself before clasping its hand together. The shadow did this a second time in order to help Kruger understand better. You want to be friends? Kruger asked. The shadow made a so-so gesture. You want my trust? Kruger guessed again. The shadow nodded its head. Kruger chuckled at that before picking up the money he won. You were willing to cheat a game, just to gain my trust. In hindsight, that actually makes me trust you even less. The shadow collapsed on the ground in defeat. But, I will let you stay here, Kruger decided. I don't think I can get rid of you anyway. The shadow shot up and bowed profusely to Kruger. We do need to set up some ground rules, Kruger declared. I still want my privacy. So when I'm in the bathroom or my bedroom, you stay out. The shadow nodded its head in understanding. Do not stay near me when I am talking with anyone else, especially a Marleyan official, Kruger stated. The last thing I need to look as crazy as I'm talking to a faceless, mute shadow that only I can see. The shadow seemed to panic at that as it touched its neck. If you do anything to break my trust, I will do everything I can to get rid of you, Kruger warned. The shadow nodded its head before holding out its hand to Kruger. Kruger hesitated, still unsure if he would be able to touch the shadow. He reached and slowly wrapped his hand around the one that was out. Kruger was shocked to feel that it was solid. He could feel the shadow. The shadow tightened its grip slightly on Kruger's and shook his hand. Kruger didn't know what he really agreed to, but he hoped that he didn't make a huge mistake. It was like that for a good few months. Sometimes the shadow would stay in my house, other times it would be gone, and I would have no clue where it went. Whenever I was alone outside, it did everything it could to try to interact with me. Maybe it was asking me questions. Maybe it just wanted to have company. The one thing that I did notice was that it knew nothing of Marley, or any continent for that matter. It kept pointing at other humans with different skin color. Different foods, locations, landmarks. It wanted to know about every little detail about humanity, almost as it was never really human. The one thing I did hate, however, were the questions about the Eldians. He would always point to an Eldian outside of the internment zone. Sometimes they would be left alone, other times they would receive snide comments from other Merlians. The worst case was when they would be attacked by Merlians. The shadow got worried and always confronted me afterwards, almost pleading with me to explain the situation. But I didn't. I didn't have the guts to. I was scared to. How was I even supposed to explain a situation to someone who didn't know how to be human? I didn't want to explain the history. Our history. Regardless of whether or not it was right or wrong. The shadow kept on insisting for more months. Disappearing for more times on end, only to come back and insist that I explain the situation. It came to a point where I shouted at it, telling it to leave me alone and stop talking to me about it. I didn't want to confront the situation, but I was eventually forced to do so. And it happened in the worst way possible. Kruger and the other policemen were soaking wet from the rain as they arrived on Paradise, transporting the next set of Eldians ready to be turned into pure titans for all eternity. This was the part of his cover he hated the most. He hated that he had to be in such deep cover in order to enter the military. He hated that he was turning his own into titans, but he had to shove that feeling down deep inside of him, or he would be killed, and he wouldn't be able to free his brethren. Kruger watched Gross complain as he ordered the others to take the Eldians up. It was a family of 6, 2 of them were children, and it made him want to hurl his guts out. He hated turning the children into titans. They all went through the interrogation, the torture, and the removal of their fingers. Kruger saw the shadow appear on the dock next to Gross before it turned its attention to the blindfolded Eldians. The shadow quickly ran over to Kruger and grabbed him by his shoulder. He shook it off and dusted himself off before walking towards the top of the docks. He was escorting the Eldian child up the steps when he could have sworn someone called his name, but he thought it was a figment of his imagination. They reached the top and forced all 6 to their knees before removing their blindfolds. Kruger could see the dread on their faces as they realized where they were. "All right, let's wrap this up and get out of this stupid rain," Gross told the others. One of them kicked the father down the wall and let him run towards the 3 walls. He knew they wouldn't make it very far, but it didn't matter. It drew the Titans away. Kruger saw out of the corner of his eyes as the shadow made it to the top of the stairs before bolting towards the first soldier making the injection. The other 3 family members were injected one by one, letting out horrid screams of fear, but as the shadow reached the first one, it phased right through the both of them. The shadow looked down at its hands as Kruger moved to inject the child. The shadow noticed Kruger and bolted towards him as he placed the needle against the child's neck. "NNOO!" Kruger became distracted at the voice, but it was too late. He injected the child with the serum, but he also scratched the child's neck due to the voice. The shadow grabbed the arm with the needle in it and forced it out of his hands. The shadow tried to reach for the child in his possession, but Kruger kicked the child off the top of the wall, along with the rest of his family. The shadow reached out for the child, but it was too late. The child transformed midair into a Titan, falling face first into the sand. Gross began laughing as the rest of them turned into Titans. "Look at them!" Gross cackled as the Titans struggled to stand in the sand. They spotted the father running and ran towards him. Kruger could hear the father's screams as he was being devoured. The shadow reached out towards the Titan with its arm before falling to its knees in defeat. Kruger didn't respond, walking away from the shadow, and wanting nothing more to get out of the rain. Kruger kicked the broken serum needle down the wall, not wanting the others to see it. "Oh man," Gross sighed, "it almost makes it worth coming all the way out here, just to see those devils devour each other." Kruger ignored it, wanting nothing more than to forget this day. A few days later, Kruger arrived at home from the trip to Paradise. He still felt like he was soaking wet and went to take a shower. He stayed in there for a while, drowning in his own thoughts. When he finished, he got out of the shower and dried himself off before changing into his casual clothing. He looked in the mirror of his bathroom and noted that he was more tired than usual. He walked out of the bathroom, and to his bedroom, but stopped when he saw the shadow sitting on his bed, seemingly staring at him. Maybe glaring at him would be more appropriate, but he wouldn't really know. "We had an agreement, you are not allowed in my room," Kruger reminded. The shadow didn't move at all. "Get out," Kruger ordered. The shadow still didn't move. "Get out," Kruger ordered. The shadow still seemed to keep his gaze directed towards him, causing Kruger to grow angry. "What do you want me to say?" Kruger demanded. "What did you want me to do?" They were Eldians. That was bound to be their fate, one way or another. The shadow tightened its fists in anger. "If I didn't do that, I would have been killed," Kruger exclaimed. "This benefits the Eldians in the long run." Kruger jolted as the shadow shot up from the bed. "NNOO!" Kruger was shocked to hear words coming from its mouth, but kept his composure. "You don't know what I have to do, what I have done. This is the only way for the Eldians to be free. And I won't take judgment from someone who doesn't even understand how to be human." Kruger gasped as the shadow placed its hands on the side of his head, and an onslaught of memories came in. It was the memories of the Eldians that were turned into Titans, the ones that he turned into Titans. He could hear their screams, their despair, he could feel their bodies contorting into that of their Titan form. They were locked in their own eternal nightmares for all eternity. Kruger screamed as he collapsed on the ground. He panted at the memories. He felt tears prick his eyes as he felt their pain, their sorrow, their denial, and their sadness and despair. Kruger slowly looked up at the shadow, and froze in fear. He could see cold eyes glaring at him through the visage of the shadow's form. He could see anger, hatred, and sorrow. "MMRDDERRERR," the shadow spoke in a deep, distorted voice. Kruger could only watch as the shadow disappeared. It spoke. The shadow spoke, and the first words that came out of his mouth was "murderer." He didn't recognize that he was crying in sorrow, until his tears hit his hands on the floor. Kruger couldn't handle the weight of their screams of despair, crumbling and curling his body on the floor before falling asleep out of exhaustion. "I tried so hard to ignore it afterward. I tried to ignore the situation like I had done before, in order to cope with my guilt and shame, but I couldn't now. Every time that I tried to forget, I was hit with an onslaught of memories. The memories of the people that I killed. It wouldn't stop haunting me. I had to take a leave of absence, lying to say that I wasn't well in order to get as much time off as possible. But, I couldn't justify what I had done. I killed my people. I killed them, that was something that was never going to go away. There was no justification for what I had done, I still had to proceed with my plans. I still had to try and overturn Marley. I created the Eldian Restorationist, fed them secrets and lies that they needed to hear. A revolution had to be created on solid, strong idea, but it was something that I couldn't even believe. I wasn't sure if it was truth or lie. Did the Eldians deserve the punishment? Their screams said otherwise, and I knew that I deserved my punishment. Kruger was holding the cup of coffee in his hand as he sat by his fireplace. It's been a good few years since he's last seen the shadow. The Eldian Restorationists still remained hidden for some time, but they were operating successfully. He was going to give an order to send Grice to get to Grisha Jaeger. He knew that Grisha would agree to the Restorationists, especially after what happened to his sister. How Gross fed the child to his son's dogs. That bastard deserved to suffer. Kruger sighed with bitterness. But so did he. Kruger continued staring at the fire when he noticed something was off in the room. Kruger turned his head to his right and dropped his cup, the cup shattering and the liquid spilling on the ground. Kruger trembled as he saw the shadow standing across from him, staring at the fire. He could now clearly see those blue eyes, full of many conflicting emotions. Kruger shot up from his seat, backing away in fear. The shadow noticed his movements and looked directly at him with such an intense gaze. "Stay away," Kruger hissed, but he was terrified. His legs were trembling, and he wanted so badly to run away, but he couldn't will himself to. The next move actually shocked Kruger. The shadow kneeled down and bowed before Kruger, hands and head touching the floor, unwavering in its current position. Kruger didn't understand. This being has been gone for almost 4 years, and it's bowing before him? What the hell is wrong with you? Kruger demanded in anger. Help, the shadow spoke. Help. Kruger demanded, you want me to help you? You violated my trust. Not only did you break my rules, but you invaded my mind. I don't want you anywhere near me. Sorry, the shadow apologized, ignorant, angry, sad, please, help. Kruger was seething with anger and guilt. He had no reason to be angry at this being. He was the one who committed those deeds, not him, but he just didn't want to hear this monster's apologies. No, Kruger hissed. Please. I said no. Kruger shouted. The shadow lifted its head, and Kruger saw pure sadness in those eyes. Tears were threatening to form in them, and Kruger hated it. PL. Kruger decked it in the face, sending the shadow backwards to the floor. Kruger got on top of it and wrapped his hands around its neck. Kruger wanted to choke him out. He already killed enough people to survive. What was one non-existent person to him? Kruger was ready to kill it, to rid of this monster, but he couldn't bring himself to. The shadow kept looking at him with those sad, stupid eyes. He wanted it to scream and flail, not be resigned to its fate. Stop it, Kruger demanded, stop looking at me like that. The shadow didn't stop. Sorry, Kruger. Kruger's breath hitched when he heard his name so clearly. His hands began shaking, his lips began to trembling, and his vision was getting blurry. Why? Kruger asked in a whisper, why are you apologizing to me? I'm the one trying to choke you out, and you're the one apologizing to me. Tears fell down his face and hit the shadow's own. What is wrong with you? Kruger cried, I'm the monster here. Stop looking at me like I'm the victim. Kruger couldn't keep it together and let go of the shadow. Kruger covered his face, trying so hard to muffle his sobs. The shadow sat up, watching him weep as it rubbed its neck. The shadow hesitated, but it reached out towards Kruger and placed its hand on his back. Kruger grew tense as he felt the hand on his back move up and down. He then felt the shadow's arms wrap around him, and it was so warm and inviting. Kruger continued to cry in the shadow's arms, and it just felt familiar. It reminded him of his childhood memories, when his parents would put him to sleep and kiss him good night. It was a place he had long forgotten about, and a place he could never go back to. Cannot. FFO or Guy 4E, But, understand, the shadow said. What do you want from me? Kruger whispered. The shadow let go of Kruger, and the Titan shifter could feel the warmth leave along with it. The shadow stood up and walked over to Kruger's bookshelf. Kruger followed it and the shadow pointed to the history book. Teach me, the shadow answered. Kruger looked at the history book before turning to the shadow. You want me to teach you our history? The shadow nodded its head please. Kruger picked up the book from the shelf and opened it to the page about Ymir. You won't like what you hear. The shadow's gaze shifted downward. Teach me. So I did. Whenever I was off work, whenever I came home, I would teach the shadow everything about Eldian history. Both the good and the bad. I think that was something this being appreciated. I don't know why it asked me, or why it even stayed for so long, but I still proceeded as such. Part of me was still frightened. I still feared this shadow, and what it could do to me. But it did nothing to me. I did inform the shadow of every time that I was going to the island. I didn't want a repeat of last time's incident. I didn't want another set of memories in my head. I already felt guilty enough as it was. Kruger explained the attack and fall of Lago to the shadow. He explained the story of the Titans rising out of the sea and trampling the city into dust, and how the survivors wandered aimlessly, only to be devoured by Titans. Kruger noticed that the shadow grimaced at the depiction of the event, staring directly at the drawing. The event could have been wrong, Kruger insisted. This could have been another set of Marleyan propaganda, created in order to justify some of the actions against the Eldians. Ned, the shadow spoke. Kruger blinked in response. What do you mean by that? The shadow merely pointed to the drawing. So, Marley is correct, Kruger said, feeling a sense of dread coming up in him. The shadow nodded its head. Kruger grimaced in response before a realization hit him. How do you know that? How do you know about an event that happened over 1,200 years ago? Before the shadow could respond, its hands began to disappear, followed by the rest of it. Kruger reached out, but the shadow faded from its sights. The shadow left at a frequent rate. It was very random. 1 minute it was there, and the next it was gone. I have no idea where it goes, and when it does return, not once does it discuss where it goes. I do notice that it looks more and more miserable every time. It looked despondent and helpless. Kruger looked out towards the ocean and the setting sun, sitting in the sand and smoking a cigarette. He took a deep breath, letting the smoke linger in his body before exhaling. He saw the smoke evaporate in the air before noticing the shadow out of the corner of his eye. He saw it looking out at the sea with a look of awe in its eyes. The shadow looked down at Kruger, causing the man to raise an eyebrow. Kruger merely gestured to the ocean with his cigarette. The shadow looked back at the ocean before walking towards it. The shadow raised its leg and seemed to hesitate before placing its leg in the water. Kruger saw the shadow shiver, most likely due to the cold, and quickly removed its leg. It shook off the water before looking back down at it. The shadow eased its leg into the water, letting the sensation of sand and water take over. It placed its other leg in the water with a little more confidence. The shadow swayed back and forth a little, looking down at the water rising and falling. The shadow turned to Kruger, and the Eldian in hiding could see a bright expression in its eyes, beckoning him to come to the water. Kruger couldn't exactly make vocal opposition, there were others in the area. Kruger sighed to himself and flicked the cigarette away before standing up and walking over to the shadow. He took off his shoes and rolled up his pant legs before stepping in the water. It was cold, initially, but the feeling faded and he was able to relax at the sensation of the waves. Figured that you'd like it, Kruger commented, since you tend to appear wherever I'm located. Beautiful, thank you, the shadow said. Sure, Kruger merely responded. The shadow did seem happy. Ccled, ooccean, the shadow commented. Yes, it is, Kruger said, you really don't know anything about humanity, do you? The shadow merely shook its head. So then, what are you? Kruger decided to press. The shadow stared at Kruger before looking back at the ocean, choosing not to respond. You don't want to tell me? Kruger assumed, it would be good to know so I can trust you. Complicated, the shadow responded in a clear, deep voice. Complicated how? Kruger pressed. Complicated, the shadow repeated. Kruger sighed in response. It looked like he wasn't going to get a more detailed response. Can you at least tell me why you're here? Kruger saw the shadow staring out towards the horizon. There was this look of concern and sorrow, but also this sense of determination. The shadow clenched its fists and narrowed its eyes. I heard a cry. I need to save, the shadow spoke in clear words. That was all I was going to get out of it. It never discussed where it was from or what exactly it was, but it was here with purpose. I wasn't exactly sure why. What cry could this being possibly be hearing? The only thing that I was certain about was that it knew certain events of our history. I don't know how or why it did, but every time it looked at an event that I was trying to explain, it looked at it with such bitterness and sorrow. I did get confused about one scenario, the colossal titans on Paradise. When I brought it up the first time, it seemed terrified, fearful. Every time it was brought up again, either by a lesson or by someone in the streets, it would do everything to ignore it. It would shut the book using my hand. It would cover the sides of its head and drown out the noise until we passed the person on the street. It would stop the entire history lesson. I didn't understand. Why was it looking at something that hadn't happened at all? Kruger could only watch as a guard as the speaker was announcing new plans to protect refugees that were mixed Eldians, much to the dismay of other speakers and Marleyan government officials. They are Eldians, someone shouted, it doesn't matter where they came from. They would still destroy the world if they wanted to. They are victims of the devils on Paradise Island, another shouted. So we should provide them asylum, another shouted, what if that is the Eldians' plan? They'll kill us all. Chaos reigned as everyone kept on arguing. Kruger could see Gross in another corner of the room, mouthing something along the lines of, a complete waste of time. Kruger then turned his attention to the shadow on his left, grimacing at the argument. This is the way the world is, Kruger told it, talking and negotiation with never change the minds of the people in power. They do not deserve this, the shadow spoke, they deserve better. I can't give you a better response, Kruger whispered, even if the world somehow managed to ignore the history, the Eldians can still turn into titans. Unless that can somehow be taken away, the Eldians will always be persecuted. Everyone will want them dead. They deserve better, the shadow spoke. Even if they release the titans within the wall? Kruger questioned. The shadow tensed at the thought. It clenched its fists before releasing them in defeat. I suppose not. Kruger didn't respond before he quietly muffled a cough with his hand. When he finished, he looked down to see that there were small droplets of blood. He was starting to run out of time. The curse of Ymir was starting to take effect, and the Merlians were getting wise about the Eldian restorationists. It seems like everything that I've been working for is going to go to waste, but I still pressed on, hoping to find an opportunity, and a solution. I remembered Grisha Jaeger, and how he wanted to burn the world to ash when he was a young child, when Gross fed his sister to the dogs. I saw a vision of me talking with Grisha one last time, handing him a picture of his family. I wasn't sure where that would lead, but I knew that it would be some form of importance later on. Kruger watched Zeke and Dina walking down the street, back to the internment zone with their son in tow. They were getting verbally abused by the Merlians. They shouted slurs and insults as they passed by. Grisha gritted his teeth in anger while Dina and Zeke were crying. Kruger heard a gasp and saw the shadow was watching the family with a mix of shock and horror. He didn't know where its gaze was directed at, but it did confirm that his suspicions were correct. The family was going to be important. A few months later, Kruger began to review the history of Ymir specifically. How she got the powers of the Titan, how she used the powers of the powers to destroy Marley and build Eldia. The shadow pointed to Ymir before gesturing to another page of the world map. It pointed to Eldia specifically before pointing to Marley. In Eldia, she's seen as a godsend, Kruger explained, she gave Eldia power. She protected them and gave them a stronghold. Because of her, the Eldian Empire stood for nearly 2,000 years. In the eyes of Marley, she's a devil, a demon. She was sent to destroy them all and rule the land with an iron fist, Only until Eldia remained. To them, she is the reason the world is destroyed and broken. The shadow then pointed to Ymir before pointing to him. Kruger blinked in surprise. What do I think? Kruger asked. The shadow nodded its head. I think, she was just a normal girl, Kruger answered. There was no devil. There was no deal. She was just someone who came into contact with the power of the Titans. The only reason she's depicted the way that she is because of who is responsible for writing the history. Someone benefiting from her is going to exalt her and praise her name, but someone that has been hurt by her will no doubt cast her out. The shadow seemed upset at the thought, but before Kruger could say anything else, he began to cough violently. The shadow sat up with concern as Kruger covered his mouth. When Kruger saw his hand, there was more blood this time. The shadow grabbed Kruger's hand and stared at it before looking to Kruger, its pleading eyes wanting an explanation. I'm dying, Kruger explained. Suppose that I had this coming. Kruger saw that the shadow was confused. I'm an Eldian, Kruger explained, and I inherited the powers of the Titans. These powers do come at a cost. Ymir died 13 years after she got her powers, and no one else could succeed that time limit. I'll be dead soon enough. And no, the shadow stuttered. That is the way it is, Kruger smiled bitterly. I chose this path, and I deserve it for what I've done. The shadow didn't know how to respond. Before it could, the shadow began to disappear from his sights. The shadow reached out for Kruger, but it disappeared before he could touch him. I was running out of time, and the Eldian restorationists were closing in. I wasn't sure what would come up next, or how much time that I had in order to secure Eldia's future. I had no idea what the goal of the shadow was. I still had no idea what the cry was, or where or how it was trying to find it. The shadow could touch me, and show me memories, but it couldn't interact with anyone else. I assumed that it was because I was a holder of the power of the Titans, but it didn't help my case. So why was I even bothering to write this? How would this being even be detrimental to the survival of the Eldian race? Kruger sighed as he viewed his home one last time. He was going to be heading off to Paradise to turn the restorationists into Titans in a few days, and give Grisha Yeager the power of the Titans. This would be the last time that he would be here. He was due to die in a couple of weeks. Kruger, a voice spoke. Kruger turned to see the shadow staring at him. You're back. It will be the last time, the shadow declared. I found what I came here for, and I wanted to come by one last time before I complete my objective. Kruger let out a huff in response. How fitting. I'm set to die in a couple of weeks. The curse of Ymir has been taking its toll on me. I'm going to pass my power to Grisha Yeager, and hopefully he can complete the objective I've been setting out to do. The shadow didn't respond to that. Why didn't you tell me that you were a Titan shifter? I'm an Eldian in hiding in a world that wants me dead, Kruger retorted. What was I supposed to do? Who could I trust? I couldn't find a way to stop the curse for you, the shadow proclaimed, looking rather despondent. Kruger raised an eyebrow at that. There's nothing you could have done. The power of the Titans is essentially godlike. You'd have to be a god to at least try to counteract it. Besides, I deserve to die anyway. I killed my own. I've done terrible things. I deserve to let the curse of Ymir kill me. No. You don't, the shadow proclaimed. Kruger chuckled at that. You called me a murderer. You saw my actions as heinous. I can still hear the screams of my victims at night. If you were given the choice, you would have never done that, the shadow retorted. Kruger shrugged. It's too late now. I have to pay the debt that I owe. I am in debt to you, Kruger, the shadow declared. You allowed me to stay here. You taught me your world's history. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have succeeded in my mission. What is your mission? Kruger asked. When I leave you, the power of the Titans will be no more, the shadow declared. That is my mission. Kruger eyed the shadow with speculation. What do you mean by that? In time you will know, the shadow responded. I have no time. Kruger exclaimed. Who are you? That is the one question that you have been avoiding every time that I ask. Who are you? Why are you here? The shadow looked down at its hand before extending it to Kruger. Do you trust me? Kruger was still cautious, not wanting to touch the hand of the shadow. Why can't you just tell me? You won't understand if I tell you, the shadow declared, it is better if I show you. The only thing I'm asking for, is your trust. Kruger merely stared at the hand. Please, the shadow said. Okay, Kruger allowed, his thirst for the knowledge more prominent than his fear. Kruger grew fearful when the shadow reached out past his head. He could feel the hand on the back of his head. Kruger felt his head pulled forward, and his forehead touched the shadow's own. And then, a flood of memories came into my mind. It was so hard to comprehend them all at once. I saw warriors fighting against a massive beast. I saw the creation of other beings, other titans. I felt loneliness, followed by a sense of duty. I saw humanity and titans working together against a common threat. But the one thing I saw that stayed in my mind was the ground shaking, and millions of beautiful stars erupting from the ground and flying towards the sky. Kruger gasped as he found himself back in his reality. He blinked to adjust his vision, and saw that the shadow was no longer a shadow. He was human. He could see his face. He had a face. Kruger gasped as he took a step back, and the shadow gave a warm, kind smile. His eyes shone brightly, a sense of kindness and fondness very present in them. Kruger could feel tears running down his cheeks as the shadow began to disappear. Thank you, Aaron Kruger, the shadow said, and goodbye. Kruger snapped out of his state of shock as he reached out for the being. No. Wait. Don't go. Kruger fell to his knees as the shadow disappeared. Kruger began laughing at the absurdity of it all before he began crying about it. Kruger looked down at his hands before standing up and bolting towards his notebook. He needed to write it down, before he forgot. If you see him, do not interfere with his plan. His work is important. He will bring about the end of the Titans forever, and free Eldia. Optimus finished reading. That's it. Levi demanded, no battle strategies? Just some sad tale about his life. At least we didn't have to send people to die over this useless information, Hanji reassured. At least Jaeger's information was useful. Levi hissed. No, Aaron trailed off, no. No. That can't be it. Aaron, there is nothing else, Optimus told him as he flipped through the worn-out pages. It was blank after the last sentence, and some of the pages after the blank ones had fallen out. Most likely due to the old age. But none of it makes any sense, Armin retorted, stars coming out of the ground. Seeing memories of victims. Aaron, have you seen any shadow? Hanji asked. Don't you think I would have said something? Aaron exclaimed as he stood up. Aaron. Mikasa scolded. Aaron left the room in anger and a feeling of hopelessness, ignoring the cries from Armin and Mikasa. He thought that there'd be a way to avoid the rumbling. The information was useless. There was no way. And now everyone. Armin. Mikasa. Optimus. Aaron stopped and wiped his tears as the memory of Optimus' death played in his mind. It really was hopeless. A voice trailed off. Aaron shot his head up to see Floch staring at him in confusion. You, okay? Floch asked with hesitation. Optimus felt exhausted all over again as he entered the neutral ship. They decided to keep the information about the fourth notebook hidden within the military. There wasn't much the public could be provided with anyway. He thought that the information would prove to be useful, and maybe they would have more information about Marley, but there was nothing useful for the survival of Paradise. There wasn't even a name for the shadow. Optimus entered a room and saw Megatron trying to fix the tracker. Megatron glanced at the Prime before returning to his work. I figured I could try to fix this, Megatron remarked. My digits would be able to clip the smaller wiring. Megatron noticed the tired expression in the Prime's optics as he left the room, causing Megatron to raise an eyebrow. He figured that Optimus would be happy with the gift the Survey Corps got him. He didn't understand why he was upset. Megatron tapped a metal digit on the table before forcing himself to stand up and confront the Prime. He ventured down the hall when he saw the light to the main deck on. Megatron entered to see a holographic map of space, and Optimus searching the cosmos using the control panel. "You can't work yourself into the ground," Megatron said. "The last thing I want is to be left alone with these humans." "I had my break," Optimus responded. "Something happened," Megatron guessed. Optimus sighed as he stopped scanning the hologram. There was another notebook discovered. "What?" Megatron hissed, so that idiot human thought it would be a good idea to write another notebook. "He has nothing of true value to offer anymore. It was given by his predecessor, Aaron Kruger," Optimus explained, "but even then, there was no useful information." "How did you even find this notebook?" Megatron demanded. "Aaron had a memory of the notebook," Optimus explained. "We went to the former residential area, but it wasn't there. Someone under the name of Keith Shotties had the information." "Who?" Megatron asked. "Do you remember the human that briefly came to the Queen's wedding?" Optimus asked him. Megatron thought it over before remembering the human that gave Optimus the letter. "Yes, I do." Megatron sighed. "This is too much information to process. Contact me if you need anything." Megatron left Optimus to his own devices. He needed to confirm this human's location. Later. Another notebook. Erwin asked Niall in his home. "Something like that," Niall answered, "but it doesn't really have any vital information that can help Paradise in the long run." "Nothing in regards to information in Marley?" Erwin asked. "Just his life story," Niall answered. "They've decided to keep this information from the public though. It's not even something that would be important anyway. If it wasn't considered important, why would Kruger even bother to write it down?" Erwin asked rhetorically. The two jolted as Megatron kicked open the door in his hollow form and barged into his home. "Where is Keith Shotties?" Megatron demanded. Keith was finishing up his tea before signing off on his last piece of paperwork, when he heard a loud banging on his door. Keith nearly growled at the insistence of it, wondering who the hell could be here. When Keith opened the door, the man grabbed him by the throat before pushing him inside and shutting the door behind him. Keith was pinned to the wall as the man looked at him with his red eyes. "What else are you hiding?" the man demanded. Keith recognized the voice and the red eyes from Historia and Amir's wedding. "The Flying Titan." "You will address me as Megatron, and you will tell me what else you are hiding," Megatron threatened in an ominous tone. "I already gave the notebook to the Survey Corps," Keith told him. "You seem to be a dumping ground of hidden information," Megatron began, "information that you chose to withhold while you were a commander of the Survey Corps yourself. A notebook containing information about life outside of the walls, a letter for Prime's stupid pet, and it just gets more irritating every time. So you will tell me any and all information that you have withheld or I will snap you neck." Keith merely blinked in response before pointing Megatron to his drawer at his desk. "There's a key in a false bottom," Keith explained, causing Megatron to drop him. Keith watched Megatron grab the key from the table before opening the drawer. "You're not going to like what you find," Keith declared as Megatron removed the false bottom to reveal a folded piece of paper. "I'll be the judge of that," Megatron responded as he opened the sheet of paper. Keith saw the Titan freeze in shock at the folded paper. He could see the hand holding the paper, trembling at the sight. Keith could also see that his eyes were one of terror and horror. "I told you," Keith said, "there's a reason I tore that page out of the notebook." Kruger and Grisha climbed down the wall when all the Titans left. Kruger injected Grisha with the syringe filled with the Titan serum before taking a few steps back. Grisha felt something course through him and he screamed. A streak of lightning consumed Grisha, and Kruger watched from the sidelines, willing himself to not run away. "Kruger, you do not have to do this," the shadow spoke from behind him. Kruger didn't bother to turn around. "I must. If I don't, everything I've worked for will be for nothing. I can give you a less painful death," the shadow proclaimed as Grisha began to transform. "No, I deserve this," Kruger declared. "It's only fair to be consumed by the monsters I've created." "I'm sorry," the shadow apologized, "but I cannot accept that for you." Grisha's Titan form finished manifesting before training its attention on Kruger. Kruger gasped as the shadow hugged him from behind and covered his eyes with one of his hands. "Wait," Kruger pleaded. "I forgive you, Kruger," the shadow told him. Kruger gritted his teeth and let the tears fall as Grisha reached for him. May your next life be one of peace and the freedom you desire, the shadow declared. Check the description for the links to the author.